It's a Pikmin.
And it is. Alrighty, and with that countdown done and over with, everyone, hello! It is I, Realm Wars, PNG tuber who predominantly does artwork, and welcome to day 7 of the lore-a-thon. So last time we were on here, we had our special guest, the Kooky Celtic, as we talked about potential crossovers involving the Rise to Superior, one that we wanted to actually have going across the, something that we actually wanted to have kind of actually happen between my story and his being Phantom of the Forest. Those VODs have been uploaded onto the YouTube. I am in fact now caught up on all of the VODs to be posted on there. So days 1 through 6 are in fact on there. So if you end up if you want to catch up on the days that you missed, you just look for Realm Wars the Second on YouTube and you can find the VODs there for your viewing pleasure. But today we are actually going to be talking about a character that I have shown on the stream every now and then for, well, mainly working on a rep sheet to prepare for this big event, and that is going to be the character Riona. And I also want to mention as well that since I have a lot of time off this week, so you guys are going to be getting some pretty lengthy streams coming from me, I want to say, for the rest of this week. I think the only exception being Thursday, because that is the only time where I actually do have work happening in this week. So, actually, I believe that one I either have listed as just reference touch-up, or I just straight up told me myself, yeah, I have that time off, so let me just refresh myself with that schedule. Yeah, it's just reference sheet touch-up. So yeah, that one's probably not going to be too long of a stream. That one's probably not going to be too long, just because of work happening a bit later. But as for the rest of those days, yeah, again, if I'm on, expect the streams to be pretty lengthy, because I will have all day to be able to stream. But, for now, so yeah, we are going to be getting to Riona. So this is definitely a character that probably has some of my more complex methods in terms of writing now, while I get the playlist ready. And it's probably one that a number of people who have either been able to see our first D&D campaign that the Spiffy Needle Geeks hosted, you might actually recognize her from a D&D campaign that we played, which was called The Abode. She was the first character that I turned into a D&D character. Let's just... There we go. Alright, there we go. We got the playlist up. So, yeah, if you were around during the times when we were first stepping into D&D, you'll know this character very well. This, I did turn her into a fighter class. Like, she was basically a human fighter class that had a bit of some homebrew in it, so that way she could just kind of be like an Eldritch Knight without necessarily being an Eldritch Knight. We were able to give her essentially magic, adept in magic, in order for her to actually be able to cast spells, since Riona here does in fact have her source of magic. In fact, she's quite the terrifying character in terms of actually fighting and whatnot. Because as you notice, for one thing, she got a sword. She's sword fighter. She swing that katana good.
Indeed.
And
get your sword.
Yeah, she got a sword. It's like, you idiots. We all have swords. Yeah, but she swings her very quickly. It's like, how quickly are we talking? You're already dead.
Taste my blade.
Yep. Yeah, I will say one of the character inspirations to her was, in fact, Lyn from Fire Emblem, if that wasn't obvious enough.
Yeah, I was going to ask, about that.
Yeah,
that's why I made the quote, "Taste my blade."
Yeah, so there are parts of her design that is inspired by Lyn.
And the moment you say like, "How fast are we talking?" You're already dead. Just make you think, "Yep, that's just like Lin."
Yeah. I mean, some people could also think Kenshin as well, because he's also very fast with a sword, who also has, like, I also pulled a lot of inspiration when it came to Riona.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. In fact, specifically, the way that she fights is very reminiscent to Kenshin's Hiten Mitsurugi style. Just very fast sword swings that are just hard to react to. But there's a number of different things that ended up going into Riona's character a little that ended up having numerous, and I mean numerous, of different changes to her character throughout the years of me working on her. Like, mainly just like design changes, even name changes, and just overall how she would act as a character, just as a whole. The only consistent thing that was about her that never changed at all is the fact that she was always going to be canonically lesbian. That was the one thing that I was determined to keep about this character, is that, oh no, she will be forever queer. Yeah, she does like the ladies, and like we mentioned in the last stream that we did, when talking about Phantom of the Forest crossing over the Rise of Superior. The whole her having a girlfriend in the abode was in fact a thing. It was her name was Dora Caradwin, and we intend to make that canon. Now, for Riona as a character, so aside from, because it's like I didn't want just simply for this character to be just a one-note thing of like, oh yeah, her one defining trait is that, well, she lesbian. Because honestly, that's a very shallow representation of those kind of people. Like, they deserve a better kind of representation than that, than just, okay, so your only defining character trait is that you like women. Okay, that's...
What else?
Yeah, that's not really a character.
Yeah, because, like, okay, so she's a lesbian, but what does she do?
Yeah, so there is a little bit of where that kind of mentality does end up coming from with Riona, which is one of the reasons why I say she ends up becoming one of my more complex written characters. And that's mainly because a portion of why she is interested in female characters is female people, is that it mainly does have to do with her upbringing and the things that she ended up having to endure during her life. And that a lot of that is the trigger warnings are there for a reason, and that is because she is a subject to abuse. In fact, it's actually the reason why. It's actually one of the reasons why I have these two poses here, just to showcase like what she's hiding underneath her armor, what she typically hides from people, and just the things that she covers up are the scars and wounds that she has obtained over the years. Like, even her scarf that she has around her, they're to hide choke marks.
Shit.
Yeah, those are the things that she endured growing up as a kid, because her father was an absolute piece of work. He was very excited about... Now, the thing is, he was actually very excited about, being able to get himself a kid. Like, oh man, all that work to actually get a child is actually paying off. We're finally going to be parents. He was hoping for a son.
Oh, boy.
So, when he got a daughter instead, you could only imagine just how much that upset him. And so because of that, there's just a lot during Riona's childhood where when everyone's backs were turned, she was constantly getting mistreated by him, like beaten, berated, and then just on top of that, just constantly being told, you aren't to tell anyone about this. And, because as a kid, because they're very easy to intimidate, especially when it comes to people that you're supposed to have trust in, it became very easy to manipulate her into silence, and thus it also became easier for her to become much more emotionally fragile. The only kind of security she actually ended up having was the treatment that she was received by her mother as compensation, because in comparison, her mother actually treated her very well.
That's nice.
Yeah, but that ultimately would result in a rift between her mother and her father, to the point that during one of his outrages, Riona's mother would try to defend her, with Riona telling, with her mother basically telling her, you need to get out of here, like he's actually going insane. To which Riona agrees to, starts running, and then once things got quiet, she decided to return back home to see what could be made of, like, one of the only few places that she could call safe, and it's absolutely ransacked, with the only thing remaining there was her dead mother.
Shit.
So,
Awful.
so she would end up living a lot of her life by herself, rather similar to a certain main character of ours.
Dang.
Yeah, but that being said, though, during the times where Riona ended up having to look after herself, she would actually go through some. Again, she would go through some not so very good treatment herself, because, again, rather similarly to a certain main character of ours that we know, Riona would actually end up finding herself also at an orphanage, except in this case, Kamiko was, unlike Kamiko, she was actually able to stay at this one. However, what ultimately happened was that during one of the days of getting adopted, a person who came in had not so very good vibes when coming in, and one of the kids noticing this was rather afraid of Riona ultimately ending up with whoever this was, so they ended up demanding that they were adopted in their stead. I also want to make a mention that the person who would do this was in fact a male, so this actually does come in. That actually does have some important detail. I'll explain in a bit. And as Riona sees this kid getting taken away to their new adopted family, it's not that long after until she hears that not only was the man that came in ended up getting himself arrested, but the kid that got adopted did not make it.
Fuck.
This would eventually result in Riona running from the orphanage because she did not want to risk potentially ending up in the situation as that one kid did. And this is where she would start basically trying to live on her own, and she'd even start trying to defend herself because of the multitude of other times she'd run into other people who would straight up objectify her. And it's because of those dealings that it's because of those people that she ended up dealing with, she'd start to get a much more stern outlook of what basically men actually were deep down, and deep down the only thing that she would ever see men being as, well, essentially, to put it bluntly, disgusting sex fiends. And as for the one kid who was the exception to that rule, the one that actually did try to keep her safe, the fact that he didn't survive ended up solidifying in her mind that if you generally are a good person, like if you're a man who is like good at heart, you're not destined to survive. Something's going to come along and it's going to take you away. Which is why, in her mind, a lot of men are not good. And the only instances there are good men that exist, they end up dying anyway. So yeah, growing up, she's not too fond. She definitely is not too fond of guys. It certainly does kind of fuel a bit of a reason as to why she does like women a bit more. Just because, for one thing, the way that her mother treated her, and also because she believes that if men are pretty much this, then women may be the exact opposite. Now, granted, it's certainly not her only reason. It's also because, you know, she does generally find women attractive, but that mindset absolutely helped with also forming that viewpoint for herself. Because, you know, if she can't trust men, she can obviously trust women then. Now, for Riona as well.
I recall.
Yep.
Wasn't there, like, I kind of remember, like, years ago, like, wasn't there, like, an audio take you did of Riona meeting Kamiko for the first time?
Yeah, there's actually quite a few characters I did, there's actually quite a few characters I did, audio logs for. Riona was one of them, and, they were, in fact, voiced by our good old friend Danny, Roshitsu Rises, from the 50 Needle Geeks.
Wasn't Kamiko like with Twilight or something like that?
Yep.
And audio take.
Yeah, in that audio take, Riona was basically ignoring every single one of Kamiko's questions while answering all of Twilight's.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like, basically, anytime Kamiko tried to make his presence around Riona, she would just meet it with ignorance. Just absolutely not giving him the time of day at all. Now, that being said, though, with Riona, one of the other things about Riona that I generally have a really good time when it comes to writing her is the fact that out of all of the characters that I've made, she is easily my most visually narrative character. Like, there's a lot, like, when it comes to Riona, that you only really know about her strictly through, like, visuals and design details. Like, for instance, this one single streak in her hair, like, actually, the one thing that you may also notice is that if you actually look at the roots of her hair, they're not blue, which goes to show that she does, in fact, dye her hair. So she's not naturally blue. She's actually a brunette, naturally. And that one single streak in that one, like, strip in her hair, that is basically to showcase that she has only ever shown her true self to one man in particular that actually did earn her trust over time. And that is, in fact, her teacher, Hiyashi, who we will be working on some other time. In fact, I believe he's actually going to be coming up next Sunday when we talk about him. Yeah, that is that is to show that she has only ever really shown her true self to one person, to one male, and they had to do a lot to earn her trust. And yeah, Hiyashi definitely had to do quite a bit of work to convince her that, you know, I'm not a bad guy. In fact, it was actually Hiyashi who would take her in to, well, give her some proper combat training, because before she was just kind of whacking people with a big stick. And it eventually got her rather infamous amongst people, amongst guys who just basically saw her as this crazy woman constantly assaulting dudes. And on one of the days that almost got her in a lot of hot water, she happens to run into Hiyashi, who decides to step in and defend her. And it's then they have an honest heart-to-heart with each other that ends up helping Riona opening herself up a little bit to the guy after he showcases plenty that, you know, hey, I'm not here to do any of that kind of stuff to you. I'm honestly not even interested in that. So he ends up teaching Riona the ways of being able to utilize ice magic. But afterwards, because she ends up, you know, really liking this whole, you know, I can use magic sort of ordeal and just training her aura to tap into more magic, she actually starts honing a couple of other elements under her belt. And that is, it's eventually how she ends up getting the elements for wind, as well as her as well as an element that she makes relatively known to her very well, and that being electricity. In fact, it's actually the reason her aura color is yellow, because she is very prominent in lightning magic. She go Noom. Like, it's actually the reason why I have her legs relatively beefy, because she's gonna be running a lot, then her legs gonna be muscular.
She does look pretty ripped.
Yeah, it is mostly just the leg muscles that are really big, though. Like, the upper arms are mostly just kind of toned for the most part, just because, again, a lot of like her fighting style is in the leg work, because swordsmanship is also, again, combat, especially swordsmanship. A lot of it is about footwork and posture.
Okay.
In fact, there's even proper ways you need to actually hold a sword. Otherwise, it's either just gonna fly out of your hand whenever it clashes with another one, or it's just gonna be super easy for your opponent to manipulate the balance of your blade to throw you off balance. Like, one thing I will definitely say, if you're looking at somebody who is holding a sword by the handle and their hands are, like, right next to each other, that is improper form. In fact, allow me to... hold on, I'm gonna see if I can get a... yeah, I'm gonna see if I can try to get, I'm gonna try to get an image that appropriately... Actually, you know what? Okay, yeah, here we go. So just gonna put this here. So yeah, this is how you would properly hold a sword. You would have one hand closer to the... You would have one hand closer to the actual, handguard itself, and then one closer to the end of the handle. And specifically, you would have your most dominant hand closer to the handguard itself. And that's mainly because you want to maintain balance throughout the entire handle. So you want to make both the front and the back feel as grip and sturdy as possible, so it's harder to knock out of your hands. And the reason you have your dominant hand near the handguard itself is because you want your dominant hand to make the base very hard. You want it hard to break, and you typically do that with your stronger hand. So, just a little fun factoid for you guys who are like, oh, swordsmanship sounds cool. I want to know some things about it. It's like, well, I'm glad you asked. But yeah, there are also just some multiple other things, too, about Riona as well that, again, goes into a bit more about just, even just as her character design is just, it tells a story about her without needing to say any words. Because, you know, I do like my visual storytelling. It's a great way to be able to just say a lot without having to say anything. Because again, as mentioned, throughout her life, whenever she was horribly treated by her father, one of the things that was constantly ringing in her head was that, you know, you're not to tell anyone of these things that happen. And that also went into how she ends up covering up the injuries that she ends up taking. So the bandages that you see, like the armor that she has, like trying to cover up parts of her body, this is her basically trying to, well, as she was raised, she's to keep quiet. So, like, this is, so all the things that she has, like, covering herself, yeah, this is all just habit that she ended up picking up as she was growing up, because she was constantly told, yeah, these injuries that you have, yeah, you hide them. You don't tell anyone about them. And it's only the times where, like, you actually do see them full front is when you actually can meet her at her, again, not only just, like, at her most honest level, but also at her most vulnerable. Because this isn't a part of herself that she likes talking about. She's not happy about this part of her life. Which, you know, I hate to imagine the kind of person who would be. So if there's definitely a theme for Riona, because, like, I've mentioned before, like, a major theme with a number of different characters is in The Rise to Superior is that, you know, as the title states, they are trying to rise above something. For Kamiko, it's in a literal sense. He's rising to become the superior, because that's what he needs to be. For, say, Twilight, what she needs to rise to is basically she needs to rise to become even better than what she can reasonably be, because being a part of this new environment, she obviously has to work far harder than most other people tend to, since she's the only only person in this group who's not a magic user. So obviously she has to put 100% into everything far more often than most other people do. For Chrome, it's rising above his own self-hatred. It's actually gaining more confidence in himself to rise up above. Can I please get to that later? Holy crap.
Jesus.
Yeah, I've clicked on that layer like 3 times and it wasn't moving to it. So yeah, for Chrome, it's definitely, you know, yeah, it's like he needs to be better about self-love. For Riona, she needs to rise above her traumas and just all of the suffering that she's ended up dealing throughout her life. Oh, yeah, looks like we're on an ad break. Hold on, that's the wrong shade layer. Yeah, looks like there's a minute left on the ad break. So I'll be seeing you guys momentarily. Let's get this shading in the arm. Alright, we're about to close to 30 seconds left. And 20 seconds. Alright, 10 seconds left. And welcome back from the ad break, everybody. I hope you got yourself ads that you liked. And if not, then I am very sorry. But, yeah, so... yeah, Riona's definitely a story that goes through a lot of heavy baggage. And for those of you who are probably wondering, yes, at first she does in fact find Twilight very attractive. I mean, it would just be wrong for her not to think that. Here we go. Ah, yes, Ibuki's theme. Because I'm just like, well, hold on, whose theme was this? It's like, alright, it was Ibuki's from Street Fighter 5. Yeah. And I gotta go BRB. I'm back, and sorry about that. My mom asked me to help with fixing her bed. You're good.
No, it's cool.
Yeah. Alrighty, so now back to Riona then. So I will definitely say the kind of angle that I was ending up like trying to I'm attempting to write her in. It's one that I will 100% say is definitely not easy, because writing stories, especially like about abuse, tends to be a very difficult line to tread. And a big part of that reason is because it is, because I mean, one of the like easiest things to do when it comes to this kind of theme is that it's very easy for some people to end up taking what that kind of abuse is, and in other words, it's I'm trying to find a word. It's very easy to take that kind of situation, and it's easy for you to fetishize it in a way. Like or in a way that it feels more like this feels like, it feels rather than actually being tragic, which is what it's supposed to be. And it makes it seem like you're exacerbating a lot of it, or like you're putting it on like such an unrealistic perspective that, again, it feels like you're fetishizing it. And you don't want to end up doing that, because it's especially disrespectful to the people who end up actually enduring those things, where it feels like their pain is being glorified rather than, being treated with the weight that it needs to be.
Right.
So like Riona definitely is a character that I will say, like, when it does come to writing, I do take a lot of risks with this one. Like she definitely is one that, like I mentioned, like she's probably one of my more complex written characters that I have in this series. So there's just a lot of instances with Riona that sometimes it may have her coming off as a bit morally gray at some point. Sometimes it may have her just coming off as, it may just sometimes have her just coming off as, rash at some instances. But that's also just the kind of thing that I want to be able to do with this character. I want to show that she also does have things to work on herself, some things that she needs to work past, because you don't really end up with an interesting or complex character without them having some kind of flaws, and whatnot. Because it constitutes... I constitute with the idea of what Avatar: The Last Airbender does when they tackle some serious subject matters, because they absolutely do, and they don't sugarcoat it. Like they don't try to sugarcoat like some of the things that happen. They don't try to hold your hand through it, to just try to make it seem like it's just some misunderstanding that some people just don't get. No, they want to show you the horrors that can come with some of the themes that they cover. And I feel like that's the best way to do that is by having your characters be flawed enough to the point that they would have to go through those lessons. Like, one of the things I want to bring up in regards to that was how, the whole removing Sokka's sexism from the Netflix show was actually rather bad for his character, because that was such an important character arc for him to go on, for him to grow as a person, and to just remove that ends up taking away what was essentially a really big flaw for the character to be able to grow out of. Like, characters should be flawed. That's how they grow, that's how they become better as characters, and it's also how they become more well-rounded. And that's a kind of mentality that I'm going to be having with Riona. Like, yeah, there's times where she'll do things that may seem on the questionable side, but a lot of that is because of a trauma response. And as I mentioned, a big part of her arc is being able to rise above those traumas. Because that's something that a lot of people who end up going through these kind of situations, that's something that they end up having to do. Because, like, yeah, like, there's some things that they go through that are absolutely horrible and disgusting. But at the end of the day, the only thing that they really wish to do is eventually move past those traumas. And that's definitely going to be Riona's character arc. He's going to try. He's going to try to rise above the everything that's hurt her in the past to become a stronger person. And on top of that, like a big part of her being able to do that, is eventually learning that she can trust a guy like Kamiko. Like after some time, like. Yeah, Kamiko's not a bad guy. He's not, he's not here to give Riona any actual harm. In fact, he's fighting on the same side as her and wants to actually help her. Actually, does want to help her once he learns all the things that she's actually gone through. But ultimately, that's just something she has to do herself. She will be able to rise above superior. Hello, Fenrir. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I want to be able to do with this character because, again, I want to be able to give these kind of themes the proper weight that they deserve when it comes to actually discussing them. And, again, I don't want it in a way where it seems like these things are being glorified because it shouldn't be. Why? It shouldn't be. Because why in God's name are you trying to glorify something like abuse? Like, that's fucked up.
Yeah.
Again, one of the reasons I say she's definitely going to be one of my more complex written characters, because having to tread that line can be extremely risky, like especially in the cases where, like, you do want to try to at least have the character be somewhat likable, or at the very least, a character you can sympathize with. Because, we definitely know some of those people who've ranted and raved so much about their traumas, but have also showcased that they are an absolute piece of shit of a person.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last thing that I do want to show Riona, because again, she's supposed to be a victim. The last thing that I want people to think when it comes to Riona is, I get that you're suffering through trauma, but you're also being a bitch. Which, I mean, to an extent, you could try to argue that she comes off as one, which, again, to an extent, I wouldn't end up minding it, but it's more so to a point that, again, I don't want people to just come to a conclusion that, oh god, like, why would we even have this person around, because she's actually awful. Because then you take away much, because all you end up doing is that you end up just taking away from the victim. Like, I guess the important takeaway from it is that when it comes to writing characters like this, you want them to feel like a victim. You want people to feel bad that they are a victim. You don't want people to ridicule them for being a victim. But, to go off of that subject matter, though, for a moment, so for Riona, if we can talk about her fighting style, so, like I mentioned, for one thing, she is a sword user. She got her katana. And she mainly does just use that sword for a large amount of her fighting style. She goes slicey, she cutty things, but also with her being able to utilize elemental magic, she actually is able to surge magic through her sword to be able to enchant like some of its abilities. Like, for instance, if she uses ice, she can actually coat the blade in ice to make it much thicker in order to deal much more damage when cutting through people. Electricity allows her to make the blade sharper, so it cuts through things, and so it ends up cutting through things much more cleanly. And on top of that, it also, because she's already enhancing herself with electricity to speed up her body, she can swing at like extremely fast speeds. And then for wind, it makes the blade lighter. So it allows her to easily move the blade a bit more. Because, you know, fun fact, swords are not light.
Oh yeah, they are not.
Nope. But like with wind, she can actually surge it through the blade in order to actually make it feel lighter. And of course, being able to use elemental magic, she's able to enhance her own skills very similarly to how Kamiko can. So, with electricity, she gets super speed. With wind, she becomes super light. With ice, she's not only is she able to resist cold, but she also can, in the rare cases where you do end up disarming her weapon, she's not completely defenseless or out of blades. Like, she could turn her fingernails into ice claws. She could turn her ponytail into a blade made entirely of ice.
Dang.
Like, Riona is a case of, oh no, you got rid of one of my options. Anyway, here's 7 more. In fact, this is actually another thing that I also ended up ripping from Kenshin. There's also times where Riona will actually dual wield her katana alongside her sheath in order to, again, basically just a dual wield stuff, because that's something Kenshin was also able to do. Like, I believe it was called double battle jutsu, where he would fight with both his sword and the sheath. So one cuts you up, one gives you the bludgeonings. Now, I forgot that there was a part of this track that just randomly sped up.
There
we go. So yeah, just being able to run super fast, cut super precise, and on top of that, just having just numerous different options of being able to defend herself in combat, it definitely helped to prove Riona as to why she's one of the Dragon Army's most vicious fighters. Because you blink, and then it's like, oh no, my head has been removed from my shoulders. Now how did that happen? You know, very similar to Kamiko as well, because again, since humans aren't as adept to elemental magic, just like him, whenever she does use an element, her eye color also changes. So, electricity is yellow, wind is gray, and then ice is light blue. Also, another interesting fun fact for some of you people: did you know that? Did you know that purple eyes are in fact a real thing you can have?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's actually most common to find in people who are albino. Ah, yes, the gay samurai, lesbian Jen. It is lesbians. It's still technically gay. It's still technically gay. But we are to use the politically correct term here, and that is lesbian.
Can't escape the blue game.
It's like, oh my god, they're lesbian? Good for them.
I'm also lesbians.
Like, I can't believe it. Shadow was lesbians the whole time. Good for him.
It would explain why he has so many fangirls.
Yeah. And now the other thing I'll also mention is that, so, Riona's sword is also something very, very special. In fact, even the way that it was made was very special. Now, just from the glance of it, it's like, it just looks like, you know, it just looks like your ordinary katana. Just, you know, it has a Durgan on the side of the blade. But that blade was in fact crafted using the same dragon crystal in which the dragons got their magic from. And on top of that, the crystal was of such density that it had to be forged during a thunderstorm so lightning could strike it. And it's because of how durable that crystal was and being able to actually forge it into a blade that actually explained the reason why her sword is damn near indestructible. What a shocking blade. But Tish.
Joke.
That was in fact a joke. So yeah, try as hard as you might to try to break her blade. Not gonna work.
I'm also curious, have you ever had a question you got from Dex like yesterday or so?
Hold on, I'm gonna.
Because he kind of had.
If it's from yesterday, then no.
Okay. Oh wait, because he kind of did want to ask you a question about something.
All right. Yeah, I didn't get a question from. Not yesterday, I didn't. I think the last time the guy actually sent me a message was, okay, it was actually Saturday he sent me a question.
Ah. Okay, yeah, so it was Saturday. It wasn't yesterday. It was just Saturday.
Okay, then yeah, he did send me one. I've mostly just been busy with my streaming, so, like, there's just some of those DMs I have not been paying attention to.
Right.
It's also probably something I'm probably not going to get to for a little bit because I don't want to talk about those kind of I do not want to talk about those something like that on here. I'm already dealing with a rather heavy topic already.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm just curious to see if you actually ever gotten it.
Yeah, I got it. I just haven't responded to it yet.
Fair enough.
Are you excited for tomorrow? Yeah, you guys are doing some Strixhavens. We'll be getting to that right now. We have a lady here who's been through a lot.
Oh. Russian Badger is back.
The Russian Badger.
Is he undergoing something? It says here that he was like, oh fuck, he was undergoing something and he said he's back and well.
That's good. Like, this conversation sounds like 4 raccoons with internet access. Sounds about right. Now we just get ourselves the sheath. So yeah, with Riona, it's either you get the slice or you get the bonk.
The slice or the bonk.
Yep.
I don't know what is worse.
Well, that depends. Which one do you want to get hit by at the speed of light?
Well, since you put it that way.
You see, it's like this. Either you get your head cut off at the speed of light, or you get your skull crushed at the speed of light. Which one would you prefer?
None.
It's like, neither.
Yeah, just no. No.
It's like, I would like to live, thank you.
I want to keep my head.
Riona hears about Eliza. It's super bonking time. I will also say too, the armor getup that she also does wear here. So this is actually initially the design for the armor, at least in context to the Rise to Superior. It was actually made by Amara. Because Riona wanted to try to like have some kind of armor that not only protected her well, but also at the same time incorporated what is it reminds me of gladiators. So she also wanted to have an armor design that would also, well, emphasize a bit of what is known as the Koichi style of Kunoichi style of combat, which is using your body as a distraction to the enemy. And yeah, since she views a lot of men as just, you know, sex pests. Hey, what better way to expose those people and their indecencies than to watch them lose it when it's like, oh, pretty lady. And then they get the bonk or the slice. Up, and here comes an ad break.
Well.
Yep, so you guys have fun with that little ad break there. It's weird though, because I heard that they recently did increase the prices for subscribing on Twitch, but I'm looking at some of the other people who I'm watching and looking at the subscription prices. It doesn't look like they changed for me. At least tier 1. I don't know if maybe that's just a thing for some of the other like higher tier stuff that they're referring to.
Could be.
You know what? Here, I'm gonna see. Yeah, I mean, they don't look like they really changed me. 2 minutes of ads, but I support my fellow streamers. That's a nice way to always see it. Alright, we're about 10 seconds left. And And ad break is over. Welcome back, everybody. I bring you back to Rio. But, yeah, back to // indeed. So, as I mentioned earlier into the stream as well, so Riona was in fact the first character that I ever converted into a D&D character for funny enough, for Jordan's first campaign he was doing, which was called The Abode. And, we had, like, some differences going on with her here and there, just, you know, for the sake of... just for the sake of having her... Hold on, throat's getting packed up, Jesus Christ.
You maybe get something to drink?
Way ahead of you on that.
Alright.
But, alright, there we go. So... one of the differences that we ended up having for her character during that is that she didn't have any memory of what happened, anything that happened during the Rise to Superior. So she was kind of just a blank slate at the beginning. However, we did end up making it into somewhat of a plot point where basically throughout the Abode, Riona's memories of the Rise to Superior were starting to come back. In fact, it would end up actually really coming to fruition when she'd finally start to remember Kamiko. Which, is to really help showcase that, yeah, she didn't actually belong to the world of the Abode. Like, she actually came from a far-off place. So, man, I can't believe, Jordan's first D&D campaign, he had a planeswalker. She also had a very interesting, I swear to God, like, I don't ever keep planning for this to happen, but I swear, my characters always just keep having this really funny dynamic with, Letters characters, but, there was actually a bit that was running on between, Riona and, Letters character Rags, where, because he was a necromancer, he liked to have skulls around in order to use them for, like, say... In order to use them for, like, his, ritual shenanigans and whatnot. Riona would always have a habit of constantly cutting those skulls in half, and you just hear Leonard just be like, God damn it!
Yes.
Stop cutting up the skulls! I swear, I don't plan for it, but it's like, for some reason, every time, me and Letter's characters just always have this dynamic. Because, like, in Curse of Strahd, like, I have a character who, my character Kedrai, like, he serves Illicin the Earth Fairy. Meanwhile, his character, the boys, they despise the Fae. Ravnica, we have Bear and Gamataki's rivalry. Like, it just keeps happening. It's like, I swear to God, I don't hate Letter. It just keeps happening. Jordan!
Hey.
Oh.
You know, it's funny you just came in here. I was actually just doing D&D talk.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, you know, the thing that got us thinking about, what to do with our characters in the future.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Jordan, I just came to this realization, because it's like, I swear, I swear, it's unintentional, but it happens every damn time.
What do you mean by that?
Me and Letter somehow always have, like, such an interesting dynamic with our characters. Because in the Abode, his character Rags was constantly wanting skulls for, like, his necromancy bullshit. Meanwhile, Riona would just keep cutting up those skulls every time. He's just like, God damn it, stop doing that!
That's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then in, then in Curse of Strahd, Kedra works for a fairy. Meanwhile, the boys hate the Fae.
Mm-hmm. Though they're getting better about it.
Yeah. But then in Ravnica, we have Gamataki and Bear's rivalry with each other. It just keeps happening.
Right. I actually forgot about the rivalry bit because I left the campaign not too long ago.
It's like, I promise, guys, I don't hate Letter. He's a great guy. It just keeps happening.
Yeah, it's just one of those things when you're like, in a D&D group, specifically a tightly knit one, where dynamics just pop up pretty naturally.
Yeah, it's like, man, almost makes me wonder what's going to happen with Strixhaven. It's like, all right, what will Realm and Letter's dynamic be this time?
Yeah. or mine, since I'm actually playing a character now.
Yeah.
Thistle by far being my favorite.
Yeah, which, tune in for tomorrow on the Spiffy Needle Geeks for that to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was also talking a little bit about just going over a lot of, like, Riona's background and all the horrible things that she ended up going through, as well as, like, explaining what eventually would become, her hatred towards men.
Mm.
And also just the fact that, it's rather funny because, here we see Shadow the Hedgehog coming back to his own fruition. And I think we can all agree, out of every Sonic character, Shadow is, like, the most complex character of the whole cast.
Absolutely. Blaze would be a close second, but Shadow definitely came before her, so.
Yeah, if I were to consider one of my characters most complex written, that would 100% be Riona.
Yeah.
Because aside from just the fact that just a lot of the things that she end up facing throughout her childhood and just overall her whole life, there's also just the fact that a lot of, like, her attitude and the reason that she acts the way that she does, a lot of it is because of a trauma response.
Mm.
And the other thing, too, about it, and part of the reason why it also makes it very complicated as well as even difficult to tell these kind of stories is, like I mentioned earlier, is that it can be very easy for some people to, instead of writing about a victim going through something horrible, to essentially glorifying their abuse.
Mm.
And when you get to that point, you're not really doing a proper representation, because why in the hell are you trying to glorify someone's abuse? Because that's fucked up.
Yeah. For those who aren't really attuned to people, definitely do your research before you tackle topics like this. Otherwise, you're gonna come off insensitive at best, and just small-minded at worst.
Yeah. But mostly insensitive.
Yeah.
And then no one's gonna want to look at your stuff after that.
Yeah.
It's part of the reason why. It's part of the reason why, like, you know what? We're never gonna shut up about this movie. You know what? I'm glad we're never gonna shut up about this movie. It's the reason why Puss in Boots' Last Wish, when they portrayed a panic attack, it was received so well.
Yeah, absolutely. And but all people really remember is that people were talking about how awesome that moment was, and they took that and threw it in everyone's faces as a joke. And it's like, I think it even got to the point where the teenage Kraken movie or whatever it's called does a joke about it, and it's like, come on, guys, you know that's not true.
Yeah, seriously. I haven't watched that movie, but honestly, I don't have any interest to.
I mean, I did see Cinema Wins talking about it, and, you know, it's okay. That's all I can really say about it. It's okay. It's cute. And, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, the thing, at least with me, when it comes to I actually wanted to go out and see a movie, it's either something that it's like, okay, I was going to go see this anyway because I already really like this thing, which is why I'm going to be seeing Deadpool 3 when it comes out. But also, the only instance where I will ever, like, go out of my way to see one is that it's like, if someone tells me, oh, this is really good, it's absolutely worth your time, like, all right, I'll take your word for it. It's the reason I didn't go to see Kung Fu Panda 4 when I was out in theaters, because doo-doo.
Yeah. Some experiences are less embraceable than others.
Yeah. And it's the reason I went to see Puss in Boots Last Wish, because literally everyone was talking about it. I was like, you know what? If it's that worth my time, I'll go take a look at it. And it 100% was worth my time.
Yeah. I knew it was good from hearsay, but word of mouth can actually be really helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's also like,
yeah.
But yeah, it's like it's part of the reason why I did. But like back to the point that I was making, like especially with Riona, it's like she is definitely a character that, in terms of how she's written, I take a lot of risks with this one because, you know, aside from, because again, I want to be able to portray her like as a victim, someone that you can in fact sympathize with because of what she went through, but at the same time to showcase that, you know, she still has things to work on, because something that you also have to understand as well, because we all understand traumas. Like, we understand when you are suffering through something so badly that it makes you respond to it either poorly or have misjudgments towards it. But at the same time, those are things you still got to work on. Like, those are things that, especially if you start ending up using those traumas as an excuse to hurt other people, that's something you have to work on. That's not something that you can see as okay or just try to justify it with your trauma, because it says, I've said this before, you know, things like, say, traumas or even like, say, mental issues stop becoming an excuse when you already know what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah, and in the case of Riona, obviously it is a bad it's obviously very problematic for her to just go around blaming all men for what one or a few people did to her. It's like, yes, it's understandable, but she's going about it the wrong way.
Yeah. Well, there's also just the other thing I mentioned before, where like, because I was talking a little bit about her backstory as well, because there was another thing that also fueled her about that as well, because for one thing, like, before meeting Hiyashi, just about every single guy like objectified her. But
yeah.
But there was actually a time where, very similarly to Kamiko, she did end up finding herself at an orphanage. The difference is that she was actually able to stay at this one, unlike Kamiko. But
right.
There was a man that ended up coming in wanting to adopt one of the kids who had less than noble intentions. And in order to make sure Riona didn't end up with that person, there was a kid who stepped in to have themselves be adopted instead. And the person who would do this was the kid who did this was a boy. Not that long after that kid was adopted, it would turn out that things went down with the guy who adopted the kid, and the kid didn't make it. So,
sorry, I'm a little distracted because Zenny and a couple of our friends in her server are undergoing a Persona talk, and it's like, I have a limited amount of time. I need to get back to Persona 5 at some point.
Yeah.
So I can't stay forever. What'd you say?
I said I'm glad you're liking the game.
Yeah. I can't say I'm an expert at it yet, but I'm really liking the gameplay loop now.
Yeah.
We defeated a pedo as our first boss.
Yeah.
The very first boss in the game, in fact. So it's like they hit you hard for like the first go.
Yep.
And it's like, I'm glad it's over. Because pedophiles really piss me off.
As they should.
Yeah. And I think they're a disease, personally. They seem to treat him with some sympathy. As no, come on, kill him. Make him brain dead. What are you doing?
By the way, I don't know why I get. I don't know if it's something that if you don't mind asking at least for me. Defender says, "Wait, you beat up Drake?"
I don't know who Drake is.
I think he means Drake Bell.
Oh. Well, no, he's not in the game, but if he was...
So, oh, trust us. If he was...
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. But,
Okay, so, question? What?
yeah, I guess my question is that, yeah, I guess if it's okay with you, would you be okay, would you be okay if asking Zenny if, she doesn't mind I'm part of that server?
That's up to her. I'll shoot a question, but no promises.
Okay.
She's very busy. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. That's understandable. I meant the rapper Drake.
I don't know who that is either.
Yeah. But regardless. But yeah, like just another part of because of that, because of her, because of Riona like seeing what ended up happening to that guy, she'd also just start coming to the conclusion as well that, you know, hey, if you are a guy and you happen to be good, you're not gonna live long. So because of that, another part of her mind has her think that if there's any guys that have like survived into this world, it's because they're not good people, because the world doesn't want good men.
And that's objectively wrong, which she'll come to find later on.
Yeah.
But...
yeah, trauma and character growth is interesting. Yeah, because, you know, because it's like I mentioned before. I want to adopt a similar, because I want to adopt a similar approach to some, to like exploring character flaws and themes and whatnot, as a similar way to how Avatar does so. Because in order to do so, you got to make, in order to really discover, cover these kind of subject matters, you got to make your characters flawed enough so they'd have to go through these journeys.
yeah, otherwise character development kind of falls flat.
Yeah.
Which, you know, every writer knows that, right?
They should know that.
Yeah, they should know that. I know that. You know that. But there's some projects out there that are really skinny on details like that because that's just either the kind of story they want, or, you know, they haven't really given much thought to certain things like that, or they want their characters to be perfect, which is why we get Mary Sue's and Gary Sue's.
Yeah, like they want to explore those themes, but they don't want to make their characters flawed enough to go through those experiences, because oftentimes it's because some of them are just so scared that, oh, but what if these guys don't end up liking my character? It's like, well, the point is to see them grow and be better. Like, we want to eventually like them.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you know...
yeah, it's character development. That's what makes them
but
interesting.
further to the point I'm trying to make, is it's kind of like how real people work. It's like, you're not gonna make friends with every single person overnight. You gotta know qualities about them first, and then you both gotta find common ground, and then it's like, hey, you want to hang out a little later?
So it's like, yeah, like Riona, like at first, will come off as rather unlikable. And again, it's all because, you know, it's all a trauma response. But that's also something that, like I mentioned, she eventually has to be able to grow out of. Something that she has to build up over herself, and as a result, become a stronger person, being able to grow out of what she thinks that she knows.
Oh, okay. Zenny said yes.
Okay.
Where do we?
I believe, at least when it comes to servers, I'm gonna go to mine, for example. I think if you go up to the top of a server, you can hit
Start
like
here?
an invite people button.
No, wait.
How did you get past security? His fortress is impenetrable. Doors unlocked. Son of a bitch!
Doors on the lock. Fuck.
You left the door open.
Okay. I sent her the invite.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the server will figure it out.
It.
Oh God, Mama's here.
Oh, she is. Oh. So I'm just gonna do my things and there we go. Verified. She's here. She's real.
Yes, Mama.
So,
Oh God, Jen, do not say that.
Well, what? What? Say what?
I need to check speed.
Don't say milk in front of her. You ignoramus.
Jordan, have fun with your mom.
Oh God, I'm gonna fucking die. But you know what? It's gonna be so hot. Oh yeah, for any of you going, Zenny is. Let me explain. I'm not done, Jonah. She's sex positive, so.
Very sex positive.
Yes. So yeah.
What?
She did the thing.
She did do the thing. You know what?
Okay, let's not use this.
Yeah,
There we go.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, Twilight going. Etoble.
Oh my God.
That's the sound Jordan made as soon as he said he joined the server.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, that's another way she can find ways to get my attention. There
Oh, that
goes
was
Pikmin. I
Pikmin.
think we scared him.
Oh no.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, that's weird. I had a thing selected. There we go.
What?
What? What's so confusing?
Many things.
I like that answer.
Jonah's brain hit a 404 error.
All because a sexy woman entered our server.
Yeah. Oh, and I see
Apparently-
she found Pokecord.
Oh wait, that's her?
Yeah, she found Pokecord. She caught the Gimmighoul.
Oh, okay.
You're going to make so many jokes. Uh-oh, prepare yourself, guys.
So,
Yeah, so,
What?
well, okay, so, to mention this, so we've talked about Zenny a few times, like, on these streams, and, me and Jordan can confirm, wonderful person.
Amazing.
All right.
Very, very busy.
Yeah.
Very hardworking.
Not afraid to let you know that she's horny, but you know what? It's also why we also have an NSFW channel in our server.
Yeah,
Oh.
like, it's very easy to fall into a very, I don't know, mindset when it comes to topics like sex, but it's like, guys, you have kinks. We don't talk about them, but that doesn't mean we should push them down unless they actually hurt people. Then we should push them down. But more often than not, it's just, a fact of life.
Yeah. Hello there, Malik.
Right. I see.
Yeah, but yeah. Meanwhile, with Zenny, it's like you go to her. It's like, so you want to talk about the birds and the bees?
And she's like, oh, you have no idea.
Also, also in her presence, if there's any Rex slander, you will be killed on sight.
Yes. Well, Jen, I've been creamed many, many times by her specifically.
Can't confirm.
God.
She lined me up and I knocked him down.
In fact, sometimes I enable it. And then Jordan just comes to my DMs and he's like, why do you do this to me?
I would say something about this, considering Never mind, I'm not even gonna say it.
Fenrir's like,
Forget
I've
it.
been creamed many, many times. Pause?
Yeah. it's fucking Zenny, dude.
She creamed multiple times.
No, I did.
Oh.
Hi, Kiki. You're joined on a very interesting...
It should not be this awkward. It's just how we are. Oh, hey Pikmin, welcome back.
Pikmin's
You okay?
back. Did Discord derp on you?
Simon wants the vitamin D. Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let me get Cece on my lap. There we go. Hey, Cece. Yeah, you came on a very interesting discussion.
Probably one that a little kitty you shouldn't hear.
Cece's like, I can handle it.
I don't know, Cece.
I am the god of this world.
Yeah, that's fair.
Speaking of God, though,
Oh, she shared her art.
yeah. Yep, she's allowed to do that.
Mama art.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, she's very good.
She's incredible.
Yeah, but, so I will say this. So, I did, in fact, get a chance to see if I think Zen might get along. Yeah, Zenny's very easy to get along with.
Yeah, extremely.
Yeah, but, I did...
I'm sure we'll get along just fine.
Yeah, but I did, in fact, see episode 1 of Fairy Tale: The 100-Year Quest, and, I liked it. I think they did really good with this first episode.
Cool.
Like, man, I can't believe it. We're going down the road of Vox Machina, and they're doing a dragon hunt.
Yeah.
In fact, specifically, I think, because when I was looking at like the stained glass image of like the dragons they were going after, they started forming together in some very familiar colors, and it's like, oh my god, are they going after Tiamat?
We'll be oatmeal, thick and creamy. Ads. Yeah. You kind of walked into that one, Jen.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Thick and creamy. Hold on, let me put you in an ad break.
It's like, I think Twitch censored her specifically.
Oh no.
Zenny's too powerful for Twitch.
Yeah. Hidden lore here. Zenny is a powerful shifter, and she can be a demon, yes, an evil queen, or goddess.
She especially likes to be a goddess around me, because she knows Palutena takes up my brain space.
And I like her no matter what form she takes.
Yeah. See, it always happens though, because it's like I'll be like, "Hey Zenny, so Jordan, I know a good way for you to start flustering Jordan," and then suddenly it turns into her trying to fluster me. It's like, wait a minute.
It's
Good
like
luck trying her to fluster me.
Challenge fucking accepted, dude.
Oh, absolutely accepted.
Like,
2
you don't know
words.
what you just said.
Yeah, well, I got 2 words.
Yep.
Try me.
I really hope she didn't hear that, because if she did...
Yeah, just imagine, it's like she just suddenly pops up into the chat. It's like, so you boys talking about me again? It's like, oh no.
And then I go, yes, 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 yes.
What?
It's like, yeah. So, Jordan wants more cuddles and a kiss.
I do. Oh, want to hold out. Picking crow, it's taken. Damn it!
Yeah.
We're having a discussion about Persona and her server, and we were going over Persona names, and I was like having a toss-up between Hunter or Ranger, maybe Crow, but who just joined?
Jen.
Oh, hey, Jen. Okay, I got scared
Hello.
because I thought it was Zenny, but then I remembered, wait a minute, Zenny doesn't like joining voice chats.
Yeah, well, I also didn't give her the collab tag anyway, so she wouldn't be able to join in unless I gave her that.
Right.
Anyway, hi, Jen.
Someone's...
Hi.
Hello.
So, it's like, I take you found a new friend.
I may have.
And she's amazing.
It's like, finally, a worthy opponent.
Worthy
just be
opponent,
just
eh?
be careful because Zenny doesn't lose very often. So
Listen, I write things on the side.
sexy things.
Very sexy things.
Yeah, then it's fine.
Uh,
yeah. Actually, that's a great reason for you two to get along.
Trying my best to survive this humidity and heat. Too true, Malik.
Same here.
yeah.
Same here. It's like
Mhm.
90 over here where me and Jordan are at.
Hey, me
like,
too.
Yeah,
It's 90
I
over
stepped out
here
a
as
little
well.
bit. Yeah, I stepped out a little bit to take Ozzy out, and it's just like, oh my god, I need to go back inside.
Yeah, I need to go back inside where it's much where it's much cold, where it's much cooler. Zenny joins the server. Did it just get hot again?
Imagine
I'm
if
on
she
fire.
actually just.
Huh?
Imagine she actually joins the call as soon as
she
you
can't.
say that. Dang.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
it's not just that she can't, but also just that Zenny's also just not. Yeah, from what Jordan mentioned, she's not a person who really jumps into voice calls.
Ah.
Yeah, it's mainly to protect herself because she had a boyfriend who had his entire information on Discord leaked out, and it was it made her think, you know what? Just to keep myself safe, I'm not gonna do that.
Oh.
And that's totally understandable.
Yeah. Now, granted, we wouldn't ever dare do something like that to her, but I understand
Yeah.
wanting to be cautious.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Now, if there ever does come a mind where she does change that, and on top of that, I think she did tease the idea of her becoming a VTuber. 100% I would collab with her. But again, that's up to her to decide.
So, Realm, changing the topic a bit. What voice would you give Riona?
Okay, so Riona, I actually have a couple of headcanon voices for her. In fact, if I'll go back to the debut stream for her, I know for one thing, because just like Twilight, there is a character there is a voice actress that if they could 100% guarantee it, just yes on the spot, and that is Colin Clinkenbeard. For those of you who don't know who she's played, but she's actually played a lot of characters. You mostly may know her as the current English voice of Monkey D. Luffy. But
So like a tomboyish voice,
yeah,
kinda?
but more specifically, the voice of hers I would be looking for is her voice for Urza from Fairy Tail.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because like honestly, because I hear Urza's voice and I'm like, oh, that would be so perfect for Riona. Other ones, if Colleen wasn't a guaranteed one, it would either be Erica Lindbeck, because she's also pretty good at like deep stoic voices for female characters, like Lady Nagant from My Hero Academia, for example, or Stephanie Young, again from My Hero Academia, her voice for Nana Shimura.
Hey, note to anybody trying to send me messages: don't leave a foreboding aura around a simple question, because it's gonna make me ask questions in return. It's like, okay, why? Why'd you say it like that?
Wait. Oh, I also see a Fiona Fox entered the server. Is
Yep. Phony Fox.
Wait a minute, it's not a bot, is it?
I don't know, because I don't know. I was just looking at them, and it's like they don't seem to have any mutual friends or mutual friends of mine, and the only mutual server is my own. So
Hang on.
yeah. Hello there, Lance.
Probably a bot.
Yeah, like Fenrir also mentioned some of the other things that they're in. Like, yeah, they were Luffy, they were Teen Gohan, they were Hana from Wolf Children, Momo from My Hero Academia, Akito Soma. They're also Jin and Ruby.
Oh yeah.
You know, for the
I'm
few times,
glad Ruby got saved, by the way.
yeah, for the few times Jin showed up.
You know what's funny, Realm? You say Erica Lineback. Funny enough, that's also one of my headcanon voicers for one of my own characters.
Erica Lindbeck's a great voice actress.
Yeah, particularly her Luna voice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got taken out of the voice actress conversation. Erica Lindbeck. Oh yeah, Miriam from Bloodstained.
Yeah.
Which I guess at this point is one of her least known roles, because she's in so many other things now. She was Black Cat in Spider-Man PS4.
And, also, Erica Lindbeck is in Persona 5.
Oh yeah,
she,
I don't think I reached her yet, so shh.
Right.
Will do.
I just beat the first palace.
Okay.
I'm thinking like the roses.
Alright, I gotta go feed my brat.
Alright, sounds
Well,
good.
brats. Because the cat adoption agency has selected me again. We have a little black cat that's been hanging around our house.
Oh,
Yeah,
Kiki.
yeah, his name is Shadow.
Hey.
Shadow.
Or my brother likes to call him Doki because apparently that's a dark Loki.
Yes.
Well, when I hear Doki, I think of Doki Doki Literature Club, so...
See, when I think of Dark Loki, I'm just like, okay, but Christianity already said Loki's dark.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll talk to y'all later.
See ya.
Alright, Jim.
Bye.
Although, if I can go back a little bit to when I was saying that, you know, I managed to see Fairy Tail the 100-Year Quest, so I will also say to you, Jordan, Juvia is still as much of a dork as she's always been.
Yay.
And in fact, she's just like, my darling Gray is out of the building. Why am I even here? You know, you can always take on a job yourself. That's precisely the point. I believe there is a job that we must take, which is to protect the darling Gray. The client of this job is Juvia. Juvia will take this quest. Juvia, you're such a goober.
By the way, has anyone ever heard of this block called Minoria? Or Minoria? Or...
That sounds like a disease.
Nope.
Look at it. It's Minea.
Nope.
No.
Apparently, like, I discovered a spot from another server that I am in, and you can like play a track or add it to a queue, and the bot supports stuff like Bandcamp, Spotify, and even YouTube.
Oh, it's
So
a
it's a
music
music
bot.
Yeah, it's a music bot.
Okay. It might be something to consider if we ever run into any more music bot problems with D&D. Because Jesus Christ, have we had problems with those?
Yeah, honestly, I could use a new music bot for my server because the previous ones are now dead.
The music bot that we've been using for a while now has been, well, at least in Strixhaven and Curse of Strahd, has been serving us pretty well. We won't share the name of it because we don't want the bot makers to get fucked.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
Okay.
it's like one of those things because it's such an essential tool. So in order to protect it, we got to treat it like it doesn't exist.
Okay.
Because otherwise you'll have mean old Discord be like, what's that? A music bot? Burn it forever!
Yeah, that's one of the few reasons why AM2R, another Metroid 2 remake, was DMCA taken. It was taken down in a DMCA takedown by Nintendo because while they're well within the rights to protect their IP, people have also been talking about it too much, which is how they found out.
Yep.
Which it also goes into their attitude towards fan stuff compared to how Sega does it, or more accurately, how Sonic Team handles it. Because Sonic Team basically handles fan hacks as like job searching.
Yep.
Yeah, Sega
which
actually
I think
offers
which I think more studios need to have that kind of mindset because that's way more supportive.
Hello, CC.
This is why I love Sega, because they treat their fans with respect and even offer them jobs if they actually do really good fan games.
Regardless if we deserve it or not.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, they should hire the guy that was redoing 06.
Yeah, Project 06.
Yeah, because that guy deserves like a lot of praise for that.
Yeah, they fixed the gameplay side of it like perfectly.
Well, not just that. He also added new gimmicks to it, as well as add in like cutscenes that were just cut from the game. Like, Tails doesn't always have to rely on his fake rings ability. He can now actually attack with his tails.
Yeah, he actually controls like Tails now.
Yeah, well, it's like Jordan said, they improved the gameplay side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
literally what I said, dude. You just overcomplicated it.
Well, excuse me for not
like,
knowing what it
you
meant.
could stand to be a little bit more laconic.
Yeah, it's like took 3 lives to make it right.
Yeah, it's like fewer words, greater impact.
Yeah.
That's the greatest writing lesson I've ever learned.
That being said, though, man, so the
Right.
Ian Flynn can't write Shadow Crowd are really quiet now, aren't they?
Yeah, he saved Shadow. I actually got really emotional when we saw that preview. Like, oh my god, he's back.
Yeah, and apparently it's gonna be 3
Oh.
episodes.
Yes. Why is it PS4 exclusive or PS5 exclusive? It should be widespread.
I don't think that's the specific animation they're talking about, though.
Oh,
The fact that Emerald is in there
Yep.
amazes me.
Sonic Battle Rep.
Yep.
The most OP Sonic character in the world.
To sing him
If
all,
you outfit him right, yeah.
to sing him all again makes me want to do a Let's Play of Sonic Battle just for the heck of it again, because I miss my boy Tails. I miss him a lot.
Did you know Sonic Battle actually has a reference to Etika?
What? Really?
No, you're joking. You're joking. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not joking.
What?
I'm not.
What do you mean?
So
He
there-
wasn't even born yet.
People pointed out that so some of the ways that you're able to get like a lot of like some of Emerald's like extra skills are like through cheat codes. One of them, it actually just straight up spells out Etika.
Seriously?
Oh, wait a minute. Are you saying that's where he got his name from?
Yeah.
Yeah, because Etika wasn't even a thing until, like, Xenoblade 2 came across. Like, Sonic Battle, I'm pretty sure, was released around 2004, 2005, right?
Yeah.
Hang on, let me double check that, because I'm bad with years.
Oh god, speaking of Shadow, people are bitching about the movie design despite him checks notes looking like Shadow. Of course they are.
2003,
Yeah.
I'm wrong. Okay.
When are we going to get a trailer of the Sonic 3 film?
When are we going to get it, Sega? Like, this is the exact marketing strategy, quote-unquote, that put Frontiers in hot water for a little bit until we saw the second gameplay trailer, and it's like, you idiots, it should have started like this.
No, see, Jordan, it's that part from Bear in the Big Blue House. Where is Shadow?
Exactly.
Oh
Where is Shadow? Where is Shadow? Where could Shadow be?
Damn.
There's Shadow.
Damn it. I was trying to find my way out of this weird house. The chaos controlled so hard I ended up here.
I think Shadow looks
protect the yard. Damn it.
Shadow looks a little tired, don't you agree? Ah!
Who the hell are
Okay,
you talking to?
Yeah. I'm also loving like all the people's like suddenly just going like, wait, suddenly Emerald's a part of Shadow's backstory? When was this a thing? Like, ha ha ha, someone didn't read the Gerald Robotnik notes from Sonic Battle because it was always a thing.
Yeah, because Gerald Robotnik created Emerald.
Yeah. Which also sparked another dumb conversation between fans, because we also got some people thinking, oh, it's okay that they don't that they make up new stuff for their lore, and it doesn't adhere to the past ones, because George Lucas said the same thing. It's like, okay, at the same time though, not keeping track of your lore is why we got the 2010 Sonic games.
Yeah.
And their quality of writing.
Yeah.
No thank you.
Well, it's like I feel like there's there's definitely a difference between like, you know, someone forgetting their lore and also just someone who's like, you know what, I kind of like this idea we're going with more, so I think I'm just going to go with this, and they just kind of retcon it.
Yeah, like, as long as the retcon makes sense, then it's all good. But, if you're just actively changing something with no rhyme or reason, that's a problem. And that's what the, game starting with Sonic Freeriders was like, because they had no reverence for their character history, or let alone what they've been through. Like, you, what you told me was very surprising, because Kirk Thornton, you know, Shadow's current English voice actor,
Yeah.
I think you told me that he basically had no direction given on how to portray Shadow.
Yep, he was never actually briefed on Shadow's character before being asked to do the role.
Oh god, did they do the Darth Maul thing? Did they just look at him straight in the eye and say, make him sound edgy?
Yeah, kind of.
That pisses me off.
Everyone say thank you, Ian Flynn.
Thank you, Ian Flynn! Thank you
Ian
so
Flynn.
much!
Is he
Oh
Still
god.
couldn't- Still kind of wish Shadow was more badass in one of the comics during the Zombot saga, but
No, trust me, Ian Flynn wishes that too.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but Sega's like, no, you can't do that.
I bet they're eating the words right now, because that Shadow short is like, oh my god, we're finally back.
And also,
yeah.
The director behind that animation was behind the Rise of TMNT, which is why it looks so good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So is it like,
Also,
yeah,
who voices Maria?
I don't know, but she does a good job.
Yeah.
I think Kendall told me that she's the same VA who voices Usagi from Sailor Moon.
That seems like rather appropriate casting.
We'll probably find out when the episode's released.
Yeah.
Treating your characters with respect and having actual direction for them, perish the thought.
Yeah. What do you think I do with my characters? Hi, welcome to the lore-a-thon.
And what do you think I do with my characters, like, constantly? Not just with Phantom of the Forest, but also with D&D.
I
Actually,
just wish I could give my characters more attention, but real life is keeping me away from it.
Do it when you can.
There are times, okay, there are times like I do want to do it, but then there's just times like when work gets in the way, or if the mood like is ruined just because I found something out that happened, or like something happened in real life, or something happened on the internet. It's like,
Yeah, like I said, word for word, do it when you can.
yeah, like
Okay?
you gotta make the time for it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean do it now. Do it, like, 2 hours from now.
Yeah,
Do it
but
when
they're
you
just-
can and if you can.
yeah, but they're mostly just times like I put it on hold for like so many long months.
Oh, Fenrir's got something. Apparently it's Stephanie Shea.
I
Where'd you
think-
get that?
I think that's appropriate too. Like that.
Stephanie Shea.
I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that is the voice of Hinata Hyuga from Naruto.
I wouldn't know.
Hold on, let me look her up. Stephanie Shea. Yep, you are correct. She voiced Hinata Hyuga in Naruto.
Hey, I was right.
And I also was correct. She is Usagi Tsukino in Sailor Moon.
Yeah. And
Oh.
Jordan, you would specifically know her as May from Lego Monkey Kid.
Oh, shit!
So she's Mikuru in The Melancholy of Haruhi
Oh,
Suzumiya.
yeah. That one I know, because that's just straight up her Hinata voice.
Huh. Okay, so Dad, just left me a foreboding message about my schedule and left it at that. It's like, okay, why'd you phrase it like that? It's like, I need your work schedule sent to me. It's like, okay.
Okay, well, why,
I mean,
why, Fomber? What did I do?
Yeah, it's like, why'd you phrase it like that? I asked him that. I probably shouldn't have, but I was like, why'd you phrase it like that? It's like, if you just wanted to know my schedule, cool. I'd be glad to tell you. But also, did you forget I'm on vacation?
So
Like,
could you not do it so
this is-
foreboding next time?
Yeah, it's like, this is my leave me alone week. Why are you bombarding shit my way? Like, leave me alone. I love you, but leave me alone.
you know, it means so much more that this is his leave me alone week, and yet he wants to spend it with me.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I want to be left alone on my own terms, and I want to hang out with people on my own terms. I'd say that's more accurate.
Yeah. Actually, Jordan, since you're here, there is something that I do want to show you.
What?
So, I managed to find a tweet from an interview involving like the guys from The Boys, and man, their take on Batman.
Okay, here we go.
Say what?
I'll just go to the actual interview part. Let's start with the Tech Knight sex dungeon part. Oh god, here we go. This should be good. Where did the idea come for it? And why bring Huey into the situation now? Kicking him when he's down by having him... I'm not gonna read that. By his childhood hero after his dad just died. Well, that's a dark way to look at it. We view it as hilarious. Personally, Tech Knight is our version of Batman, and we wanted to really play around with that trope. Batman's fascist underpinnings as a really wealthy dude who hunts poor people and then profits off the incarcerated... What?! That's not Batman! That is so far and away from Batman! Okay, I'm skimming the rest of it because I'm not gonna read it. Like, you fundamentally do not understand Batman when you say that he's a fascist. Like, he uses his money and equipment and resources to punish, you know, criminals, not to go after the poor. And in fact, even as Bruce Wayne, he uses his wealth for charity organizations, you know. I mean, that part depends on the writer, but sometimes he gets really into the philanthropist side of things. Specifically in Batman the Animated Series, he had a very tense phone call with someone who wants to deforest a rainforest, and he's like, shut it down now or you're gone, and hangs up.
In fact, someone quote retweeted that by saying, Batman's fascist underpinnings of being rich while hunting down poor people. The poor people. And it's an image of the Joker, Two-Face, and the Penguin. It's like, ah, yes, the poor people in question. Yeah, this is your reminder that The Boys was made out of 100% spite. And yeah, like, there's also just other people responding to that, just clowning on the absolute, like, lack of media literacy. Where's the research? Where's the logic? The boys are more so focused on, oh, hey, we hate superheroes. Also think that plate straight male essay is hilarious. Hooray. Yeah, you know what? Very appropriate use of the Amara Grump. Yeah, sometimes making things out of spice works. Look at the origins of the modern dishwasher, after all. Other times, The Boys. Yeah, because, yeah, there are some times where things made out of spite can be done very well. I mean, after all, one of my ideas, in fact, literally the only reason, like, I've even stated before, the only reason I would have ever consider Twilight being voiced by Lizzie Freeman is also a choice made out of spite. Yeah. Oh, there goes Jordan. Yeah, but then there's times where it's like, oh, it's like, we're gonna make this thing out of spite, and then, then you get The Boys.
The Boys.
The Boys.
The Boys.
Oh, welcome back, Jordan.
Okay, apparently Daddy Discord didn't like me.
Oh. No. Is Daddy Discord secretly a fan of The Boys? Listen, as long as we can all agree that Riona would solo Homelander. And here comes an ad break. The Boys show. It's better than the comics. Looks at season 4, but that's not saying much. Oh, hold on. There we go. I had to select. No, I had a different layer selected. Yeah, it looks like.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like Discord's giving Jordan problems.
The fuck was that?
I guess Discord was secretly a fan of The Boys and didn't like the trash talk.
No, I was trying to defend Batman, Discord! Anyway, my internet and my Discord were fucking up for some reason. So I'll just try and put everything I was trying to say in a nutshell. Batman is, by definition nowadays, because of the comic code, someone who does not kill and would rather safeguard lives because, hey, guess what? His father was a doctor. Thomas Wayne was a doctor before he died, which means he has taken the Hippocratic Oath at some point, which means Batman has taken the Hippocratic Oath in honor of his dad.
Yep.
And yeah, that's I think that's all I gotta say about that.
Can we all agree, though, that Rihanna could 100% solo Homelander?
I think anyone can solo Homelander. Jonah could solo Homelander. And Pigman can solo Homelander. You and I can solo Homelander.
You know what?
Well, with a quick 5-knuckle blaze fist, he's toast.
No.
Yeah.
I know how to do it in a way that's disrespectful as hell. Hey, Homelander. What? I just start drinking milk in front of him.
What, does he hate it?
No. He let's just say he likes it a little too much.
Oh, I see.
In fact, even Mortal Kombat 1 references it.
Yeah.
Like, who told him that? Was it Cage?
No, literally his victory animation is him drinking from a glass of milk.
Oh.
In a baby bottle.
Yep. I've been seeing a lot of Homeland versus any existing superhero or not once I saw him against Kirby, and I bet Kirby soloed him.
Yeah, it's like, let me guess, Kirby won. Not even drinking, just straight up pours it on the... What are you talking about? Yes, he drinks it. Oh, do you mean he laps it up so much that it dribbles all over his face and then on the ground?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? Just say that.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, he drank milk. Okay, so that's twice in a row that people are making 3 less to make it right.
Milk.
Yep.
Milk.
Malk.
Milk.
But yeah, Rihanna would beat him up.
Yeah.
In fact, Heaton actually has fan art of her actually beating up Homelander, going, "Parry this, you filthy casual."
And he couldn't.
Oh, he said, "I meant doing that to piss him off." Like, you just pour the milk on the ground, it's like, no.
Okay, well, that wasn't clear. The Boys show is better than the comic books of season 4, but that's not saying much.
Yep.
Okay, like, I wasn't sure what people were getting on about by saying season 4 was bad, but after reading that Tech Knight thingy, it's like, no, stop it. Like, that's not compelling, you're just doing it for shock value.
And the fact that they think it's funny.
It's really not, like...
See, you know what? It's rather appropriate considering what I actually just talked about before, because it's like, it's one thing to, like, cover things such as, like, you know, abuse and whatnot. It's another thing to, like, at that point, it's fetishizing it.
And that's really bad. Don't do that.
Yeah. Absolutely gross. Fatherless behavior.
Mm.
It pops from regular show solos Homelander. Just about everyone from regular show could. Have you seen what those guys go through?
Oh, yeah.
It's like every episode of regular show somehow ends with them having to stop the apocalypse.
Oh, which reminds me, the Powerpuff Girls could solo Homelander.
Yep.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
to mention
they
they're 3 to
definitely
1.
will.
Yeah. They also have a tendency of just randomly having powers that they show once and then never again.
Yeah, which means they could pretty much handle anything.
Yep. Look, I've seen black comedy. That's not how you do black comedy. I've also seen black comedy before, and yeah, I must agree.
Yep. Like, that's not how you do a Psychonauts.
Yeah, it's not. You know how you do with Psychonauts.
See you in hell. Seuss bodies Homelander. Oh, Seuss?
Yeah.
From Gravity Falls?
Yes.
Skooma could solo Homelander. No, not even a person. Just a drug from Scrim.
No.
Yeah, apparently there's something they, I guess, smoke called skooma.
No, Jordan.
No, it's something you drink. Okay,
No,
what?
we gotta aim higher. Get the cheese wheels.
Yeah. It's like, what do you got? A block of cheese? Yeah. And it's gonna block your face
It's like-
until it's concave.
It's like, do you have? It's like, what is that? A cheese wheel? No, 1,000,000 cheese wheels.
He looks up and goes, "Oh, fucking," and then gets smushed.
It's like, I mean, hey, it's dairy.
Someone should make a series called the Many Deaths of Homelander.
If the death battle between him and Omni-Man is not on there, I will riot.
Just
Yeah, that's got to be on there.
Yeah, please.
Remember what I promised you. Now swallow. Merry Christmas.
Homelander, the rare instance where being the internet's punching bag is seen as a good thing.
Yeah, not even the showrunners of the boys show likes him.
It's like, oh my god, why do you guys not like him so much? You know he's supposed to be a villain, right? Yeah, doesn't mean we have to like him.
Yeah, it's like you can have a villain who's despicable. Like, look at the High Evolutionary from Guardians 3.
Yeah,
He was made specifically to be hated.
yeah. Sometimes you can just have characters like that. In fact, I think Fridays, actually, we're going to be working on a character who was exactly that. Hi, Shadow Kamiko.
There are some villains that are adored by fans, and then there's just some villains that are just hated just because of what they are.
Yeah, the things that
Yeah,
they
by
do.
design.
Yeah, that's sometimes the point. In fact, that's also the point behind characters like Jack Horner. You're not supposed to like him. He's an irredeemable monster.
oh, what took you so long, idiot?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he himself laid out that he's not a good guy. It's like, tell me about your childhood, Jack. And it's like, oh, not much, just a loving family, 2 good parents, a wealthy home to live in. Useless crap like that. And he just willingly threw it all away for power.
Yep. Because that's also something that I do want to actually do kind of talk about a little as well. Because, like, so many people, because, like, a big problem that I do think some people tend to stumble across, and I do think it is a rather dangerous mindset to have, especially when it comes to writing, like, say, villain characters. Too many times are people just kind of quick to be like, oh, but what if we could redeem this character? But it's also like, there's just times where I don't think you should redeem a character, because depending on just some of the things that they do, it's that, well, it comes through a number of factors. It can be just the amount of things that they've ended up doing, which could just be absolutely unforgivable. There's also just the instance where they don't want to be redeemed, but there's also just, again, the dangerous aspect that it makes people think that literally any person out there can, like, every person out there, it's the whole aspect of, like, oh, there's a little good in everybody and whatnot, but it also just undermines the fact that there are just people who exist out there who are just awful because they're awful.
Yeah, not everyone can be redeemed, and yeah, that's a great thing to want, you know, believing in the best of people, but some people don't deserve your best. In fact, Assassin's Creed 2 puts it best, and it's a line that stuck to me with this day. Sometimes people have to die in order for things to change.
Yeah, like,
You know?
yeah, like, imagine they try to give a redemption arc to someone like fucking Firelord Ozai.
No, not in a million years.
No, absolutely not. Like, that guy did not want to be redeemed in the slightest. He did not care for it.
Yeah, Odin in God of War Ragnarok didn't deserve redemption.
Nope.
In fact, he kind of threw that chance away.
Yeah. Like, Atreus gave him the chance, he said no, and it's like, I have to know what happens next? Why'd you have to say that?
Yeah, it's like, Atreus was super disappointed in that line delivery. It's like, why'd you have to say that?
Yep.
What the fuck?
I don't know what's going on. I know I heard something in my ear, but I don't know.
Okay, I hope you're not getting robbed.
Nah, I was robbed. The alarm would have been set off.
He's like, robbed, you say?
We can fix that. And I don't think a simple gun is gonna do it. We need a higher caliber.
I catch fireball.
Leave it to Jordan to use Fireball on burglars.
I cast fireball.
I mean, then again, Sophis used Thunder Spell on bandits.
True. If he can do that, I can use fireball.
Yes. And then he used it on a child.
No. You know what? Sophist is one such villain who doesn't deserve redemption.
No, like, even like, he was like, I'm not taking... It's like, no, I'm not going to accept the consequences of my actions.
Which is why I will probably never invite the Party Crashers to play D&D.
Yeah.
It just will not work. And it's just like, they want to start shit that destroys an entire kingdom, and I'm just gonna look them straight in the eye and say, no, you don't do that.
So you just have Sophist in a game, and you're just like, I am the goddess of serenity and peace. I cast Thunder Spell!
And, no.
He's like, well, good job. You just made enemies with the goddess of peace and serenity. How ironic.
It's like, how do you do that? It's like making Jesus Christ hate you because you didn't mow his lawn.
No, no. Basically, you know how it happens? It's because they're going by civilization logic, where they gave Gandhi salt, and they made his aggression roll over into the negatives.
It's just, would it kill you to be sincere for once?
Does it work? It's like, can I cast Thunder Spell to be sincere?
Leave.
I've seen people do that too many times. Yep.
Oh, Wallace and Gromit can solo Homelander, exactly.
Oh, absolutely. Also, hello, Ibuki's theme.
Oh.
Let's hope you come back to Street Fighter 6.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay. Alright, the expressions are coming along pretty decently. And yeah, now we got ourselves a Riona blushies.
Just get this over with. Just do it.
Yeah.
Madman is rich.
Come on, do it.
Seemingly Card does have a point. That man is rich.
He is.
Critic, get in the corner.
Alright, who's being a shit now?
One.
I meant what did I miss?
Okay, so, I will say, so Jordan, so I'm working on, Riona doing blushies. And, I screen capped this and I sent it to Zenny and said this was your face when she joined the server.
Oh.
Oh boy. Yeah. I honestly didn't think it would work.
I didn't expect it to get this far.
You know what? That's also me sometimes.
Yeah.
That's me all the time.
Because I made a joke one time on Crafty Stream around peyote where I'm just like, you know, it's like, listen, I'm not that difficult to fluster. Sometimes I'll ask people to do it, but then once they do it, I'm like, oh, I didn't think I'd get that far.
Oh boy.
And then when I try to get other people flustered, for some reason, it then becomes an Uno reverse on me. It's like, well, wait a minute, I want them to get attention. They need it, not me. This is also the face Riona makes whenever she sees Dora.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, oh, wife. Like, my wife. Let's do it on the lesser overlay and see what this does. Okay, that's a bit better. Now, there is something that I've honestly been struggling with a lot when it does come to Riona. And that's trying to find a good name for her sword.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a number of things that because there are a couple of things that I ended up, like, having, with the naming convention for her sword, because I wanted to at least have something to do with lightning. So the Japanese word "rai" I feel like has to be like somewhere in there.
All right.
But
yeah,
it's also like this. I also want to adopt like a weapons naming convention along the lines of like, so, you know, of course everyone fears a weapon of the name of something like Asgard, the sword of the cosmos. But no one, absolutely no one, is going to fuck with a weapon simply named Torg. It's the idea that the shorter a weapon's name is, the more terrifying it is.
right. I'm actually looking up names right now.
Also for Dora's knowledge is if she ever wants to know what Riona's favorite dessert is, she likes dangos.
Okay.
It's like, so Dora, so Riona, I got you these. I hope they're to your liking. Is this a proposal? So Riona is very rarely ever a dork. But when she is, she's heckin' adorable. Just like Urza.
Yeah. I keep hemming and hawing over Raiko.
Raiko?
Yeah. Lightning in Japanese. It's short, it's simple.
Yeah.
And it has Rai in it.
Yeah. So like what, like is that also like spelled similar to like what, the Pokemon Raiko?
Similarly, but it lacks the U.
Okay. You know what then, yeah. Her sword's gonna be simply known as Raiko.
Yeah, it's I'll give you the spelling in IMs. Because again, fewer words, greater impact. So
Indeed. Because yeah, like everyone knows the might of like everyone would know the might of say again like Astaroth, the sword of the cosmos, but no one's gonna fuck with a weapon of this is my weapon, Torg. Fuck.
yeah.
This is my weapon, Twig.
This is my weapon. His name is Steve. Say hi, Steve. It's the sword familiar from Symphony of the Night.
Yeah.
Which I just learned has a face on it, and I don't know how to feel about that.
It has a face, so it means it can scream.
I don't know, it seems like a pretty chipper face.
Like, so what does it do with its face?
Yeah, it was really loud. Wait.
No, it shouts, slice!
Good.
Or, gather to me, brother soul swords!
Yeah, because, also, before you showed up, Jordan, so I was actually telling people the origins of Riona's blade and how it was forged, so, it had to be forged with lightning.
Hmm.
Yeah, because, it's actually made of, these same dragon crystals that, the dragons get their magic from. And because it's so durable and dense, they had to use a lightning bolt in order to melt the crystal into a blade.
Huh.
Which is why Riona's sword is damn near indestructible.
Oh, so it's kind of similar to Mjolnir then.
Yep.
Although, I imagine people didn't have to die to make it.
No.
Because they put that shit in the Dying Star.
Yep. It's like, yeah, it's like, damn, Brocken's injury.
You know, I'm not sure Brock and Sindri were even in the MCU anywhere.
They weren't.
Yeah, because the MCU version of Thor and Asgard is, like, highly inaccurate.
Yeah, very inaccurate. I mean, they have
For
places...
example, Thor himself.
Yeah, Thor
He's
himself.
supposed to be a redhead.
Yeah. Also, there's also the fact that, I'm sorry, the fuck is Nornheim?
That is definitely not one of the 9 realms.
Nope.
Also, if we want to be nitpicky, Niflheim, I don't believe, is a strict home of the dwarves. In fact, dwarves were not really, you know, like we know them today, thanks to Tolkien and his works.
Yeah.
They were even, I think in some iterations, they were even classified as just another type of elf. Specifically dark elves, but, you know, it depends on the story.
Yeah. Well, actually, something I can actually explain too, because in Norse mythology, there actually was one of the 9 realms, and one of them was home of the dwarves, and that's Svartalfheim.
Right, Svartalfheim.
Yeah. Or sometimes.
How did I get mixed up with Niflheim?
Yeah, but also and also one that the MCU super fucked up on, because you know what Svartalfheim is also sometimes referred to as? Neva Delir.
Nina Delir, yeah.
And the NCU made that its own separate thing. Also, I think I got called on for Nindins.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, but before I do, I think Roxas got the actual thing I was trying to reference. This is my blade. I have named it Life Ender. I have ended many lives with my Life Ender. What is the name of your blade? Nail.
Nail.
It's like, I too am a fan of Hollow Knight.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Anywho, so I'm going to be setting this to BRB. I'm going to be taking the Din Din breaks, but while I'm away, feel free to think about whatever things you'd like to ask about Riona, then feel free to ask them to me when we get back, because I'm going to be streaming for quite a while.
Woo.
So you guys have fun. I return.
We'll go back.
With Cece, no less.
Yep, she followed me.
Eeh.
And we're back to Riona
Welcome
doing
back.
gushies. Riona going, my wife. Hello, Cece. Hello. So, did I miss anything?
Not really, no.
Damn. It's like, oh, you know some Super Mario Maker levels? Ooh, do you have any that resemble those like Kaiser traps? No. Damn. Damn. Yeah, you people in the audience, I hope you guys had a decent break. I now have a cat on my lap.
At least on my end, while we were waiting, I was going through that Metroid guy's short, snappy reviews of the various suits that Samus has worn over the years.
Yep.
And he made several mentions for both the Power Suit and Varia Suit about Samus's, lower half.
Mm-hmm.
And the top comment in the second part of Dread's Varia Suit is TMG down for that very ass. I'm right there with him, honestly.
Say, oh, hold up, Jordan. I've come to deliver a message for you from someone.
Hmm?
She says, "Be still."
What the?
That was definitely a noise.
What was? What is that?
That was Jordan.
Yeah, that's me.
Yep, he got flustered because Samus.
Oh.
She turned me into a chinchilla.
Oh, wait a minute. Chinchillas get easily stressed out.
Yeah. Like me.
Oh, also, P.S. Is that all?
Do you want more?
Jesus.
Actually, imagine if I got someone who voiced Samus to be Riona.
Oh, good lord.
Who voices Samus?
Many people.
Yeah, I know Jennifer Hale did at one point.
Well, that's the theory. Some people are now saying that Vanessa Marshall did the voices for her. So, I think, considering both voice actresses don't remember doing it either, maybe they both did it and just didn't realize it.
This is weird, because, like, did the actor just choose not to be credited?
It's possible. But I guess it's also because Samus wasn't given a proper voice actress that they just felt, let's get multiple people to throw it in, because we're making one character here, which is weird. Anyway, so... Yeah, Jennifer Hale and Vanessa Marshall both voiced her in the Prime series. Alicia Glidewell voiced her in Smash Bros. Brawl and Onward for Zero Suit Samus. Jessica Aaron Martin voiced her in Other M. And in Metroid Dread, which is the recent game, Nikki Garcia. Probably my favorite of all the ones mentioned. She's a Spanish actress though, which is interesting.
Hey.
Which is, I guess we can say that Samus is definitely Latina now. Anyway.
Shadow, did you see Latinas?
I said there'd be Latinas here.
I just love Latina Sonic.
By the way, something I will also say to you guys, so if any of you are those funny power scaling type of people here, I just wanna bring clarification to this. Regardless whatever speed feats Kamiko achieves, just know Riona will always be able to be faster.
She am Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yep. Hello there,
Or
Art.
Blade. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you know she got blue hair like Sonic, so. But
Also,
also,
Riona in a Sonic costume.
yeah. But also, it's also just like Riona being Speedy Sword Lady, like that's like her thing. I can't take that from her.
Right.
Hey, it's like she's got to own at least something. And it's like
Yeah,
because like despite Kamiko being the superior, it's like listen, he can have a lot of things. Riona's title of the fastest character in the series, no, he can't have that. Riona's keeping that.
Yeah, a very easy trap to fall into is to have your character basically be able to do everything, and that could be at the detriment to other characters. Because that was a problem that plagued Sonic characters for the longest time. Because Sonic would end up having those abilities himself anyway.
Yep.
And that's lame. Like Knuckles should be the strongest, and Shadow should have the chaos powers naturally.
Yeah.
And, Blaze obviously should have the fire powers.
Yeah. By the way, Sega, Sonic Team, you guys remember Blaze, right?
I remember Blaze. She's my favorite Sonic character of all time.
Yeah.
Bring her back. I want to play as her again.
Yeah.
Peppertron remembers.
Yeah, Pepper Farm remembers, but mostly I remember.
I remember too.
I'll always remember that pyromancing kitty.
Yeah, pyrokinesis is what you're thinking of.
It's funny enough, there actually is a pyromancer outfit for Blaze in Sonic Forces Speed Battle.
Oh, what's that like? Hang on.
It's a mobile-only game.
Yeah, well, I think he's also
'cause
asking the costumes.
I'm asking what the costume looks like.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Hang on. Let me get a picture.
Thanks,
I know where it
was
is.
never gonna find out on my own. Yeah, I was never gonna find out.
I'll
on my own.
post it. I'll post it in the no mic chat.
Okie doke.
Here she is.
Oh my god, she looks cool.
Yeah, I could say that Sonic Forces Speed Battle really knows how to put in really good costumes for most of the characters.
She could
Like-
play the Himalayas for hours and she would be perfectly fine. Hi, TP.
Hey, TP.
Like, check this out. Here's Valiant Tails. Look at this one. Idle Shadow.
Okay, that's a bit reaching. But no, like for Blaze and Tails, so Blaze is a sorcerer character in D&D, and Tails is paladin or fighter character in D&D. Oh, Amy. Amy is totally a sorcerer or a bard or a combination of the two.
She's a fortune teller in this outfit.
No, I'm just looking at them and postulating what their D&D classes would be with those outfits alone.
Yeah.
Well,
No. Looking at Shadow, he's the bard.
Well, there actually is a costume of Amy as a paladin.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah, hold on. Let me search it up again. It's,
Paladin for love.
Shieldman, Fernando, Paladins.
Oh, Dark Crystal. Right?
Yep.
Paladin! That's
Alright.
the only line I remember.
Here it
remember
is.
him saying. Ooh, nice. Paladin with a hammer.
Oh
That's-
god. Could you imagine the divine smite off of that thing?
Oh my god, hang on. Let me look up the stats for hammers. Specifically war hammers. Not the 40k.
Oh! Oh, hey Lilith. Oh, hey Lilith Thelma. Welcome. Thank you with the party of 2. So, hey, hello everyone. So, if you have not known me, so my name is Realm Wars. I'm a PNG tuber who predominantly does artwork. We're on day 7 of the lore-a-thon. It is a month-long event that I'm going to be holding where I talk specifically about the characters that I create for an original story I'm making called The Rise to Superior. Today we're working on a character known as Riona. She is a sword fighter who utilizes dragon elemental magic. Who, by the way, for those of you who are craving for some LGBTQ plus representation, she is in fact lesbian. So there's a little something for you guys in there. If you end up liking what we're doing, in fact, you can actually see the schedule on the left side of the screen. That's what we're going to be doing throughout the entirety of the month. If any of that interests you and you want to keep up with stuff, feel free to give me a follow, and you can tune in every single time that I go live. Whether with some artwork or sometimes I'll do things to mix it up a little bit, maybe play some games here and there. I also do have VODs uploaded of the previous days uploaded onto my YouTube, so if there's any catch-up that you want to do, just look up Realm Wars II on YouTube, and you can find at least 6 VODs on that channel dedicated to the lore-a-thon, and get yourselves all caught up. They are lengthy streams, so they're definitely content that you're going to be watching for the long run. But again, if it's stuff that you want to get yourself caught up with, content's right there. You're free to watch whenever you want to. So, Lilith, how was your stream? What were you up to? Did you guys have fun?
Also, while we wait for an answer, Warhammers are 1d8 bludgeoning normally, but they have the versatile property, meaning you can make it 1d10 if you
Also,
hold it with both hands.
Yeah.
Also, Shadow's a dragon hunter,
Ooh.
or as you would call it, dragon hunter Lancel. And all I can say this for
Paladin
Infinite, this looks awesome on him. He's a warlock.
Yeah. Yeah, Warlock seems to fit him pretty well. But if he were like the BBEG Lich, big bad evil guy,
Yep.
if you know what the acronym is.
And considering that you like Blaze, Jordan, here's a render of Burning Blaze.
Burning Blaze, yeah.
Blaze.
Also,
Hello?
make the other characters have their own super battles going forward. Like, I want to throw down his Super Knuckles.
Okay, puts Knuckles in a red bubble.
Also,
Not what I mean!
Also, did you know that Sonic dressed up as Pomni?
What?
Oh yeah, it's true. Check this out.
That is nothing similar to Pomni.
Oh, I get it. You see gesture and you immediately say Pomni. How racist.
How racist! Like, just say Jester, dude.
That's just like I know, but still,
Yeah.
it just made me think of Pomni just because of how it looks.
Just so you know, those kind of jokes piss me off. Say what you mean. You didn't come here to tell me that.
I was playing Gardic Phone with others. It was interesting. Oh, that's neat.
Huh.
Huh.
Gardic Phone, yeah. I played 1 or 2 games of that.
I kind of played a little bit of that.
What do you mean, kinda? Did you or didn't you?
I did. I did,
good.
but then there are just times I'm not.
Sorry, because with the way you phrased it, it's like I imagined immediately that, okay, you got a little bit into it, and that's like you immediately left because the pizza was here or something.
No,
you
it was
booted out the
probably
game
because
because
of
of the
real
DI.
life shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have played it before, just not as much.
Okay.
I should never put it just as Pomni. Thanks, Joe.
There is only one. Actually, you know what? Considering who I know that would piss off if I were to do that, you know what? I shall also do so out of spite.
I'm gonna be the boring guy and call them jesters because that's what they are.
Yeah, you can do that.
Well, yeah.
Or Harlequin if I want to be fancy.
Yep.
Did
Yep.
someone mention
Yep,
me?
it actually-
Puddin'?
It's
Sorry, Harley. I didn't mean to call you over.
But yeah, in all seriousness, this is Sonic as a jester.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that.
You know, I will say though, there's one missed opportunity with this if they wanted to do Sonic as a jester. They should have had him dressed as knights.
Oh my god.
Yes, exactly.
Or Riala. No, Riala would fit more for Shadow.
Yeah.
Knights
Yeah.
would fit for Sonic.
Yeah, it's almost like those two are rival characters, so that fits them perfectly. Wait, that sounded a little facetious. Those two are rival characters, so it fits them perfectly.
Yeah.
God, I hate what Twitter's doing to our brains.
And this is
What's
why
a
I will
mod?
never
Negative
take.
fucking assholes.
This is why I will never go on Twitter. It is cesspool of drama, and I want to stay away from it as possible.
Good on ya. I'm only staying on it for the friends.
Yep. And
That's fair enough.
and I'm on it because I want people to see my content.
I initially wanted people to see my content too, but not only am I still working on it, yeah.
That's it. That's the end of the thought.
Well, I had other things to say, but then I just sort of trailed off.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yep. You know, end of tweet, as they say.
Sure.
Twitter equals brain drain. It's true.
It's also a morality drain.
Drain.
It's also a morality drain.
Yep.
Because you can find some serious fucking scumbags on there.
Yep.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
by the way, you probably know this, but next to Riona's eyelash, the left one.
Yep.
I believe there's a miscolored part of her bandaging, or hair ties.
Oh, hold on. Oh, yep. I noticed that. I noticed it. Good eye.
Yeah. One from one artist to another.
Yep. See, this is why I like having people chat with me on my streams. It also helps to keep conversation going when suddenly my brain just decides it wants to do dial-up noises.
I mean,
Yeah.
a fat lot of good when it comes to me, because I'm not a conversationalist.
You say that, but honestly, I'd say you and me are able to go on some lengthy conversations.
Well,
I
that's
am
also
a-
because we're friends.
Yep.
I am a quiet boy.
Hand this man the megaphone!
And then he just eats it.
Yeah.
Like,
Why would you do that?
no, like, you know that one meme of the guy just shoving the microphone in his mouth? It's like, what do you think of this?
Oh, by the way, Jordan, something I will also say for Fairy Tail, the 100-year quest. So, Natsu has his own Juvia.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, Natsu has his own Juvia.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Her name is Toka. This is her.
Toka. Is their best friend Razar? Anyway,
No.
damn it.
Oh, I get the joke.
Yeah. But, oh. Nice. I like her dress.
But, as predictable, she immediately gets a rival in Juvia.
This.
Hmm?
And Juvia, not Lucy.
No, because meanwhile, Juvia's over here freaking out where Gray could possibly be, and then Toka just starts egging around, just being like, wow, it sounds like you have no faith in the beloved that you're looking for, compared to me, who has all the faith in my beloved Natsu.
No, the rivalry makes sense.
Yeah, and my favorite part is, I love that it's still Natsu versus Gray in another font.
Oh my god, you're right.
Their
You know,
fight is
the only reason I know anything about Fairy Tail is because you're here.
Yeah.
I will never watch the fucking show
Yeah.
or read the manga
Yeah, I mean,
because it's like, why would I when I have you?
yeah. Well, there's also just the fact that it's like, to watch through the anime, you have like, what, 400 plus episodes to go through?
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah.
it's like, again, I like the characters, and the thing when they get some things right, they get it really right. It's just I don't have the fucking time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and that's also why you're also there. You were there for the time when I was streaming the game as well.
Yeah. And that game is getting a sequel now, so yay.
Yep, and that's 100% going to be on the chopping block. Which again, I'm honestly kind of surprised that it's taking a different RPG element that it's going for. Because before they decided to do the turn-based stuff, which I didn't think was. I didn't think it was too bad. In fact, I thought like the gameplay itself was just a very easy jump into the RPG genre for some people. It's just that the only problem is that the story point of itself is not a good jumping point if you want to get into Fairy Tail.
I don't think that's gonna change for this one. But I looked at the trailer for the Nintendo Direct, and I think they have a bigger budget now.
Yeah, but
Thank God.
But on top of that, I'm also just looking at the gameplay and how like the real-time stuff is like the real-time strategy is being done and everything, and like Jordan, I'm gonna be real here. I'm pretty sure that they're just turning Fairy Tail 2 into Xenoblade.
Yeah, if the comparisons weren't already there enough, now it actually does play like Xenoblade.
Yeah.
Which, oh god, that probably means there's gonna be side quests related to you gotta send a member of the guild over so they can get more confident about their performances with their music, like Ursula from Xenoblade 2.
Yeah. Or God forbid we have to. God forbid it's like, oh hey, you remember the Ichia virus? Yeah, it's back.
No.
But more importantly, we'll get to hear Jordan absolutely lose his shit when we see Brandish in 3D.
Oh god, Brandish is coming.
Yep. It's like, you, give that girl an A- or I'll roll you into a blunt and smoke you.
And so am I.
Delayed responses.
It's like Brandish just walks into the room, Jordan, neurons activated.
Women are hot, I'm not sorry.
That they are. Hi, Lucy.
Indeed.
Lucy is hot.
Some guys are hot too, but
Yeah.
I lean more towards the feminine ones. I like feminine people. Which, you know, if not for Melly, then A is definitely right up there.
Yeah. Actually, Jordan, you know what would, like, absolutely solidify, you know, Fairy Tail 2 for you? If they make Juvia play exactly like Melia.
Yeah, I would never switch to anyone ever again.
Because she already has one of Melia's skills from Xenoblade in the first game, where she sacrifices health to heal another person.
Which I don't like doing. In fact, I take it off my art palette as soon as I get the option to.
Yeah.
Because it's like, Melly's already squishy. Why would you give her something that hurts herself? I mean, sure, the health benefits are nice, but I could easily have Ricky or Shulk use hang on. Is Ricky's art called You Can Do It? Hang on. Let me double check that.
I know he does have an art. That's basically that.
I'm trying to remember the exact one that heals people. Is it You Can Do It? Hang on.
I'm pretty positive that's a skill.
Not a skill. It's an art. Let's see.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah, you can do it. I'm a nerd.
Yeah!
Meanwhile, for Shulk, it's light heal. Like, or, you know, all of Charla's abilities, which, you know, I know not a lot of people are big fans of Charla, but I like her, damn it.
You put respect on that woman's name.
Yeah. In fact, Danny, actually played as Charla for, like, the entirety of her run-through of Xenoblade 1. And I was like, huh, you're probably the first person I heard of who's ever done that. Like, she made Charla the party leader and stuck with her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think her party was Charla, Shulk, and Dunban.
Oh yeah.
Like, I know Dunban was in the party for sure, but Shulk I'm not sure.
The D's.
But yeah, I liked to rotate my party members, but I made sure that Melia was leader whenever possible.
Yes.
Because, you know, she was the hardest to master for me, and it got to the point where it's like, she was the only character I liked playing as. If not her, then Shulk.
Yeah. And you know, you got to play as your wife. What's not to love?
Yeah. Although the party combination of Shulk, Ryan, and Dunban is not to be trifled with.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the original. That's the OG squad.
Yeah, the Colony 9 boys.
Yeah.
Though, I suppose the Super Smash Brothers combination of Shulk, Dunban, and Ricky is good too.
Yeah. Or
Sakurai got that part right.
Or as a friend of mine in college would always refer to them as Ding Dong Ricky.
I'm gonna ding dong your Ricky. Wait a minute.
Ayo.
Wait a minute. 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 Eek, 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 eek. Wait a minute. Let me rephrase that. But no, like, there's some really good combinations that not a lot of people, consider to use, and some of them do have Charla in it. Like, you know, Shulk, Ryan, and Charla is pretty good, especially when you're in a chain attack and you can get a headshot in for an instant kill during a chain attack, and it's just like, wow. So good. Because Charla may end up being obsolete when it comes to healing, because Ricky does such a better job. If you outfit her to be an attacker, she's really good.
The Rise to Superior as a video game.
That'll leave to you, but at least in the way of Phantom of the Forest, I keep hemming and hawing whether or not I want it to be an Arkham game or like a Castlevania game. Well, specifically one of the Igavania, Metroidvania styled ones.
Honestly, I feel like Arkham style would be a bit more up the alley, because like mainly just because I just feel like Alex just finding hiding spots to just like perch in, very similar to Batman, and doing silent takedowns would just be more fitting.
Yeah, and now the Shadow Mordor games comes to mind, because it's like you're essentially Batman who, well, we can nix the commanding an army of orcs part, but mainly it's like you're playing as Batman who doesn't give a shit about his no-kill rule.
Yeah.
So like a combination of melee and magic fits my story perfectly.
Yeah. Okay.
And yeah.
There's one thing you have to do within that case. There's got to be at least one enemy that will always keep coming back and going, still alive!
Still alive! If not for the fact that they patented the Nemesis system, I would totally do that.
Yeah.
In fact, I would probably do that anyway, because that's too funny. Also, Garl the Undying actually is a possible nemesis you can encounter in those games, but I threw him into the Curse of Strahd campaign because it's just like, come on, I'm a Lord of the Rings fan, I have to.
It's
also,
funny.
it was just too funny to ignore.
Yeah, listen, you never underestimate the game design decision of, okay, but it's funny.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm sorry, Garl the Undying is the funniest name I've ever heard.
Yeah, and like, Yeah, because like I was seeing like a thread of that like on Twitter where someone's like, yeah, don't underestimate the game design decision of okay, but what if it was funny? And someone quote retweeted it by showing something from did you know that in Ape Escape 3, not only can the apes knock the weapons that you use out of your hands, but they can pick it up and use it on you, and thus booting you out of the level.
Oh shit. Yeah, no, but like, it would be like the ship captain for God of War, except without the trauma.
Yep.
I killed many who were deserving, and many who were not.
Or recently in God of War Ragnarok Valhalla, that's a mouthful of a title, but Kratos actually does feel bad about the ship captain.
Yep.
But the hive was an animal. I showed him what a real monster looks like.
Yeah, he felt bad about it.
Yep.
And it's like, you know, at the time he just saw a man who abandoned his people and thought that was unforgivable because, don't forget, Kratos was a Spartan general in his youth. And he was thinking as a Spartan at the time. But what he didn't see was a man who was trying to flee for his life.
Yep.
And these words cut me to the bone. To be so casually cool,
But no, like, if, I will say though, if it ever did come to like, if there was a Rise to Superior game, 100% it would be a character action game.
Yeah.
Because, God forbid, we have another anime that just gets it's turned into an arena fighter.
Yeah, I don't like that genre. Even Castlevania did it with Castlevania Judgment, and I've seen what SGB did for their SmackDown Sunday, and they were completely unimpressed.
I actually saw like someone posting a combo video that they did with, I think it was with Simon, where they got like an over 100 hit combo with the guy, and there were just people in the comments just on that tweet just being like, oh man, I can't believe you make this game look so great, and the guy who posted it was like, nah dude, this game is ass.
Yeah, that about sums it up. Also, Alucard says something funny when you knock him out.
Yep.
No! Yuri Lowenthal, everybody!
But,
it's like, yeah.
yeah, but like, they turned One Punch Man into an arena fighter, like... Come on.
I mean, they had one good joke with it, but that's just it. Like, once you do it again, it's like, it loses its merit.
Oh yeah, I love how they handled Saitama in the game. I do think that is genuinely funny.
Yeah. At the same time, though, if that's the only joke you're pulling...
I will say, though, I do also think it was rather funny, too, that there was actually a patch update to buff Saitama.
Buff? Saitama?
Yeah, because when the game initially came out, there actually was a way to beat Saitama, and it's that, say that if you were, just make a Warriors game, it worked for One Piece. Yeah, very true. But, there was a bit where, if, say, you knocked out, the person's teammate and they had, like, Saitama on there and Saitama was the only one left, and you led with a team advantage, if you let the timer run out, it would give the win to you. And you could easily do that with some characters because they could actually outspeed Saitama. They buffed Saitama to be faster.
Great.
So you can't do that against him.
Much to his disappointment, I'm sure.
Yeah, very much to his disappointment.
Oh god, I just realized.
Yeah.
Is Saitama basically the heroic version of Kraven from Spider-Man 2 PS5?
Probably.
Do you know how much... do you know what it's like to have your body betray you? I won't die in a sickbed. If I'm to die, I would die roaring.
Yeah. God. But it's like, what I also find funny too is that even if you do say beat Saitama, you don't actually beat him. He just remembers that there's a sale going on and he has to run to the store.
I mean, that is a fair reason to back out.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, there's a sale going on. I can't miss it. Bye. And the thing is, Saitama actually does have a certain amount of health. It's just that he has like a fuck ton amount of health. That's why when you hit him with like any other character, it looks like he barely takes damage. There's only one.
So I wonder.
Yeah, there's only one character that can severely damage Saitama, and that's Saitama.
Right. But I wonder if someone made a hack that made it so his health bar depleted the same rate as everyone else. And if it does, would the game soft block?
Like the game just shuts itself down. It's like, what are you doing? You're ruining the joke.
I was thinking more like.
But yeah, like, if the Rise to Superior were to ever get, like, a video game adaptation, 100% character action.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, I would want the development team to, like, especially take notes from numerous other type of character action games, especially the likes of Devil May Cry.
Yeah.
Because Devil May Cry just does so many good things with character action. Like, it just looks so freaking flashy. And that's just the kind of combat system I would love for the Rise of Superior to have.
I'd want the Phantom of the Force game to be fully stylized, so no realism bullshit. Like, we have enough of those games. I want it to be dynamic and fully animated. You know, kind of like a sort of Spider-Verse thing going on, because there is a game coming out that has that style, and I think if not that, then the Arxis animation style.
Oh yes, Arxis would be great.
Yeah, like these are animated looking characters. They should move like what they're inspired by.
Actually, hold on. I want to find something real quick.
Okay.
Because I want to look at the Demon Slayer game, because the Demon Slayer game also has some gorgeous visuals.
Okay.
And let's see, because I wanna see if I can get Inosuke's finisher from the games, or like his ultimate art. I want to get Inosuke's ultimate art, because I could totally imagine, because one thing I could 100% imagine, like, say, if you were to get, like, say, a brutal takedown for Alex or something, it immediately changes, like, to this art style.
Okie dokie.
Okay, because I gotta make sure I'm getting the right one, because Inosuke has a couple of ones that are different. Okay, yeah, I think this is the one I was thinking of.
Okay.
Play it a little more. Just want to make sure. Okay, yes, 100%. This is what I was looking for. Yeah, I'm gonna DM it to you. So yeah, like, just that final frame of Inosuke's finisher, I could totally imagine that's what, like, the art style would temporarily change to when Alex, like, does a finisher. I want Berserk to have a Souls game. That would be so hype! That would actually be hype. It's like, hey, so it's like, hey, FromSoft, you've been making a bunch of games inspired by the worlds of Berserk, right? Yep. Here, why not just make a Berserk game? Say no more.
All right. Saw it, and it's like, hell yeah.
Also, Inosuke Best Boy. But Zenitsu, Inosuke. In fact, we know Inosuke's best boy because when Nezuko went to see Zenitsu and tried to say his name, she calls Zenitsu Inosuke. But yeah, no, like a berserk game in the style of a Soulsborne would absolutely be perfect. Like, please give us that.
Yeah, it would be like full circle.
Yeah, and you know, they'd be able to do it too, because like just about every Soulsborne game, you can in fact make a guts build.
Absolutely. Like, don't they even have like their own versions of Dragon Slayer swords?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. I wonder how effective it is. Those builds, I should say.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen people be able to like run a lot of the bosses with them, so they look pretty good.
Yeah, because like, out of all the Soulsborne games, I still want to get Elden Ring.
Yeah.
Because, you know, not just because it's probably the easiest of the games to get into because of the, you know, how much more generous the checkpoints are, but because it has constant pathology. I have to.
Yeah.
Like, you even arrive on a steed to the lands in between. That's how you reach the Tuatha De Danan's homeland in Irish mythology.
Yeah.
You cross the water on a steed.
Anyway, speaking of Elden Ring, hey Jordan, Ronnie give you hug.
And she could easily give one too because she has 4 arms.
Yeah. What's she gonna do?
By the way,
it's like, what's she gonna do with the other ones? Oh, she's taking you. Wait, me too?
Oh, I have a question.
Yeah.
So a friend of mine said, like, he's dating a girl who is non-binary, wanted to confirm as a he, she, or they, and since he's dating her, what does that represent when you're dating a non-binary person?
You're dating a non-binary person.
Yeah, that's all it really is.
Yeah, and just respect the pronouns they're going with now, and if you're not sure, ask them.
Yeah.
Like, it costs you nothing to ask someone what they're comfortable with. Anyway. Oh god. The Castlevania Patch-a-Slot OST has a soundtrack. It's just like, okay, you can go this hard on the music, but you won't make actual video games anymore? Fuck you, Konami. You disgust me.
What's that? You want another pachinko machine?
No!
What did I just say?
Pachinko machine!
No!
Did you not hear any of the other words I just said? Repeat back to me what I just said. Ignoring pachinko machine!
We can't do that.
Well, that's your fault, isn't it?
Nope.
We're never getting another Castlevania game, guys.
We're not.
Also,
Well, luckily...
also say goodbye to Metal Gear Rising Revengeance 2.
Well, we have Bloodstained at least, and a sequel is coming out, which I'm excited for.
Yeah.
I hope it's every bit as good as the games we got.
Hashtag fuck Konami. Yeah.
Fuck Konami.
Yeah, Konami sucks.
Konami sucks cock.
So, yeah, Konami,
Okay.
remember when you were cool?
No?
Apparently, Ubisoft is getting mass hate from Japan because of their one of their latest games.
Oh yeah, the new Assassin's Creed. Honestly, I can't blame them.
I mean,
Yeah.
everyone's also complaining that, oh, there was never a black samurai. Yes, there was. He, I believe the story goes, he was a slave who then became a samurai.
Yeah.
Hang on, let me actually look him up because he was a real figure.
Yeah. But I'll also say this though, Jordan. There actually is something a bit more on the
Yasuke,
problem.
that was his name.
There's something a bit more on the problematic side of it as well.
Hmm?
Because essentially they're making a game where you play as a black man who comes to Japan so he can murder Japanese civilians people. It's like, how do you offend two ethnicities at once?
Oh, yeah, when you put it like that, it does make him sound thuggish, which is definitely
Yeah.
not true.
It's like, "Yee, that's a yikes."
Like, y'all never heard of Jon Stewart, huh?
It's like, guys, remember when Ubisoft used to be cool and give us Rayman games?
Or they actually had a great character for their Assassin's Creed, for the present day timeline for Assassin's Creed, but then they bum rushed it because, oh, we got to get this game up to until December 1st, 21st, 2012, otherwise we're all gonna die. It's Assassin's Creed 3 sucked.
Yeah, because like,
Connor sucked.
Yeah.
He was the reason I came to hate the name Connor. He was such an asshole. I don't care if he has better characterization in like the story. Even the creators admitted we should have made the homestead missions part of the main story, because so many of his characters locked behind there. Why would you do that?
what kind of name is Connor? That's an asshole's name.
I mean, technically, it's not really his birth name. His birth name is Radun Hagedun,
Yep.
which is the only Native American name I can pronounce. Because I can't pronounce any of the other ones. I can't pronounce his friend's name. It's just like, fuck it, I'm calling you Jerry from now on.
Yeah, it's like, what did Ubisoft do now? Basically, their newest game, they managed to find a way to offend two ethnicities at once without even trying.
Yeah, two ethnicities. Japanese and African American.
Yep. Because, hey, aside from just, it's like, hey, so, what if we made our samurai a black guy who goes around beating up the Japanese?
Which I'm pretty sure the real Yasuke never did.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
dude was just a black samurai.
That can be seen as very offensive.
Yeah.
It is offensive.
Yeah.
Not even seen, it is.
Yeah. Yeah, because, in case some of you don't know, making black people look like thugs is a racist stereotype.
Okay, if Malik didn't have a comeback ready for that, you know something's wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, hey, Ubisoft, again, you could be cool again if you made more Rayman. Just saying.
Didn't they also do the Rabbids, or was that?
No, they also did Rabbids. In fact, that was the series that almost killed Rayman.
Because they probably forgot that Rayman existed.
Well, it's also just mainly because, like, as the Rabbids started going along, Rayman's name started becoming less and less prominent.
Yeah, it's kind of like their version of Minions now that I think about it.
Yeah. Well, they were before the Minions.
Yeah, they were before the Minions. So the Minions blatantly copied the Rabbids.
Yep.
So what would you say is worse between the two? Just a general question.
Honestly, the Minions.
Minions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can deal with the Rabbids, but not the Minions.
Yeah, because at the very least, like, not everything the Rabbids did was bad.
I mean, hell, they were guest stars in TMNT Smash Up.
Yep.
Oh my god, what the fuck? That's a deep cut.
Yep.
Yeah, they were. There was the Raving Rabbit, Splinter Rabbit, and Ninja Rabbit.
Yeah. Hey guys, remember the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles by Smash Brothers? Well, the Rabbids were in that.
Yeah, they were modeled
wasn't
after they were not modeled after the Imaji movie, but they had the 4Kids actors. It was really strange.
Yeah, it was nice to hear them again, though. Although, wasn't it wasn't it like done by the same people that helped Smash Brothers?
No, not at all.
I don't think
I
so.
wouldn't think so.
Really?
Though it did make me remember something really cringy with because there's a group of there was a group of Let's Players that covered the game, and they were discussing the turtles and all the times Leonardo has been the leader, and they were thinking, oh, it's either that he was the leader or he was the oldest. And later the conversation turned into, no, I think technically Mikey is the leader or the oldest. And I'm like, what the fuck are you on? What are you talking about? I don't know much about Ninja Turtles. I didn't know much about the Ninja Turtles lore as I do now as a kid, but even I knew that was just blatantly wrong.
Yeah, like, when has Mikey ever been a leader?
It's like Splinter himself even said, no, if I made Mikey the leader, that would have been the wrong choice.
Yeah, it's like, even Mikey? No, that would have been wrong.
Yeah, even in the 2012, it was like, let me take a time to meditate this. Opens the door. It's Leonardo.
That's my favorite joke. That's my favorite Splinter moment. It's like, it's Leonardo.
Yeah.
But even in Rise of TMNT, they made Raph not only the oldest, but also the leader, which, is certainly taking the rap verse, Raphael, he's the leader of the group, to a whole new level. But it was to also showcase, despite Raph being a very passionate and caring older brother, that he ultimately doesn't have the mindset for leadership like Leo does. It's just Leo was, in that show specifically, has the brilliant but lazy trope.
Yeah.
Like, he's actually a fantastic listener, and he does care about the well-being of others. It's just he doesn't want to be racked with the responsibility. But if you know anything about fate,
Yep. It always turns back around on him.
yeah. Which did give him an amazing moment in the movie.
It did. It's like,
It's like, that's my Leo.
it's like, weak actions, weak words, strength, something you must learn. Strength always prevails.
What you don't understand, I missed on purpose.
Nani?
Opens the portal.
Yep.
And that would be the third time Ben Schwartz has voiced a blue character.
Yep.
I guess he just really likes the color blue.
Yep.
Which, to his credit, Shapesmith in Invincible wasn't blue. He was kind of purple.
Actually, you know what? Roxas also brought up a point in the chat. Mario and Rabbids 2 has Rayman in it, so we at least have a modern depiction that's not Captain Laserhawk.
Yeah, Captain Laserhawk, at least to me, seems a little it's like that kind of adult show writing that I don't like. You know the one I'm talking about, right?
I do.
Yeah. I've seen clips of it, and it's like, I don't think it's my thing.
It probably wouldn't be so much your thing. But, like, I do think what Captain Laserhawk does well, it does really well. Like, I know what, because, like, me and Danny are both in agreement that Rayman literally has the best arc in the whole show. And he's not even the main character.
Yeah, I mean, at least in the context of Rayman himself, he's never been consistent, so I believe that.
Yeah.
Because Rayman is to my understanding, he's kind of a character that does whatever the fuck he wants.
Yep.
It's sort of like the Joker. If he's gonna have a pass, he would prefer it to be multiple choice.
Yeah. Like, it's also just along the lines of, like, Rayman is definitely just Saturday morning cartoon energy, where everything's just about the status quo. Like, they'll have an adventure, and then it's like, okay, that's it, on to the next one. In, like, 10 years.
Yeah. Which is something they got wrong with Sonic the Hedgehog, during the 2010s. Because, even the Genesis era had some semblance of a story to it.
Yeah.
Because, it's nature versus machines. And Hell, in Sonic 2, you get a form that's very reminiscent of Super Saiyans. No matter what the creators say otherwise, Sonic turns Super Saiyan with 7 magical objects. Anyway, it always had that shonen energy to it, but it wasn't until Sonic Adventure when it started delving into more serious and more heartfelt story matters. Like, the quality of the writing is debatable, but what they had was, despite how stupid it would come off at times, they were passionate and committed to their story. Like, they believed in it. And that energy is like something we all vibed with. Not to mention that Sonic is like the perfect character for kids with autism.
Yes.
Which I find really cute, and as someone who has autism himself, which is why I gravitated more towards him than Mario.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Sonic actually had a character, for one thing.
Yeah.
Like, Mario, I love you, but, I could look at a piece of a slice of pizza and call it my best friend.
Yeah.
But no, with Sonic, yeah, sometimes they make some really, really stupid decisions, but more often than not, it was confident in itself. And I would argue that the Dark Ages of Sonic never left in going into the 2010s. Like, the gameplay itself was fine, depending on the game, but it's like they were embarrassed of their own history. So it's like they reduced everyone, thanks to the current writers who read a fucking wiki article and saw some YouTube videos to get an idea for what the characters are without actually understanding the characters that he's writing for.
And, and then that's how he ended up with, and that's why Kirk Thornton was like, wait, what do I do with this?
Make him sound edgy.
Really? That's it? That's all you want that's all you want me to do?
Read the lines.
Okay, I guess.
Yes, right there, Malik. Put the emerald down and back off.
Oh,
Yes,
you
sir.
became a big-time villain, eh, Doctor?
You guys, I gotta go because I'm actually gonna get some dinner with family.
Alrighty.
Okay, have fun.
Yeah, take care, guys.
See ya.
You do.
It's like, did you think I didn't know that was a fake emerald?
But how did he know that was the real one?
You
Tails!
You just told me, fox boy.
Oh, I probably be thinking out loud.
Yeah, it's because you told me, fuck boy. You're no match for me, you weak little fox!
Hi, Cece.
Cece.
She arrived. Oh, and also Jordan, you know whose theme I also have on Riona's playlist?
Whose?
Bikins.
Oh, good lord. Okay, so, I think I neglected to mention something.
Yep.
When I joined the stream.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Chat. Rihanna's hot. Like, she has everything going for me. I know that she'll grow out of her, you know, hatred towards men, and it's like, she also has a sword. Like, come on, like, swords automatically make anyone cool. Come to think of it, she's red and blue.
Indeed.
Two of my favorite colors.
Yeah. She's Sonic and Knuckles.
Oh god. There was this thing that Alec and I drew in our sketchbooks when we were kids, because you know we had the Sonic Mega Collection on the GameCube, and we would play Sonic and Knuckles, and because when you flip through the character options to play as either Sonic or Knuckles, they kind of have this melding animation.
Yep.
So Alec and I came up with a joke, like those in between animations are like Nonic and Sockles.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So, Jordan, since you say Riona, here's a face of her.
Oh, hey, Brianna. What's up? You look a little annoyed.
She's like, she just gestures you to see evil Kenji just staring at her through a peephole.
Oh, I see. And then I stick a chopstick in it. Stop peeping!
Never!
Okay, do you have any ones made of metal, Riona?
She just hand you one.
Thanks. Pokes through it again. Why, yes, I am trying to gouge his eye out.
I'll grow an immunity to this!
No, you won't. I love Sonic. I pre-ordered Sonic and Shadow Generations off of Amazon, and I'm super excited. I also bought Sonic 06 because I never beat it before selling it, and I regretted doing that. Yeah, not for nothing, Sonic 06 is not only really good riffing material, but there are elements of a good game in there.
Yeah, it's like, it's the game that keeps on giving.
Yeah,
if only it wasn't for Yuji Naka deciding to leave Poly Fu.
Yep, thank you.
Fuck off, Yuji Naka, you dick.
Yep, stay
Fuck
in
off.
jail.
Stay in jail forever. Cock. Anyway.
Pinch.
Oh, Sonic X Shadow Generations. Sonic X Shadow Generations has a Switch version.
I mean, yeah, that was.
I think I want to
Actually,
these guys. Huh?
Jordan, something that I actually want you to do really quickly, because, like, speaking of, like, games and whatnot, go to Steam and look at how much God of War is going for.
Oh god. Okay, hang on. Not that my system can ever run it, but I'll give it a look.
Yeah, I mean, mine can.
And lo and behold, Steam wants to update.
Of course.
But you know what? It's a good thing I asked you to check it.
Yeah. Steam, can you stop updating for 2 seconds, please?
Can you stop updating for 5 minutes?
Updates again.
Like,
Ah!
Sorry, sorry, can't hear you. Updating.
And then you get the Windows dial-up noise. Windows 98. Or no, it's the America Online thing. Like, I was born in the 90s. I should know this by heart. So for any one of you guys who think I'm like 19, I'm not. I'm 29, which I believe is sadder.
I'm 30.
Hey, that's still young.
About to be 31.
That's still young.
Not enough.
Hey,
I need more time in this world.
Yo, Steam, you gonna... You gonna?
Nope.
You're gonna what?
Are you gonna open?
Nah.
I need to check God of War!
Don't feel like it.
I don't understand why Yuji Naka did what he did. Like, you're really going to throw all that up that you have away? It's because he's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, an idiot and an asshole, because, to be honest, I know a little bit about what he was like behind the scenes for the original Sonic games, like the Genesis trilogy, and I'm definitely of the opinion that even back then he was a dickhead to everybody.
It's like, remember, this is the same guy who was arrogant enough to try to poach talent from Nintendo.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and if you and on top of that, if you thought he wasn't dumb before, he tried to say these plans out loud in front of the building in Japanese, thinking the people in the building did not understand Japanese.
Oh my god.
The dude is a fucking moron.
What the? Sonic Mania has an update? Okay, Among Us having an update makes sense. I'm never gonna play Among Us ever again, probably, but anyway.
Among Us.
Store. Here we go. God of War. Oh, $25.
Yep.
And Ragnarok, of course, is still full price.
Yeah.
But God of War 1.
Yeah, like, I know that's definitely one that I plan on getting just because I know I plan to stream that game.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Is Sonic Shadow Generations gonna be on Steam? For $50, yes. And now that I played around with different emulators and whatnot, I'm saying whatnot a lot, but yeah, I'm beginning to wonder, do certain systems just run off of your entire PC, but others have like their own internal systems?
I'm not entirely sure
something
because
like that?
I've never messed with emulators.
Yeah, because again, I've been experimenting with this emulator I found for Symphony of the Night, the PlayStation 1 version, and no lags whatsoever. It ran perfectly. Like, no stuttering either, like some of the other emulators that I played around with. It was like... It moved like a dream, Brian. It was insane, and it got me thinking, wait, have I just been emulating... have I just been playing games on like the wrong in the wrong way? Because if it can do it like natively, there's probably a lot I don't understand, and it's very likely. Mr. Yuji Naka is not all right.
No.
Anyway, I'm probably not going to get the PC version of Sonic X Shadow Generation, so I might go for the Switch version, since that's the only modern console I have, and the only one I can probably afford.
Also, if you guys want even more information on just how bad of a person Yuji Naka was, did you know that he tried to make people work on Balan Wonderworld for free on the weekends?
Dickface.
Yeah.
Like, you know what? That's his own damn fault. Square had the right idea.
Yeah, and if you're wondering how he could possibly do that, well, it's because he said if they didn't, he threatened to fire them.
But they're working for free. They'd lose nothing.
And then when Balan Wonderworld failed, he blamed the Western audience for the game failing.
Oh, so blame us for...
Yes. Pre-order.
And now you know why Crafty absolutely despises the man.
Mm-hmm. Like, if you're the father of Sonic, then you're a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, that's why Takashi Iizuka took over. He's the dad who stepped up.
No. You know what Iizuka is?
Yeah.
He may have been your father, boy, but he was never your dad. I ain't sorry I didn't do nothing but right. I'm damn lucky you was my boy.
Yeah. Takashi is Yondu.
Oh god, he's gonna die.
Please no.
Please don't. I like him.
Yep.
And I know a lot of people joked that he can't do an interview to save his life, but I think he's getting better about it.
Yeah.
Good for him.
And you know, hey, you know who also was never really good at who was also not really good at doing interviews? His name is Miyamoto.
Really?
Yeah, cause Okay, so Jordan, I take it that you don't know about like one of the biggest flubs that he made when being interviewed about The Legend of Zelda.
Really?
Yeah,
I
cause
didn't know that. What?
Okay, so someone asked Miyamoto what the timeline for the Legend of Zelda games were. He said Link to the Past was the last game in the series.
Wah, wah, wah.
Oops.
That's obviously not true anymore.
Yeah.
Then again, they were asked about, the fan theories behind Majora's Mask, the different stages of grief.
Yeah.
That was, like, really strongly founded, with elements of evidence. I think the team just sort of looked at each other in, like, confusion, and they're like, we didn't build that in mind, but that's really cool.
Yeah, listen, sometimes happy accidents like that happen. It's literally... Listen, I'm just gonna say this, audience. If you read The Rise to Superior and you're like, wow, this is such a really great idea the writer came up with, I can promise you that was by accident.
Yeah, for me, I like to write with the flow. So it's like I'm making up most of this as I go, but I do have some lore. I do have some lore documents and bestiaries to help with my world building. To keep it in line or give me ideas.
In fact, Riona having a number of different parallels with Kamiko actually is something that's like, it's something I didn't notice at first, but then the more I started looking through some of the things, it's like, wow, they actually do kind of live similar lives to each other sometime. But then I'm like, you know what? I think I should go with that.
Yeah, and I think that works to its benefit.
Yeah, because in the end, it would also give Riona more reasons to see that, oh, I can maybe bond with this guy because we both kind of live through fucked up lives.
Yeah. Refresh my memory. What was the last game of the series? I know that timeline exists, but I'm not sure how accurate it is with Zelda. I don't think it's anything at this point.
Yeah. Well, because here's the thing. So the way that the Legend of Zelda timeline is at this point is that there's a lot of splitting off points, and it all depends on, like, say, it all surrounds what occurred after the Ocarina of Time, because there's a timeline for where, say, Link actually succeeds in Ocarina of Time, and then it continues from there. There's a timeline for when Link dies, and then the story continues from there.
Yeah, and what was the other timeline? It's where Link succeeds, but he doesn't seal Ganon away.
Yeah.
And the other timeline where he wins is where he does seal him away.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just pulled that from, like, my ancient memory banks. I do have the Hyrule Historia, but now I'm sort of sharing some Call Me Johnny's opinion, going like, I'm not really caring about the timeline anymore. In the end, the actual story within the game is what I'm caring about. Yeah. And not to knock any of the games at all, because I love them to death, but if you want, like, something that has, like, deep lore that stays interconnected all throughout, play the Xenoblade series. Because Nintendo doesn't care. The Zelda series doesn't truly care about its continuity, so why should you, right?
Yeah.
Because, to my understanding, because I don't actually own Tears of the Kingdom, I have yet to play it, but from what I've seen of their version of Ganondorf, he's like a completely different guy. Whereas in the other games, you get the sense that he's the same dude.
Yep.
But this is the first game where they deviate from that. Like, he feels like a completely different entity.
Yeah.
But to the game's credit, it works.
And he's voiced by Matthew Mercer.
Yeah. Which is really, really cool.
Yep.
Also for Ganondorf's actual boss fight, what makes him really cool, and I think the best Ganondorf fight we've ever had, is that he's you.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like he can flurry rush like you, he's a master of different weapons, and he has all these maneuvers at his beck and call.
Yeah. Can I just say though, because I don't know if you've seen Cinnamon Wind's like video on God of War Valhalla.
You're thinking of Gaming Wins, right?
Yeah, Gaming Wins.
But yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I think one of my favorite jokes in that is watching Tyr parry his attack. He's like, you know what? That's bull.
It's bull.
Oh yeah, and Ganondorf can parry like you. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, you know what? That's bull. It's like, that's not fair. Only I can do
Anything
that.
you could do, I could do better.
It's like, that's bullshit. Fuck bullshit.
My favorite thing that Brain Scratch has ever said. Man, this is bullshit. Fuck bullshit. One of us has got to write that in our stories at one point.
Yeah. You know what? You want another thing that you can quote, because you can steal this one from Danny. Because during their Nights into Journey playthrough, they got a B rank on the stage, and then she was like, B, that's bullshit.
I'm not really sure where that would fit in Phantom of the Force. Alinor maybe.
He's no longer a vessel for the Demon King Demai, so of course he's going to be a completely different person from the rest of them.
Well, again, you have to remember, I didn't actually play Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's also implying that Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom even... Like, the whole Matters thing is a whole weird thing in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zorgel's always just been kind of weird with that.
Yeah, which confused me because, I thought, with, the Calamity Ganon deal in Breath of the Wild, it's like, I thought it was as exactly as Zelda stated. He's reincarnated so many times at this point that he can't maintain his form anymore. He's, like, finally reached his limit, and it's turned into this sort of viral substance that we know as malice. And, that was just basically his death cry. But no, apparently in Tears of the Kingdom, that's a completely different thing. Like, the real Ganondorf was under fucking Hyrule Castle, fucking the Jedi Council and Coruscant building their temple over a Sith burial site.
The real
Shit.
Ganondorf was the friends we made along the way.
But Ganondorf is not your friend.
Damn it! What, hey, don't say that to Doodles.
He's the king of evil, though.
Don't say that to Doodles.
True. She does have an affinity for rehydrated Ganon. Not to mention she made a wife for him.
Yeah.
Oh, early life, obsession with Bionicle, death. That's me.
Yeah. Listen, it's like, if I know the autism spectrum well, there are 3 things that get the neurons activated: Sonic, Lego, or dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm. Maybe Transformers too.
Yeah.
Oh, not even maybe. Yes.
Like, what are you doing? My best. I want Ganondorf to be my friend, though. He's been through enough. So welcome back, Ibuki's theme. Again, we hope you return in Street Fighter 6.
I'd like to see Ibuki again, please.
Yeah.
I mean, Street Fighter 6 kind of made me a Cammy believer, but, I do miss Ibuki a lot.
Yeah. But I can't blame you for that, because aside from just her getting one hell of an upgrade, she's also stupid good at Street Fighter 6.
Cammy?
Yeah.
Yeah, but, like, nothing wrong with the camel look, but it was very, on the nose. Here, not only is it cool because it's sort of like she's wearing the colors of, Britain, but it's also just a way better fit for her.
I also love the running bit with her too in Street Fighter 6, where like she always texts you like stupid fast.
It sort of makes you wonder how that is, or I can speculate because I don't know anything about Street Fighter lore. Wasn't she like? Oh wait a minute, wasn't she like one of the vessels that Bison planned to inhabit or some shit?
Yeah, she's also Special Forces.
Okay, so the Special Forces thing came later in her life, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And like
so it's like
yeah.
she was a vessel that came into her own.
Yeah. And then and also on top of that, she's also like super concerned for your avatar character constantly, but every time you try to make mention to it, it's like, no, I'm not. It's like, Cammy, you're adorable.
Cammy, you're adorable. And you can also kick a hole through my head, but you're adorable.
But you know what? You're also a cat person.
Yeah. And, you know, I think they made it very clear that she was an ass girl, so this new design, I think, in a weird way, it makes it fit even better.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what it is, but she is caked up in that game. It's just like, this is probably the wildest thing I'm gonna say today, but it's just, I want to use her butt as a pillow.
Chat, you clip that.
Clip it, please.
You clip that.
I'm definitely going into an out of context channel for shit.
Hey, listen. If Heaton can milk Danica for all the crazy things that they say,
then you can milk me. Actually, don't milk me.
Heyo!
Ask me permission first.
Heyo!
I do not consent.
Man, to think these kind of talking points would happen on the Riona stream of all times.
I know.
God, I need to get laid.
We are definitely not proving a point.
I need to get laid.
Men are sex-craved monsters.
Sorry, Riona. It's just women are awesome. Sometimes weird things just slip out.
See, this is the face Riona makes when she sees Cammy's new design.
Yeah, see what I mean? Like, I'm not crazy. Like, you of all people should know.
Yeah, I do know. Cammy do be hot.
And then Dora comes in and says, "Hey guys, what's all the screaming about?" Oh, Melva.
It's like, is she the kind of woman who can kick my ass? Yes.
Then I love her already.
Yeah, I'm glad Rashid is back. Love that guy to heart. I want Dudley to come back. Dudley's so
I know
cool.
Dudley.
Yeah, Dudley's
Yeah.
so cool. Okay, so I got all the stuff shade on this that I wanted. Now I'm gonna start doing some other things with this reference sheet here because I want to get some extra poses going along.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, one of them being her holding both her sword and her sheath in both hands.
Okay.
Because that's something she can do. I need an appropriate pose for this, though. Ooh, you know what? That works.
Oh my god, this channel finally updated. Ooh, nice.
Yep, that's what we're using here, folks. We're gonna be using this one.
But yeah, sorry about that. I was looking at this channel called Brick Thumb. And they had this little series called Quest for the Bionicle Quest for the Masks, and it's just, you know, their journey of collecting every single mask Bionicle has ever released. And that's for the 2001 to 2003, I believe. So like all the collectible mask packs and all that.
Yeah.
Which, you know, if they're gonna bring Bionicle back, they need to bring that element back too. Because, you know, that, I can imagine that made them lots of money.
Yeah.
Not to mention, they not only uploaded one video, they uploaded 2, so.
Nice.
I'm gonna check that out.
And Jordan, like, the Rise to Superior game becomes a thing, and it's like, oh, and here's a section where you can play as Riona.
Ooh. Main.
Man.
Thanks, Malik. This son of a bitch.
Affectionate.
Yeah, / affectionate. Oh, wait, is it / or? Yeah, it's /
It's like, I've seen so many women in all my times that they all look the same, and they're all dead to me. Wow. Affectionate. Wow, what a piece of... Oh, wait, he said affectionate. No, what a dreambo.
I also want to say too, like, especially if we're talking Cammy, I think she's actually like one of the few characters in Street Fighter 6 I think actually did retain their original voice actor.
Oh, well, in a weird way, that's kind of sad, but also really cool.
Yeah, because like.
Oh, isn't Jordy another one of that?
Yep.
Okay, so they can bring them back, but not the others.
Yeah. The thigh pillars are plentiful in Street Fighter 6. Chun-Li, Cammy, Juri, Manon, Marisa, and upcoming Ilara, so many. Yeah, Elena. Yeah, honestly, Elena would also... I'm pretty sure if you were to ask Elena for, like, a thigh cuddle, she would be like, okay.
Yeah, she's nice like that.
Yeah, she's an absolute sweetheart. You'd have to be if you can somehow become friends with Akuma.
Yeah, she has Fira energy, you're right.
Yeah. Only she's, like, stupid tall.
Right. And Fira, you know, she's a halfling, so... You can guess.
Yeah. Like, actually, I need to remind myself, like, how tall is she actually?
Yeah. The only character Fira can't befriend is Kragatov.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she's like 6 feet tall.
Whoa. Giant.
Yeah. Elena, tall.
I mean, I like tall women, so...
Me too. But that also means Zenny's taller than her.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, because Zenny's 6'3", right?
I actually need to double check that. Because she did talk about her height a couple times.
Speaking of Street Fighter, fuck you, Bison. How you still alive? Because he's too angry to die.
I guess Raphael might have had a point in TMNT 2007. Let your anger consume you, and soon enough... Which, you know, I guess he was trying to say, and soon enough you'll win, but then, Leo decided to be a dick and, dodge his attack and say, you lose sight of everything.
You know what? It also describes Ryuko from Kill la Kill as well. She's too angry to die. to be coming along pretty decently. I think I'm also gonna do a thing that I did similar to Kamiko, where like I just have like a separate reference sheet filled with like all the different abilities she can do with like her sword and other like things involving magic, because she can do them things.
No. Mama's 6 feet tall.
Oh, just straight up 6 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, so she's as tall as her. Shit, that means I'm actually taller than her. This feels wrong.
Oh boy. Yeah. I mean, I'm shorter than Zenny, and that's what matters.
Like, I mean, granted, I'm like 6'1", but like, it still feels wrong.
Mm.
Folks, how do I get shorter?
Good question.
Well-
Next question.
Well, provided I can find the sound effect. Damn, there's no bonk sound effect. None that I can find.
I'll take it. Like, make
But no,
me a...
well, we got to find a cartoony hammer.
Like, make me a small. That also means that TP can still reign supreme and say, haha, I'm still taller than everyone. Because TP is 6'3".
Jesus.
Yeah, TP's tall. Which is really funny because everyone keeps saying that he radiates 8 small guy energy.
I was about to say that.
See, yeah, there's TP in the chat. It's like, haha, I'm still taller than everyone. It's like, hi, TP.
Hey, you giant. Because I'm pretty sure I'm 5'7" or 5'8".
Yeah. I can't believe TP's as tall as Cynthia.
Cynthia.
You just hear her piano music intensify. Actually, I do have canon heights for my characters, funny enough.
Oh.
Yeah, like, I know I made Kamiko as tall as me. He's 6'1".
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost like he used to be a self-insert to me. Then, I think Riona's a bit on the shorter side.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's something that I'm gonna need to refresh myself. Where is the... Ah, there's the debut stream. Okay, yeah, I made Riona 5'5". Yeah, she a bit on the short side. You know what? I think would just make it all the more adorable when Tora just meets her and she's just like, she cool, but also short.
Yeah.
Riona just starts asking Dora for uppies. reminder, Riona loves women. Yeah, there we go. This is a nice glare for her.
Yeah.
Very good. She's about to cut up some pig.
I was gonna bring up some horrible trivia in regards to, you know, something with the word pig in it, but I'm not gonna say it. Yeah. Just know that I agree.
Speaking of fun trivia, I have something to send you.
Oh, okay.
I just need to find the video. There it is.
Okay. Oh my god. The Reggies are probably the most obtuse trio of legendaries I've ever seen. Just, ugh.
I wish my stabilizers worked. Riona's hair's gonna flow real cool. But then it's like, nah, the lines are gonna be jittery because we can't stabilize them.
It's so stabilized, it's under control!
But yeah, Pokemon now. Oh, the legendary is something you can just get along the story of the journey. Meanwhile, Pokemon back then, well, I don't know, learn Braille, I guess.
Basically.
Ooh, that's an aggressive face.
That's an aggressive face.
Yeah. Riona about to cut a bitch up?
By the look on your face, I'd say you're looking for a bruising.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm talking with a Scottish accent. I just sort of feel like it, alright?
It's like, Riona's not Scottish.
No, she's not.
No, she's Japanese.
And if you think she's Scottish, then don't know what to tell you, mate.
Yeah,
You need to get
she's
the-
borrowing this glare from Alex.
Well, Alex is Irish.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like, she's borrowing this glare straight from Alex.
Yeah.
Although I'll say, speaking of Pokemon, so Jordan,
Huh?
Ogerpon hugs you.
Oh, thanks, Ogrepon. Pat, pat.
Ogerpon did nothing wrong, squad.
Pokemon did nothing
Ogre-
wrong.
Yeah,
People are just
Ogerpon.
stupid.
Yeah, Ogrepon did absolutely nothing wrong.
And to think, they entirely confused Petromon for Ogerpon.
How?
Literally nothing similar. They are just small Pokemon.
Ogrepon could probably just take her cudgel and then, you know,
Yep.
dead.
I mean, that's how she's ran in VGC, so...
Smack bow.
That little orange faced lady is just just cleaning house.
Yeah, Ogerpon kind of broken.
If it wasn't for the fact that I'm on the outs with Game Freak right now, I would play the game just for her.
Yeah. Yeah, because Ogerpon's like a really good Pokemon. And on top of that, has a really good gimmick, too.
Yeah. Funny enough, I think I mentioned Bionicle. Speaking of masks,
Yeah. I have Persona 5 on every modern system I have. I have Vanilla PS5 on PS3 and PS4. I have P5R on and P5S on PS4, 5, Switch, and Steam.
were you trying to do some wordplay there?
No. So
Oh.
P5R is Persona 5 Royal.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I have on
Yeah,
Switch.
and then P5S is Persona 5 Strikers. I think it is.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I don't know what that game's all about, but I like its art style.
Yeah.
Or character design is more like it.
Although, I will ask this, because since you're getting into Persona, now the big question has to be asked. What do you think of the music?
Are you kidding? It's awesome.
Yeah.
There's even a song that sounds a little bit like Goofy Goober.
Yeah.
I know the original song is called I Want to Rock, but I heard it is Goofy Goober first.
Yeah.
I wonder if someone made a mashup of that. Hang on, I'm morbidly curious now.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's like, I really, really, really love Persona 5. Yeah, Jordan just started his playthrough of 5 not that long ago.
Yeah, I took down the first palace and the guy in charge of it. Fuck him. Goofy Goober Rock, but it crosses the rivers in the desert. I think that's what it's called. Yeah. No, that's not it.
Yeah, Eva Rox is like, yeah, fuck Kamoshida.
Fuck Kamoshida. Found it! this only have 5 views?
But you know what, Jordan? That's the guy Riona's about to cut up right now.
Kamoshida? Yeah.
Yep. Like, you were the worst kind of man.
Yeah, I'm just listening to Keeper of Lust, and I just think, this is just Goofy Goober.
Yeah, Riona just looks at Kamoshida and she's just like, you couldn't get your chances with an actual woman, so you went after someone more vulnerable. That makes you reviled.
And not to mention, he has a manifestation of An, but like in a bikini and acts,
Yeah.
it's, ugh. Like she's younger than you, right, Kamoshida?
I
Good.
Just
Then we know where this is gonna
lazy
end.
Isaiah, what exactly are you gonna use that thing for? Like, wait a minute! Guns? That's the wrong Persona game!
No, Persona 5 uses guns. In fact, part of me feels like it's a little bit redundant, but basically it's like a good way to get immediate physical damage in.
Oh yeah,
you can just
I know.
unload it.
Well, I
Yeah.
know, like, the whole thing in Persona 5 is that you can just bring it up, like, you can, like, literally, like, bring in, like, say, a toy gun, and then, like, in the Mind Palace, it, like, becomes a real gun. I was making a reference to Persona 3, where the way they summon their personas is by shooting themselves in the head.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'll probably get to Persona 3 at some point. It's just not that time yet.
Yeah. One Persona game at a time.
Yeah. Actually, when I was getting into Persona, I asked Zenny and another friend, okay, so which game would be better for me, do you think? And they asked me, okay, well, are you someone who likes character dynamics, or do you like story? And I'm like, I'm definitely more of a story guy, because, I like having really good characters. And they're like, okay, well, Persona 5 would probably be the best for you, but even knowing what happens in the first palace, are you sure it's okay? It's like, yeah, I can trudge through it. And I did.
Yeah. You know who's also a really good person to ask about Persona? Danny.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Danny loves Persona.
Okay. Well, I guess I should definitely let her know at some point that I've been playing Persona 5. Honestly, Persona 5 might have been the reason. No, it was definitely the reason I didn't sleep well last night, because I was staying up just playing Persona 5.
That's how you know you enjoy a game, when you almost pull an all-nighter playing it.
No, I did.
Yeah.
And luckily I have the luxury to do it, because, I'm on vacation.
Yep.
It's like, I'm going to squeeze out as much time as I can out of it.
Yeah, like, even Rox is like, yeah, Shin Megami Tensei games are really long, and you should only play one of those at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, for Persona 5, how long to beat? Okay, something scary showed up in the search results. There's a true ending? Okay,
Don't worry about it.
So the main story is 101 hours. But with main plus side content, it's 123. Completionist is 142.
A lot of content.
And All Styles, I don't know what that's all about, but All Styles is 123 hours.
Hey, there's an Amanda in the chat. Hello, Amanda.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, we're working on Riona. We're at day 7 of the lore-a-thon. Oh, hey, Crystal. Hope you guys are okay. Me, not so much, honestly, just a little down now. Oh, what's up, Crystal? Do you want to talk about it?
All right. I think I'm gonna go and obviously play more Persona 5, but also I have not put dinner in my system yet, so
You
gotta do that before the day.
You go do that. You go get food.
Got it. Yeah, I gotta do that before the day is done.
Yep.
But thanks for having me.
Yep. Always. Yeah. Yeah, welcome Crystal, welcome Amanda. We are at day 7 of the lore-a-thon. Yes, who do we have to suplex? Let's just say COVID happened and everyone is giving me a hard time when I'm trying to help. Oh. I'm really sorry to hear that, Crystal. But, yeah, so I hope that at the very least, you know, just hanging out here can at the very least, you know, maybe put you in a bit of a better mood, Crystal. Yeah, right now we're working on Riona. Yeah, COVID happened, it makes everybody angry. I know how people get affected by that. But I work at a rehab, I know how bad it can get. Oh, and there comes the ad break. Yeah, we're gonna make the ponytail go on the other side, because that's where the hair is flowing. So yeah, I'm mainly just drawing this pose here because, damn it, Twitch, I'm trying to have a moment here. Well, I mean, it doesn't interrupt you from talking to Crystal in the chat. It just interrupts me. But we're 30 seconds left with the ad break. So we will be back with you guys momentarily. About 10 seconds left. Okay, ad break should be over. Welcome back, everybody. X's birthday today. Felt like Dookie all fucking day, so I needed a distraction. So thanks for letting me stream what's going on. Not a problem. Yeah, we've been working on Riona. She is a swordswoman. She is also into women. And, yeah, she's, let's just say that she's been through a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, just these scratches, these cuts here that she's gotten over the years, yeah, that should tell you a little bit of what she's been through. But yeah, but right now I'm trying to get her into a pose where it shows one of the things that she is capable of doing with both her sword and her sheath, and sometimes she'll actually dual wield them. So you're either gonna get slashed by a sword, or you're gonna get bludgeoned with a sheath. Yeah, I just needed to be here before I get more emotional. Alright. You know what? Everyone in the chat, spam the Twilight Pillow emote. Spam that emo for Crystal. Yeah, there you go. Have a Twilight Pillow to hug. But yeah, dual wielding. Yeah, she can dual wield both her sword and her sheath. And on top of that, similarly to Kamiko, she also has access to elemental magic. Not as much as he does though, but her combination of magic she can use is pretty deadly for a swordswoman. She has. Oh, you're locked out of it? Oh, it's probably because it's a subscriber emote. If you can't do that, if you can't do Twilight Pillow, just reach a hand out. But for her combination of elemental magic she can use ice, electricity, and wind. So she can be really fast. She can be extremely acrobatic, or she can give you quite the literal cold shoulder. She can also use the ice to make her, to also encase her blades in order to make the blade longer and thicker. But the one thing about Riona that is especially standout is she's speed. She very speed. Oh yeah, I actually like that. I like that a lot. There we go.
Alright, now I'm gonna get going. I need to go get something in my stomach.
Alright, you go do that, Pikmin.
Alright, you have a good rest of your stream, well.
Yeah, you too. I'm gonna be going for a while, because I have off today.
Yeah. Take care.
Take care. And then it were just me. But, yeah, so... Okay, so while so I know I already talked about this a bit earlier during the stream, but obviously since some of you are just coming in here, you probably weren't around for when I was going through that spiel. Maybe redundant for those people who may end up watching the VODs back on YouTube, but this is for convenience for the stream itself, because, you know, not everyone's able to hear everything, you know, when I say it. It's like, sometimes some people will just come in late, and it's like, oh, I'm here. Is there anything you can, like, try to talk about when it comes to this character? Absolutely. So, something that I have made... So, the thing that I have discussed about with Riona towards the beginning of the stream is that out of all of the characters that I have made, Riona is by far probably my most complex character. And that's mainly because of all the things that she has, in fact, gone through in her life. So, while I have mentioned that she is, in fact, yeah, she's canonically lesbian. She is into her sexuality as she is into other women. The thing about that is that I also wanted to have, like, a bit more to her character on this, because, God forbid, you know, you just make a character who is just simply a token representation of one type of sexuality. Like, because I'm sure you've seen those type of characters where it's like, okay, so what's their defining trait? Oh, they're lesbian. Okay, what else is there about them? And then there's just nothing else after that. Like, that ends up just becoming extremely shallow representation. Like, I'm pretty sure a number of us have gotten under the case of High Guardian Spice for having that kind of representation, because it's everywhere. It's like, yes, this character's trans. Okay, what else is there about them? That's it, they're just trans. Oh, wow, so you're really giving them shallow representation. So, in order to avoid that, I wanted to give Riona, like, a bit more complexity to her character. And a bit of that, admittingly, the kind of direction that I end up wanting to take her is one that definitely shows her flawed side of seeing through reality, but also at the same time, I feel like it's definitely needed in order to... Like, I think it's definitely needed for her to go through this arc that she's going through. But even I'm willing to admit, like, it's gonna be a dangerous game to play. But the reason, basically what I mean by this is that Riona goes through majority of her journey just absolutely despising men. And it's mainly because of all the things that she had going through her life. Because when she was being born, you know, her father was really happy to finally have a kid coming into her life. Because like, oh wow, we're finally gonna have a kid. You know, this is gonna be great. We're gonna be parents. The dad wanted a son. So you can only imagine his disappointment when he learned that they were getting a girl. And then once Riona was actually born into the world, things did not go too well when it came to Riona growing up in the house that she was in. It's like, oh, the dad is one of those people. Oh, it's my... oh my... Amanda, did I accidentally make Riona into you? If I did, I am so sorry. That is entirely my coincidence. Yeah, I'm already seeing in the chat, like, oh boy, yup. But, so, the other thing I also have as well about Riona is that, in terms of, like, say, just her design, my mom wanted a boy, but, like, in terms of, like, her design, she's definitely, like, one of my more visually narrative type of characters. Just because of, there's just a lot just about simply, even just from her design and the way that she acts, even without words, that just say a lot about her. Because with the armor off and, like, some of the taping off, this is what you see underneath her. She has all of these wounds hidden under, like, hidden under all of this. And thus my gender identity, sexuality, everything got screwed by that. So I get it from that viewpoint. Yeah, so throughout most of Riona's life, so yeah, because she was constantly, like, mistreated by her father, as well as, like, every time, like, her dad would just abuse the living crap out of her, he'd always keep telling her, you know, don't tell anyone about this. And that's why all of her injuries end up getting covered up. And even despite not being around the guy anymore, she still is kind of trapped in that mindset to the point that she does it herself because she's just so used to doing this due to how much trauma that ended up putting onto her as she was growing up with this man. The only actual care and love she would receive is from her mother. You know, which is yeah, like she's happy to have gotten a daughter. She's happy to have gotten something that, you know, she can call her own. But eventually would come a day where Riona's father really starts going out of control and he starts getting extremely angry. And it especially just goes to showcase, like, his biggest thing is definitely toxic masculinity. Like, the guy could not stand or fathom the idea of women running his life, which is, again, the big reason he wanted a son, because it's like, oh, we're gonna have big, strong men in this family, but then it's like, I'm being outnumbered by women. And he gets angry because of that, because, again, insecurities, toxic masculinity ends up taking him over. And as Riona's mom is trying to keep her safe, she tells her to run from the house, and, you know, Riona agrees to do that, because, you know, of course she's going to listen to her mother. You know, she's the only one who's actually been, like, properly looking after her, taking care of her. But then as things start to settle down, she then gets the idea to go back to her home, because she's hoping, at the very least, there is still some form of shelter waiting for her there. Only for her to find the place is completely ransacked, and the dad's nowhere to be found, but the mother, she's there, but she ain't moving. Hold on, I think I'm gonna makes that scarf scram a little bit. So, yeah, it was at that point, Riona effectively became an orphan, and basically just saw just the extent to just how cruel that some men can end up being. Afterward, while Riona ended up also being on her own, one thing that she constantly kept running into were men constantly objectifying Riona because, hey, she's a fine-looking lady, so clearly that must mean she's up to grabs by desperate men who want to who want to go to town with her. And basically it was that kind of experience that ended up really tainting the idea of there being decent men in the world. The other aspect about it as well is that, unlike Kamiko, Riona actually was able to stay at an orphanage. But, there was a guy who came along who wanted to adopt a kid for less than noble reasons. And they had their eyes set on Riona. One of the kids there, someone that Riona did end up making friends with, who was a boy, offered to take her place instead to be adopted by this guy. So, Riona sees them going, and it ends up leading to, unfortunately, the guy getting found out for doing some not so good things, and the kid not making it. And so, for Riona in a panic, hoping to not having to risk eventually getting taken in by someone like that with no one to protect her, she runs from the orphanage. And essentially, it adds another thing to her mind at that point where, like, every single man that she has ever ran into was basically a sex pig. In any instance, there was at least a man who was, like, or a guy who was remotely decent or, like, even a good person. Something bad would happen to them not that long after, leading her to believe that nice men are not allowed to exist in the world. So, due to that mindset, due to that mentality that she ended up growing up with, she ultimately, her fear in men started turning into a hatred. And that's a big reason why Riona, especially at the start of the Rise of Superior, absolutely despises men. So yeah, like I said, Riona's gone through it. Okay, there we go. This is much better. That being said, though, one other part of Riona that is also, like, a bit of, like, a visual storytelling with her design is that, I mean, for one thing, if you notice the roots of her hair, you do, in fact, see some brown there. That is because her hair is not naturally blue. She did, in fact, dye her hair blue. But, she kept a streak of... She did keep a streak of brown in her hair because... that is actually supposed to represent how... yeah, it's me. Yeah. So, it actually is supposed to represent how Riona actually did end up finding at least one guy worth showing up... worth actually showing her, her true self to. And that would be her teacher, Hiyashi, who would end up actually being the one who raises her to learn how to use elemental magic. Because as Riona, when she was living on her own, she kind of took it upon herself to be somewhat of a vigilante, although more so for her own personal game. Like, she'd see men out in the open, and they'd see them, like, being pigs towards people, and she'd go around beating the absolute crap out of them. And for the record, she doesn't, like, actually, like, have, like, her full-fledged sword at this point, so she's just beating people with a stick. This would get her rather infamous, and, start getting jumped on by a bunch of guys who were like, hey, you want to act like a tough lady, huh? Well, we'll show you a tough time. And before they can actually do anything to Riona, Hiyashi happens to show up. And he ends up standing in for her. Riona ultimately doesn't really show too much kindness or respect to Hiyashi, thinking that maybe he had some ulterior motives. So it actually did take Hiyashi quite a bit to convince Riona, hey, listen, I'm not a bad guy. Besides, not even into that kind of stuff. And just after a much-needed heart-to-heart with the guy, Riona does start to open up a bit more and even, like, kind of shows a bit of vulnerability around him in order to show just all the things that she ended up going through, which led to Hiyashi wanting to teach her magic to make her stronger. And that's how she initially learns ice magic. And because of just how much that she felt this new power was helping her, she wanted to expand even more on it. So she'd actually go a bit further and start learning how to use things like wind magic, and then even more so, how to use what she has practically made her signature element being electricity. In fact, that's the reason her aura is yellow, because she is a master of electricity. In fact, it's because of just how fast she is actually what's made her seem as a formidable force in the dragon army, because, yeah, Riona ends up making quite the name for herself during the midst of the war. In fact, they actually start telling each other the enemy troops actually start telling stories about how Riona's, like, sword slashes are so fast that blood doesn't have time to stain the blade because of just how quick the slash is. And, you know, she is very efficient with her blade. Super efficient. But that one streak of brown in her hair is just simply there, like, yeah, it's to show that it's to showcase that there's only been one man that she's found or known that was actually worth her, that was actually, you know, worth respecting. But as you can probably also guess, like, at the beginning of the Rise to Superior, yeah, Riona don't trust Kamiko at all. Like, whatsoever. Like, even though, like, again, Kamiko doesn't do anything bad to her, doesn't, like, try to do anything to rub her the wrong way, it's still that trauma response that keeps her from being able to actually trust Kamiko. So, they do butt heads quite a bit. But she does immediately take a fondness to Twilight. But, so, yeah, there's quite a bit that went along with, trying to write Riona the way that I wanted it to. In fact, I'd say Riona, out of all of my characters, has also been, like, through the most design changes out of all my characters, including, like, different name changes, because, like, I wanted to have, like, some, like, deadly sword fighter, like, in my story, but just trying to get the appropriate design for her was something that I was just trying to think, like, okay, so how exactly am I going to make this really cool-looking sword fighter? And there are, in fact, inspirations of Lyn from Fire Emblem in her design, in case some of it wasn't obvious enough. But the one thing that always remained consistent with Riona is that she's lesbian. Gonna be honest, Realm, I can understand why this take is a risk, because obviously not all men are like that, but given stuff like this happens in real life along with the other things, I find it hard to get offended with situations like this. I always had the mindset of always judge the individuals, not the group the individual is in, but not everyone thinks like me, so it's understandable to see why your OC feels that way. Well, the other thing about it too, Malik, is that, so, it's kind of the aspect where it's like, the idea is that, you know, you can try to argue things where it's like, you know, oh yeah, not all these people are like that, but in someone like Riona, you can name all the exceptions that you want, and it's like, okay, yeah, you can give me the exceptions, you can give me the 1% of the time this has not been the case. Try explaining things to me about the other 99% of the times where I was right. And that's also where it ends up coming from. But it's also just the other risk that it also comes from as well, is because, I gotta be honest, I'm gonna be fully aware that there may be some instances where people will try to misinterpret, the whole thing, just to be like, you know, oh, Riona's just an absolute heartless bitch because she absolutely despises men. But it's like, no. It's a trauma response, because the amount of things that she ended up going through. Like, it's obvious when you do a lot of things like this, clashing ideologies are always going to, they're always going to inflict some kind of misinterpretation of a narrative that's going on. And that's also part of the reason why something like this is dangerous. It's also part of a reason why there's just a lot of, like, say, studios or writers out there that are too afraid to actually take risks with storylines like this. Because they know that it's going to cause some kind of discourse, just because of negative interpretations that other people end up thinking about. I mean, for God's sakes, look at the number of times. I mean, it's like, yeah, for God's sakes, look at the number of times people have misinterpreted people like Ian Flynn. Oh, welcome back, Jonah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just giving these people the rundown of Riona's character, since a number of these guys just came in here.
All right.
Yeah. Because, like, absolutely 100%, these kind of stories involving these kind of arcs that these characters go through, they're not easy to talk about, like, whatsoever. Like, they're never easy to talk about, because they're such a heavy subject matter. That the other aspect that also makes it very risky to talk about is because the last thing that you want to do with this kind of story is to glorify it. You don't want to glorify somebody's abuse, because that's fucked up. And I feel the only real way that you can make that kind of story appropriate is, well, you gotta tell it straight. Like, you gotta really showcase to people that, yeah, the things that happened to this person, they were really bad. It warped their perception, like, completely. But it's also, at the same time, it also goes into what is essentially going to be Riona's biggest character arc through the entire thing. I wish misinterpretation wasn't so common. Unfortunately, as long as Twitter exists, it will always be common.
Jeez.
But like, it also does go into a very important character arc that she does end up having to go through, because her biggest thing that she needs to rise above is being able to rise above her trauma. Like, be able to understand that even though, like, sure, you ran into a lot of guys who were absolutely shit, but that shouldn't make you automatically judge and ignore the instances where you have guys that, honest to God, do try to mean well by you, that do want to, like, at least be good for you, rather than just writing them off because you're just so afraid they're going to end up being the kind of guy that you hate running into. And it's also part of the reason why, like, I actually am, like, super happy about... And while this was, like, super unintentional, I am kind of happy about a lot of the unintentional parallels between her and Kamiko. Because it allows, like, eventually when they do come to terms with one another, that it makes... It ends up making their eventual bonding feel far more natural, because they're now actually able to bond on a more personal level. Because it's like... And yeah, this guy did kind of have a couple of similarities to me. I mean, guy was homeless, guy became an orphan. Life just kept fucking him up everywhere he went. You know, just like replace a couple of variables, and you know, we almost lived a pretty one-to-one life. Twitter, what's Twitter? I heard of X I filled with giant idiot babies. We're not calling it X.
X? What is that?
Yeah, exactly. I refuse to give in to Elon Musk's stupid-ass branding, because it's fucking stupid.
When has Elon Musk ever done something that was actually good?
Never. Listen,
Apparently, I think I was told that apparently Elon Musk wanted to sue Disney because they didn't want to hire people who were like a different color or something.
because Musk is stupid. I think I'm gonna make the skirt just a bit longer. I think it's a bit too short for my liking. Oh, here comes the ad break.
I have actually tried to come up with a different origin of my alternate universe, which I have posted in the general chat.
Alright. I haven't taken a look at it just yet because you know I've been streaming.
Right.
Okay, so 1 minute left on the ads. Ooh, there we go. That's actually perfect. Oh yeah, that's very good. And now give Riona the leggies.
Yep. The legs.
Yep. She did not skip leg day.
Thick thighs save lives.
Indeed. Certainly saved her life.
Indeed.
Alright, and the ad break is over. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, we're just working on Riona's legs here, because she got the beefy legs. No ads for me, Sneak 100.
Must be a sub then.
Nope. Yeah, Malik told me he's not subscribed. In fact, yeah, I noticed that he doesn't have the badge for it.
I guess it just didn't show up.
Yep.
And when you get it?
Yeah. I don't know, Twitch can be weird.
Yeah. Must be not in sync.
Yep. Yeah, and they sneak up, and they sneak up, and then they sneak up on you like maniac. Indeed. Alright, So we got a bit more of Riona's leg that we're doing here. And then, yeah, so for those of you who are also wondering a bit about Riona's sword, so this is a very interesting blade. So, the sword that Riona uses, it's known as Raiko. And it is a sword that was forged from the crystals that the dragons used to get their magic from. And the crystal is so dense that it had to be forged from a lightning bolt. And it's because of that, and because it was just, the sword was just so hard to forge because that was what was required to do so. That's supposed to be the explanation as to why Riona's sword is damn near unbreakable. So, like, you can hit that thing with something, like, as sharp as humanly possible, it ain't cracking. But it's also because of it being made of that material, this sword is also capable of allowing Riona to channel her elements into the sword. So she can channel ice into it to make the blade like thicker or longer to extend the reach of her blade. She can run electricity through it in order to make the blade sharper, so it has an even easier time cutting through shit. And then wind actually makes the blade lighter, which allows her to swing it around easier. Which something that she can absolutely do if, like, say, maybe she has someone that's behind her, and after she's done cutting one guy, because there's something that you also got to understand too when it comes to swords and other type of bladed weapons in general. Sometimes they can in fact get stuck when you are cutting a person. Like, it's especially common with axes. Because, like, you're not just simply cutting through, like, flesh and tissue, you're also cutting through bone. And sometimes the blade can get stuck on the bone as you're trying to get it out. Like, it's especially common with axes, where, like, you're trying to pull the thing out, but, like, it's stuck on, like, a solid object, and it takes a little bit to pull it out. With wind, she can make the blade lighter, so she has an easier time pulling it out, and then maybe getting a guy that's right behind her. But most importantly, is some of the magical attributes in which Riona can do for herself when it comes to these elemental abilities. So, for instance, so with ice, she can, if under any circumstance she doesn't have her sword anymore, she can make sharp objects out of other things. Like, she can give herself ice claws on her hands. She could turn her ponytail into an ice blade. She could even turn her sheath into a makeshift sword by coating it with ice and just having an ice pick like at the very edge of it. With wind, she becomes much lighter. Like, she's able to jump around easier. She's more acrobatic. She can do more flippies. And then, of course, with electricity being her trademark, it makes her run and move really, really fast. In fact, that's actually one thing that I'm going to mention to, that I did mention, again, something I mentioned a bit earlier in the stream, but just for you people who just came in, for any of you who like to be the haha funny power scalers, so, I'm just gonna come out and say, whatever speed feats that Kamiko can ever achieve in the story, just know, Riona can beat it. Can she use the element to make some type of extra coat of armor? Yes, she can. She can encase her armor in ice. So, yeah, like a lot of Riona's training, all it really ended up doing was turning her into a badass. Just want to get a much better look at... Okay, yeah, there we go. Because, yeah, Riona's sandals are something that's also definitely, it's definitely the interesting thing to draw. Because I wanted to look for, like, fashionable sandals for her to also have, like, as well as, like, you know, something that's practical, because, you know, being essentially a samurai, it's nice to give her some sandals. So she has, like, easier traction. And then, yeah, then I just ended up finding a pair. I was like, you know what? Those are some nice-looking sandals. I think I'll put Riona in those. Now for toes. Now for the rest of the feet. There we go. Oh, this is all coming together. Might make the leg just a bit shorter. Because I think that's a little too tall for Riona. Because I also mentioned this a bit earlier in the stream, but Riona's canon height is in fact 5'5". She's kind of a shorty. Actually, I think instead... Oh, but she is taller than me. Yeah, because I have Kamiko at like 6'5", 6'1". Yeah, 6'5". Like, no, that's way too tall for Kamiko. Yeah, Kamiko's a tall boy.
Like, how tall?
I just said 6'1".
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I zoned out a bit.
Man, that really radiated the same energy as... Wait, what's the number for 911?
You just said it.
I gotta turn on a light in this room. Yeah, I'm 5'1". Oh, that's small. That's small energy. Actually, if I can go back to the debut stream, I'll take a look at like some of the other characters that I had on there. Because again, I have canon height for all of my characters. Okay, yeah, so Twilight is 5'6", so yeah, even she's taller than Riona. You know what? That's fine, because Riona took one look at Twilight and is like, love.
She looks at her and goes, beauty.
It's like, yup. It's like, ooh, that's a fine-looking lady. And then sees that she's friends with Kimiko, and she's just like, oh, you could do so much better. Even though Twilight 100% disagrees with that. Okay, so yeah, we almost got the initial sketch here done. Because yeah, like I 100% took this concept from Kenshin, because something that Kenshin actually did one time was that is that he used both his sword and his sheath in combat. It was known as double Bato Jutsu, where like yeah, he's able to, where like he misses to where like he's fighting against Jinne, and he goes to like try to do a Bato Jutsu slash, and he ends up whiffing the first slash, and then Jinne's like, ha, you missed! I won this round, Batosai! And then Kenshin just comes around with the sheath to break his arm. Because okay, I whiffed with the first one, but that's okay. I can always beat you with the sheath. Because Kenshin is fully aware that the kind of sword that he uses is not fit for Bato Jutsu, because he uses a reverse blade sword. That's why he's actually adjusted himself to be able to use Bato Jutsu even with the reverse blade sword, which is where the double Bato Jutsu comes in, where it's like, okay, I missed with the first one. All right, here comes the sheath. Speaking of Kenshin, here's a character. Here's the thing to a character who was inspired by him. Hi, Baiken. Nope. And now, toenails. I also want to check too, because I think I have Riona also a bit older than some of the other characters here, or at least like some of the other like main cast that are here. Yeah, I just need to refresh myself. Nope. Too far back. Okay, yeah, okay, so yeah, she's 19. Yeah, she's 1 year older than Kamiko and Twilight. Oh, that's very good. That's very good indeed. Now we do the final sandal. Is that a funny?
Yes, it's a funny.
Oh boy, we have a funny. Would you like to explain the funny?
It is like Thero. He's the funny.
Oh, you're watching his stuff again?
Yeah, just one of his old content.
Uh,
One of his shenanigans where that's the Shadow Raid boss one,
yes.
which spawned the whole that animated bit with Frieza and Eggman.
Yep. Or like, Shadow was lesbians the whole time? Good for them. Good for them. Good for them.
I'm going to take over the world. I'm going to beat everyone's ass, and I'm going to challenge Goku.
Yeah, Goku! We also can't forget Alfred's like absolute golden line when he came to Infinite. How do you combine and make mid?
Oh yeah, when Goku Black and who was that other guy?
Zamasu.
Zanasu fused. How are you all gonna combine and make mid? I'm infinite. I'm so shit, but I'm so beautiful. You're ugly as hell, man.
Like, you're weak. I'm not weak.
You're ugly as hell, my dude.
Listen, Rihanna could solo Infinite. It's like, you will be trapped within my illusions and why is my head on the floor? You blinked. The fuck you mean I blinked?
How could you even tell I was blinking through this helmet?
You have eye holes. Actually, speaking of Riona's headcanon voice, so there's a couple of characters that I had in mind for Riona's, like how I would imagine her being, sounding. 100% the definitive one that I would go for is Colin Clinkenbeard. Like, I think Colin Clinkenbeard has like such the perfect range for a character like Riona and just has the exact tone I'm looking for. Specifically, it is her voice for Urza from Fairy Tail. Because Colleen is really good at like deep warrior type voices. Because again, Urza.
Indeed.
If not Urza, another one I also had in mind was Erica Lindbeck, because Erica's also pretty good at doing deep warrior type voices. And then if not her, then I would also imagine Stephanie Shea, specifically her voice for Nana Shiruma from My Hero Academia. Essentially what I'm looking for in terms of like the way Riona's voices sound is deep, stoic warrior type of voice. But obviously not too masculine, of course. Alright, so we have the initial sketch done here. So now it is time to actually do the line art for this. Because we love a dual-wielding queen. Just gonna sharpen all this stuff up. Something, so for some other interesting trivia too about Riona is that, so I'm certain if any of you guys were around during our early days of playing D&D, You may remember a D&D campaign that Jordan used to run that went by the name of The Abode, and Riona actually showed up for that. In fact, she was actually the first character I turned into a D&D character. She was, in fact, the first. And obviously, there was a lot of homebrewing that was done to try to make her somewhat fit into, Dungeons & Dragons, because we wanted her to be able to do some of the things she's able to actually do canonically, but not to the extent where, like, you know, we'd end up with what Kamiko ended up becoming, just outright breaking the campaign. And for the most part, we did a pretty good job with that. Like, we made her a pretty effective sword fighter that was capable of using magic. It's where we would meet up. It's where we would actually be introduced to Dora, which me and Jordan have been trying to make into a canonic relationship between her and Riona. We also kind of started her journey in the Abode, not necessarily like her retaining any of the information that she did throughout the Rise to Superior, although she would start slowly getting that information back. In fact, starting with her actually remembering who Kamiko was. So like she's able to remember who he is, and that's when she starts regaining who she is. So yeah, effectively, Riona and the Abode was basically a planeswalker. And then, yeah, there was just a lot within the Abode that, because Jordan really liked what was established, like, of course, he brought some of his characters along, but he also told me, we gotta make Riona and Dora actually canon to our stuff. And I'm like, you know what? Yes. And then along came Kedra for Curse of Strahd, and then he became my favorite character that I ever made for D&D. Love me a good paladin. So yeah, chat, so we've been going on for like about 5 hours and 30 minutes, so how have you guys been doing? Have you guys been enjoying yourselves? If there's anything that you guys wanted to like, if there's anything you guys want to ask about Riona to know a little bit more about her, you most certainly can. While I'm in the process of inking this pose here. Hydrate, you got it. I actually got to refill this thing rather soon. Yeah, thank you for that, Crystal. So, I know while I did say that I was hoping to finish this reference sheet during the stream, I think the most I'll actually be able to get this finished by is, it's probably just this one sheet here, because I have, of course, me being me, end up having an idea of something that's like, oh, I kind of want to do another thing with this character sheet here, and it's going to be doing something relatively similar to what I did for Kamiko's sheet, where I showcase all the kind of magic abilities that Riona is able to use on another separate sheet, just to showcase, like, yeah, these are some of the skills that she's got. So, at the very least, I can guarantee that page 1 of this reference sheet will 100% be done. Unfortunately, not page 2, though. That one's going to be a bit more involved. But that's fine. At least we get something done today. That's all that matters.
Indeed.
And hey, aside from being able to show you that I can write a super depressing character like Crow, I can also show you guys I can write a rather serious and rather dark character like Riona. I have what is called range. There we go. Just gonna make this. Yeah, there we go. Just wanted to make it a bit thicker to showcase the actual eyelashes. Oh, and here comes the ad break. So I guess you'll be back in a minute and 30 from the ads. Hold on. I want to make sure I'm getting the noise right. Nope, that's too much. Like, yeah, God, I love this glare. This glare is so good. All right, about 10 seconds left of the ad break. All right, welcome back, everyone, from the ad break. So, I was just talking to myself of just how much I absolutely adore this glare that I gave Riona. Like, I think it's coming along so good. I mean, I feel like that's part of the reason why I was actually able to make, like, when I was like drawing Jordan's character Alex during the last stream, like, why I was able to make her glare look so good. And I think it really is just because how much I've been able to draw Riona doing it, because. Yeah, those are the eyes of someone who's going to absolutely wreck you. Like, you fucked around and you're about to find out. To see how well the... Okay, I think I want to sharpen this at least a little bit. There we go. Actually, no, hold on. I wanna do something different with this. So. There we go. Just wanted to make the roots of her hair a bit more visible. This way I have an easier time making like the roots of these into the appropriate color they need to be. Yeah, if any of you guys have any questions you want to ask about Riona, by all means, feel free to drop them down. There's that. I certainly would not mind having some. I certainly would not mind being handed talking points. This going on here, we get the points here. Yeah. A posture check? Yo, I already got you on that one. It's like I was way ahead of you. We just get a bit of the bangs here. Look at that shit swirl and swish about. Yeah. I saw there was a Danny online, so I thought to pop her the message, hey, Jordan started a playthrough of Persona 5. Oh no, Virgil's theme. Now Riona's motivated. CC, you actually just came in this room as Virgil's theme started playing.
The moment Virgil's theme music plays, she goes, I hear the call of my people!
No, CC's just like, I found my original theme song. Give it back. I am motivated. Foolishness, Virgil. Foolishness. I did something funny but evil in D&D. Do elaborate on this, because I do find that I do enjoy funny D&D stories. Yes, indeed, Kitty. Well, actually, Cece also just, Cece did just walk out of the room, so she's not here. Has Kitty been good? Cece's been good. We've been having to groom her a bit more, because, she getting fuzzy. She getting quite fuzzy. She's getting hair everywhere and coughing up hairballs. So it's like, oh, time to comb the kitty. Oh, you're back. Yes, chat was asking about you, Cece. Meow. There you go.
Clear than meow.
Yep. Cece. You gonna go on my lap? There we go. You're gonna go on my lap. Hello, Cece. Yeah, I can take a kitty break. I'll take a kitty break to pet the kitty. I'm such a precious baby. I did post what happened, but I don't think it went through. Nah, I don't think you did. Because I did not get anything. Cece, how are you? Are you comfy? Welcome to day 7 of the lore-a-thon, Cece. It's like, I hope you're interested in my characters, and then she just jumps off my lap. Okay, there she goes. Okay, Cece, were you at least here when we talked about roasting the boys? It's like, you are doing what now? What's with that reaction, Malik? It's like, what happened? So uncomfortably hot. You know what? Fair enough. Like, do you even have like a fan blowing on you or something, or at least some kind of air conditioning? Because, Christ, that sounds unbearable. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can push the expression a bit more with... there we go. He's like, what do you do in your downtime? I can give the party tattoos to match the ones on my back as a symbol of camaraderie. Rest of the party agreed, so give them the tattoos. Joke is on them, as I used to engrave multiple fireball symbols into the tattoos. Now if they try to turn on me, I can just insta-kill the party by blowing them up with 3 fireball spells for each member without using any spell slots, and they don't know it. Bruh. Can't believe it. You turned yourself to a remote bomb. have a fan, but it's not enough. Worst part, it cools down. It's just my apartment traps heat. Oof. Ooh, yeah. I can just imagine just how bad that is. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Malik.
Shit.
Yeah, listen, as someone who has to work in a dryer room during night shift, I know how that can end up feeling, because damn does it get hot in there. No, it turned them into remote bombs. Like, so, how was your D&D campaign like? Oh, it was alright, except, you know, some asshole party member of mine turned me into a remote bomb. And you just hear you shout in the distance, "Not sorry!" It's like, man, you know what? I can't believe it. You basically became Yoshikage Kira. It's like, I touch you, and now you're a bomb. Bark, bark.
Calm down, it's just the neighbors.
Neighbors? Neighbors need playdate. Play?
Play?
Well, when you have a rogue in the party, it's better to have a failsafe if they turn into murdered hobos.
Oh no.
I gotta take a cold shower, then dip in a cold bath. Sounds good, Malik. You try to get yourself cooled down.
Yeah, it's always refreshing.
Yeah. It's also nice to take one of those when you're about to go to bed.
Oh yeah.
Hello, Cece. I see you chose the bed now. And now you're just standing there. Menacingly. What is it, Cece? But now the question is, you turn Natsu into one of those bombs, and then you cast Fireball on them, and then they eat the Fireball. What do? It's like, and now I can blow you up with Fireball if you ever decide to turn on me. Did you say a Fireball? Why? Do it! Blow it up! Blow it up! Blow it up! Fine, I guess, if that's what you want. Nom 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 nom. Fuck! Can we do it again? That would be Buffy, your party member. Yeah, just keep giving him never-ending fireballs, and he just never runs out of power. Alright, so we got getting us some pretty good progress going on with this pose here. So we do like ourselves a dual-wielding sword woman.
Indeed we do.
Especially one that does not skip leg day. So Riona 100% refuses to skip leg day. Now we get the katana going here. The katanas. The katanas. The kachu. Now for the hand guard. So it actually looks like it's being surrounded by, well, a hand guard. What? No skip leg day? So she don't look like a gorilla walking on her fists. Yeah, she don't need to do that. She don't need to be mugshot from Sly Cooper.
No, sir.
Yeah, well, except it's the opposite with mugshot. He 100% skipped leg day. That's why he walks on his hands. You know what, with Riona primarily being a sword fighter, you know what, I'm pretty sure you could easily recreate her in Soul Calibur. Yeah, good. Because I mean, look, she's got a lot of her combat comes in just how fast she is and how quick she is on her feet and legs. You know, because of that, it just makes sense that she's got beefy legs. Because she's using them a lot. There we go, that's what it was. I'm gonna start getting a bit of the skirt here. We make our way further down, we'll eventually get to them legs. We also want to get some folds going on in here as well. This skirt is in fact bending. By the way, something else that she can also do with her sword that I'm actually absolutely going to be doing for when I start getting a second page for Riona stuff done. She could even use Ice Magic on the other end of, like, say, the handle here in order to effectively give her a double-sided sword. So she basically can, in fact, turn that thing into Darth Maul's lightsaber. have, oh wow, I haven't even done the shoulder guard yet. I'm just all over the place with this thing. Yeah, we got 6 hours now. Holy crap, guys. We're doing nutty. And guess what? Because of how much time I have off, you're going to be getting streams this long a bit more often during this whole week. Are you excited? Yeah, now granted, I will certainly say tomorrow I will be off.
Lucky.
Well, I mean, I'm going to be off from streaming.
Oh.
Yeah, because tomorrow is a Strixhaven day. So I will actually be instead over on the Spiffy Needle Geeks hosting that session for the guys over on that channel. So I guess I will be streaming just for a different channel. But then after that, I will be, but yeah, then it's like, yeah, then after that, then I will be back onto streaming, in which we'll be then working on Iwa Kenja's stuff. And then Thursday, it will be reference sheet touch-up, and then Friday, we'll be working on Shadow Kamiko. We'll be talking a bit about him. Yeah, we're going through so much of the cast already. Because then, yeah, then after Shadow Kamiko, that'll be another day off because that's a Ravnica day. So I'll be playing D&D that day, back on the Spiffy Needle Geeks. Then Sunday we'll be working on Hiyashi's stuff, and then we'll be able to talk about him. You'll get to learn a bit about Riona's master. Looking fantastic. Not fan-forstic, though. That movie was terrible.
Well, because 20th Century Fox could not do shit.
Nope.
Are they actually coming out with a new film?
I think they are. Like, I think they're coming... I keep hearing rumors about there being, like, a Fantastic Four movie coming out.
Well, here's hoping it's better than the old one.
Yeah, like, it's, because, like, I know, like, the only thing, like, Fantastic Four related, like, we've even gotten was that Reed Richards was in, the second Doctor Strange movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was, he actually showed up in, Multiverse of Madness.
Oh.
And honestly, it had probably one of the most fucked up ways you could kill Black Bolt.
How?
So, Reed Richards is looking at Wanda, and she's just like, "This is Black Bolt. Just one shout from him, just one shout from his mouth is enough to absolutely obliterate an entire world. Imagine what it can do to you." What mouth? And then Black Bolt just looks to see that his entire mouth has in fact disappeared, and as he's about to, like, scream in panic, the scream actually, like, echoes inside of his body and blows him up from the inside.
Damn.
Yeah, it's nasty.
Oh, that's just nasty.
Although, one thing that's absolutely gotta suck about Black Bolt's powers is that, imagine if the guy sneezes.
Wait, what?
Imagine if Black Bolt ever has to sneeze.
Oh no.
Yeah, because just a whisper from Black Bolt is enough to cause earthquakes. And a full-fledged shout of his is enough to destroy an entire planet. Like, imagine if he gets sick and he has to start sneezing and coughing. It's like, sometimes it makes you wonder, which is more dangerous, the superheroes or the supervillains?
Can it be both?
Both. Both is good. Both is good. We'll take both.
Both is good. Fucking Road to El Dorado.
Yeah. Ad break. Alright, well, I guess we got a minute on the timer for the ads to get over. Take them on the stretch.
No.
No, okay, fine. I won't stretch ever again.
No, I meant the ads.
Oh.
Yeah, not you. It was the ads. 'Cause
Ads.
You can stretch. Stretch is allowed.
Yeah. Not for you, ads. You're not allowed to stretch. In fact, you should end your ads now.
You should jump into magma lava now.
You think you mean Magma Mountain?
Magma Mountain, whatever it was. But
Yes, Magma Lava.
oh God, my brain cannot function. Like, what the fuck are words? What the fuck is logic? What are they?
What are those? Welcome back for the ad break, everybody. I hope you guys were around to listen to the absolute beauty that was Magma Lava.
Shut up.
If not, it can always be clipped.
Jesus. I can't help it when my brain goes stupid.
Do not encourage the ads realm.
Oh no.
I'm not encouraging the ads. I'm just saying, welcome back for the ad break.
Wait, how can he encourage them?
By just being like, hey, give me more ad revenue. Refresh your pages now. Jonah, you have a brain. I thought that melted during one of your streams.
Which one?
Yeah, it melted due to the magma lava.
I live in lava. I shouldn't have to put up with this.
Yeah. Yeah, let's hope I don't glitch into an ad. Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, that would suck.
No, we don't need that. In fact, CC disapproves, don't you, CC? Oh, you're curled into a ball. You're eeping. CC, go eep.
Ads make me sleepy.
Ads put me to sleep. Good old Okami Den music.
That is something I haven't heard in a long time.
Yeah.
Good old Kami.
Actually, I'm actually gonna... I need 900 more aura for Cat Cam. Well, keep watching and you'll rack that stuff up. What also helps too is that if you actually do subscribe, you actually do get a point multiplier. Yeah, I believe tier 1 is a 1.2 times multiplier for the amount of channel points that you earn. You know what? I want to check on Steam real quick for something, because I'm pretty sure Okami's on here. And that could also be a game that I add to my thing, list of games that I stream, because Okami's a really good game. Well, it's been a little quiet because I'm trying out Resurrection on my PSP. Luckily, the old handheld still works after not being used for so long. Neat. Okay, it is. Oh my god, it's $10? It's going for $10 right now. Steam, you can't keep doing this to me.
Isn't it still doing its Steam sale?
Yeah, it is. Like, you can't keep doing this to me. There's so many games I want.
You're spoiling me. Stop it.
It really is. Like, God of War for $25, Okami for $10. Like, Jesus Christ. Steve, you can't be doing this to me.
Stop that.
Yep, till the 11th. Yep.
The 11th of July.
Yep, I know.
What's also weird is that I'm trying to buy one of these DLC packs for Dragon Ball Fighter Z, because I just bought it recently because it kind of was interesting.
Yep.
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm trying to buy this one of the DLCs, and it's all like, oh, you need Dragon Ball Fighter Z for this to work. And it's like, bitch, I paid for it! It's already in my library. What do you mean I have to pay? I need this required, because I've already got it, and it won't let me pay for like the DLC, which is stupid.
Yeah, that is weird.
Like, I don't know if this is a bug glitch that Steam is having, or something. I don't know why I'm getting this thing.
Actually, I'm actually gonna go real quick to take a quick bathroom break, and while I'm out, I'm actually gonna get a refill on the water, so I'll be back real quick, guys.
Okay.
be back.
Welcome back.
Yep. And there's still a kitty here.
God damn it, Ken.
Let me
Just
guess.
said- He sent me a picture of this fat captain that's the size of his own ship.
Ah, you too?
Well, do you get that as well?
Yep.
Wow.
Man, that's a great thing to come back to.
Yeah, fat fuck.
Shiver me timbers.
The fact that this ship can carry his fat ass is astounding. Surely he'll sink.
Listen, if the Kraken can't sink my ship, then I will.
Or even Jaws, for that matter.
Gonna need a bigger boat? Nah, I need a bigger captain. Yep, I've seen the prices of God of War and Spider-Man, including Ratchet & Clank 2. Also, most of the games on my wish list, I don't know which one to choose. Yeah, I know, that's how I feel, Crystal. It's just like, oh boy, God of War is also going on sale. Oh, but Okami, though. Because I also want to make sure I have enough money, too, for when Black Myth Wukong comes out. Alright, now for skirt. So we get the skirt out of the way now, because we got everything up on the top done. And by the way, you know, another thing I also want to mention too about Riona as well. So, with our Zenny talk we had earlier, yeah, the person who just joined the server, Zenny Draws Things, yeah, that is the person who took one look at Riona and said she looks breedable. Listen, I feel like I've succeeded when, like, I can make a character that I fully intended to look attractive, and people look at me and go, wood. I made sure to give her a good welcome. Good. Sandy's a good uns.
Ate me ship. God damn it, Ken. He always finds the craziest shit he could find.
Listen, when you hang out with Ontario enough times, your mind gets loaded with cursed things.
Yeah. Then again, I've seen a lot of weird, worst shit.
Yeah, trust me, if Ken and Ontario ever tag team, we wouldn't stand a chance.
Oh, God.
Because last time, Ontario showed us Jim Carrey fish.
Jim Carrey fish.
Yep.
Oh, God, first Nicolas Cage and now this?
Yep. Also, yesterday was National Video Game Day. Ooh. In fact, Jonah, here you go. Have Jim Carrey fish.
Alright, let me see this. The Incredible Mr. Limpet, starring Jim Carrey. What the fuck is
It's
this?
Jim Carrey fish.
Is this legit or is this a meme?
I don't know, but I just know it's Jim Carrey fish.
Jeez. Could he compete against Will Smith fish?
Maybe. Yeah, for a second I thought it was National Kissing Day, but that was a few days ago. Dang, and I didn't get a single one.
What the? My mom. Why are you smiling at your laptop screen? My screen. Grubby. Whoa, it's...
Oh.
Oh, wait,
It's Bruce Kirby.
Gru with... Yeah, that... I just realized it's Kirby with Gru's face.
Yeah, you know what, Ken? Here, you can also have Jim Carrey fish.
Oh my god!
It's like trade exchange. I get Grubby, you get Jim Carrey fish.
Wait, should we call it Grubby or Grooby?
It's probably Grooby because it's supposed to be Gru.
Yeah.
But you know what? Grubby sounds funnier.
Yeah.
Give me the Grubby.
That sounds something that what Timon and Pumbaa would like.
Get the Grubby. Grubby gets the rubbies. Oh my god, have I been using the fucking airbrush this whole time?
Wow.
Yeah, National Kissing Day was the 6th. Man, and I didn't get a single one. Absolutely shameful. Time to get the leggy going here. Let's see. Yeah, once I get the legs done, I'll be able to do the color job on this. Then I think the last thing I will do for this sheet is draw the shoulder pad in a few different angles, and I think that'll be about it. Said, page 1 of Riona's reference sheet will be completed. Just as planned. Oh, a slight chance at International Kissing Day. I mean, I was just thinking of Mortimer Mouse just holding the mistletoe under Minnie. Is like, oh, Minnie, you know mistletoe, right? You know what happens when someone is caught under it. Ooh, it's a mistletoe, isn't it? You know what happens when someone's under it, don't you, Minnie? And then Pete goes to kiss Mortimer.
Oh my god.
Man, Pete is just like, listen, I may be an asshole, but you're not ruining their marriage.
I'm the only one who gets to screw around with Mickey and Minnie.
And even then, I wouldn't stoop that low.
I mean, come on, I used to be the captain of the ship.
He was the Steamboat Willie.
Then something caused him to snap.
Oh, and CC curled up into a ball now. She go eat. such an amazing flute sound. Like whatever kind of flute is enabling them to actually like almost make it sound like an eagle just calling out. Until he ate his ship. Ken, are you telling us that the image you have been sending me and Jonah, the fat sailor in the ship, that was supposed to be Pete, but not as a furry? Humanoid Pete? It looks like Lionar is coming along. Amazing. Thank you, Crystal. I think it's coming along pretty well, too. It's almost done. Yep, it is confirmed. That was Humanoid Pete.
Poop Pop Pete.
Poop Deck Pete. Yeah, I can close Steam now. I don't need it open anymore. I know. I'm gonna do this for this month, but here you go, Realm. Are you doing what I think you're doing?
Thanks, soldier.
Ken, thank you for the tier 1 subscription. And yeah, if you only do it for this month, that's fine. You know, just do what you need to with your money. But nevertheless, the support is very much appreciated. Thank you for that. Enjoy your ad-free streams, your point multipliers, and also your tier 1 emotes. Now you can now you can spam the Pillow Twilight emotes as much as you want. Challenge other tier 1 subs to a pillow fight if you need to.
I've never seen Brent this scared in Lethal Company before. Just the moment he leaves out of that base area, there's a giant, and then it's already chasing him, and he's saying "fuck, fuck, 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 fuck." You all just hear his dee, 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 dee.
Okay, I'm looking at Sonic X Shadow Generations animation, and it looks so good. Yeah, that's part of the reason for that is because the director behind that is the same as the guys who were behind the Rise of TMNT. So that's why it looks so good.
Yeah, that looks real. Yeah, the animation is really, really good.
Yeah. And again, I'm just gonna say it again. The people saying that Ian Flynn can't write Shadow have been very quiet.
Got nothing funny to say?
Yeah, it's like, where are you guys now, huh, naysayers?
You were all so high and mighty about it before. Where are you now? Did you give up?
Did you quit? Did you pee your pants? I think they peed their
What,
pants.
did you guys give up?
Pillows? Nah, I throw rocks. You know what? You can throw rocks. Also, I still can't unhear Maria's voice without thinking of Usagi. I mean, yeah, it's the same voice actress.
Yeah, it's the same voice actress. Which, I didn't even know that she also is Hinata in Naruto.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I recognize. That's the most I recognize Stephanie from. I also think she was, I think she was also Yui from Kill la Kill.
Yeah, she is.
Because again, she uses her Hinata voice for that character.
I forget, who is Yui again?
She was the one blonde girl who had like, who was like an all pink and had the other half of, Ryoko's scissor blades.
Ah.
Ryoko cuts off her arms. My arms! Oh my god, 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 oh my god! My arms! It's like, I can't believe you actually did that! Do you have any idea how valuable these arms are? Yeah, that's why I chopped them off, dipshit.
Shock!
Yep. Damn you, Mandela effect. What do you mean by the Mandela effect? What do you mean, Malik? I told Ryan about it as well, and that she was in Fire Emblem Awakening. She plays Tharja. Yeah. Who played Tharja again? Stephanie Shea, the person who played Maria in the Shadow X Generations thing. I remember that, including that Ryuko is Sailor Uranus' voice. Yep. Erica Mendez is your name.
Trivial!
She did a really good job with both of them. Yeah, Erica Mendez is a great voice actress.
Oh yeah, she is.
Yeah. Hashtag, hey, Sonic Team, cast Erica Mendez to play Surge.
Oh my god, yes. I've honestly saw like certain like fan sprite videos that had Surge in it, and it had Ryoko's voice lines in them. And honestly, it really fits.
It does. Because Surge also falls under the category of too angry to die.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Alright, it looks like there's an ad break going on. Not for Ken, though, because he subscribed.
Yup.
But yeah, we got less than a minute on the ad break in progress, so you guys enjoy whatever ads are coming your way. Yeah, Tharja is the one Brandon's freaked out over. So I should just be like, there's only one person that is for me, and anyone who tries to take them, I will break them. Like, okay, Tharja. I understand. Alright, welcome back from the ad break, everybody.
There were rumors going on saying that I think the IDW Sonic characters might have a chance to being in the modern games.
Oh, yeah, I know that was going around for quite a while.
Like, I know Tangle, Whisper, and Surge were in Sonic Dash and Sonic Forces Speed Battle only for mobile.
Yeah.
So it's a high possibility.
Yeah, and you know, Sonic did in fact reference Tangle and Frontiers.
Oh, that too. And Styx.
Yep. Can't believe Styx is now just brought into canon in the Sonic universe, because she was initially just for Boom.
Yeah. She was just a whole different character. Like, most people thought she was just going to be a remake of Marine the Raccoon because of its colors.
Yeah, and then, lo and behold, they made a character that was better than Marine the Raccoon.
Yeah, honestly, if Styx were in the modern world, I kind of had this idea, like, what if she was trained by Lupe the Wolf, because her clan is kind of, like, nature-based, and, if you remember Sonic SatAM, Lupe is with, like, a group called the Wolf Pack,
Yeah.
and, they kind of look like they were, like, nature tribe kind of people, I think. I could be wrong.
Yep.
And I kind of had this idea, like, if Styx were to ever be like in the modern Sonic world, she would have been like learned lessons from Lupe the Wolf. Now it could be something else. I'm pretty sure people have other different alternate universes for Styx that are way much better than what I could ever imagine, but it's a start.
Yeah. I was looking for Epsom salt, and I knew we had it, except after searching for it in the place we usually kept it, I came to the realization we don't have it, which is strange because I was so sure we had more of it. Oh, sounds like I've had times that's happened before, where it's just like, I think I'll have something that I'm looking at that I need in the house, and then it's like, oh wait, we don't have the thing. Well, time to get more. Give me store. Yeah, Brandon freaked out towards it, but I'm like, waifu is mine. Ironic because I'm not interested in people like that. Oh no.
Wait,
are you in
Brandon freak out?
Yeah, because Tharja and Fire Emblem.
What happened?
Basically Tharja is a character that Brandon gets freaky over.
Ah.
And I'm like, it's like, oh, is there a waifu battle going on here? Are we claiming waifus?
Why can't we all just say we both like the same thing and be happy about it?
Because some people don't like to share. It's the reason why whenever Scarlet and me are in the same room together and I try to sip over Urza, and she's like, no, that's my wife. It's like, Urza's mine. You back off.
It's like Lucy and Gary fighting over the skin of Morrigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what's going on between you two.
It's like, I can't control them, chat. I lost control.
I lost control. I can't control them. I can't do it.
It's like, no, that's my waifu, Brandon can't have it. This is mine now.
Now that is mine. Do you understand that?
Listen, I can at least have a compromise with Scarlet, because it's like, with her, it's like, okay, listen, Scarlet, I don't mind if you have Urza, that's perfectly fine. But you're gonna have to pry Lucy from my cold, dead hands.
You could have this when you pry it from my cold, dead hands. Otherwise, good luck, because I would have glued it to my cold, dead hands.
Yeah, because, like, I'll be a person, it's like, okay, I don't mind sharing some of the people that I like from Fairy Tail. Like, you like Urza? Fine, who doesn't love Urza? You want Juvia? Sure, you can have Juvia. I may argue a little bit with Kana, but, like, she may be someone that I'm willing to sometimes just hand off a little bit. You try to take Lucy from me, though, we're gonna fight.
You're fine with every other character, but when it comes to Lucy, you're like, no!
He's like, no, Lucy's mine. I was like, I will fight you.
I will fight you, and it won't be pretty.
Let them off their leash, realm. Fight. Like, Like, alright. So, Jonah, I'm gonna let you off your leash, and then you're gonna fight the person who wants to marry Twilight Sparkle.
You think I'm afraid to throw hands?
It's like, I want to marry Twilight Sparkle. You want to fucking what now?
And again, I've seen a lot of other people who, like, simp over Twilight Sparkle, and I don't really get too angry about Twilight, because why not? She's a princess of friendship.
It's like, but the waifu wars.
There's one thing that I will fight you for, is Fiona Fox.
It's like someone is just like, all right, I gotta marry Fiona Fox. Like, you fucking what now?
All right, that's it. I'm taking the gloves off. You're gonna get burned.
All right, that's it. You finna die.
Like, all right, that's it. Someone's getting the frickin' these hands.
Like, I'd show Fiona a good time. Like, hell you will.
Hell you will, you frickin' cover pump! Get over here! I ain't finished with you!
Oh god, he's killing me. He's killing me. Oh god, what have I done? I just told you, you're killing me. You know what? It's the same thing with Jordan. Like, I'm sure he wouldn't mind you going with any Xenoblade character, but you're gonna have to pry Melia from his cold, dead hands. Crash Panuka?
No, I think it was the firecracker.
Yeah, I mean, it is still July, so people are still gonna go setting those off.
Yeah, of course.
Isn't July 4th over yet? Not for me!
It's still going on to me.
It's still happening to me, you young shunny. Now we're gonna add black colors to Riona here. Again, I love this glare so much, it's so good.
That actually is pretty good.
Yeah. And again, she actually about to fuck you up. Now tell me this. Would you rather be cut to oblivion or bludgeoned into the afterlife?
pick now before I choose for you. Actually, hold on. I should also get the inside of the arm guard here. Alright, there we go. There's for the arm guard. Well, the shoulder guard at least. Not, otherwise, he'd be covering more of the arm. Come along very nicely. Thank you. Hey, do you guys need a sexist problem beaten into submission? Call Riona. You tired of men just constantly horn-dogging you on a daily basis? Well, just give this woman a call and she'll beat the ever-living shit out of them. Oh, actually, hold on. I just noticed part of the sheath is missing the colors. There we go. There we go. We're gonna now start getting this part. Hope that attaches the shoulder guard to the actual armor piece itself. Oh, and there's some white spots to get rid of. Get out of here. We don't need no white spots. Riona's done with that.
I thought we fixed that problem.
I thought we killed you. My death was greatly exaggerated.
It's only a flesh wound.
Your hands off! You liar! Come on, you pansy! Like, look, you stupid bastard! You don't have any arms left. I can still kick you. I'm invincible. You're a loony. And it just cuts both of his legs off. He's just a body with nubs. All right then, we'll call it a draw. It just leaves him there. You cheeky bastard! You can't run away from me.
Like they wouldn't even put him out of his misery. He's just nothing but a stub.
Yeah. Monty Python's so good.
I know. Get on with it.
Yep. Bring out your dead. I still need to watch those movies. You should. Very good British comedy. Yeah. Message for you, sir. I have the Holy Grail on Netflix on my watch list. Oh, absolutely watch the Holy Grail. It is so good. I actually have Holy Grail on VHS.
But you still own one?
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I even used one of my VHS.
Well, yeah, because everything's going to DVD now.
There's no
Yeah,
need.
DVD and Blu-ray.
Yeah, there's no need for VHS.
Unless it's one of those films that never got fucking made into a DVD.
Yeah, God, we're gonna eventually come to an era where we're gonna have kids just be like, so what's a VHS? Oh no.
Yeah, it's like, oh, shit. God, even the mentioning of VHS makes me feel old.
So kids, this is what movies were put on back in the days. You pop them into the TV, and it just played the video.
Yeah, you didn't need any main menus or anything like that. You just pop it in there and then sit back and watch.
Yep. Sometimes you watch the movie too much and the tape in the video recorder gets all fucked up and it comes out of the tape.
Sometimes if you leave it in there too long, the tape gets stuck and then you have to cut it out in order for it to come out,
And then the movie's ruined.
which has happened before.
I have a VHS player in my apartment hooked up to my CTR. Nice. Also, hello there, Petty Rick.
Nice.
Welcome to day 7 of the lore-a-thon. I'm working on Riona. I will be sure to have this uploaded a bit later today once the stream is actually over. So, whatever you ended up missing here, you can in fact catch it on the YouTube. Because I am actually almost done with working on what I want to on here. I just need to get the flat colors done on this. And then I'm going to finish things off with putting a reference of the shoulder guard on here. And then that should be about it. And then I send you all to raid into another person. If you want to watch the movie again, you have to rewind the tape device or let the VHS machine do it.
Oh, yeah.
Or, if you want some extra fun, you keep the TV on and watch the whole movie in reverse.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Hey, it's an Adam.
I kind of remember when I was a kid, I tried to we had like this little scroll wheel. We had this wheel to like forward and rewind our VHS tapes a long time ago. And I remember when I was being so little, I would try to slowly like turn it to the right just to see it slowly rewind itself backwards.
Huh.
And now it's like, oh, the main villain is now here. And now the heroes run backwards. Wait a minute.
But that's the Time Lord's favorite dream.
Yeah.
And back when I was just a kid, just sitting back watching my favorite Disney movies.
So, Adam, how you be?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Just hopping on. Gonna be playing some Resident Evil.
Very nice. I am on day 7 of the lore-a-thon. We're covering Riona today.
Oh, nice. I noticed.
Yeah.
She's looking nice. She's looking fine.
Yeah. She'll only appreciate that comment if it comes from a woman, though. She looks at you and she says, and you say that, and she's just like, of course you would.
I mean no harm.
That's yet to be seen. Didn't know VHS players have frame by frame function. I think they did, yeah. Yeah, I think there's some that did have. Yeah, I think there were some that did have the ability to let you look at frame by frame.
Yeah, I do remember there was a button where you can pause, and
Yeah.
you can press it again and again, frame by frame. You know, very little bit.
There's a bat in your belfry realm. Get the net.
Nah, you can't do that. I am the knight.
No, you need to fear me. I am the knight.
I remember seeing that a comment like that when someone's, you know, stroking an innocent baby black bat.
Yep.
It is precious.
Oh my god, ew. This chessman only has 7 IVs in its attack stat? It's fucking gross.
Oh.
Send it back into the wild.
Yeah, might as well go back on mercenary mode because now I can either play as Heisenberg or Lady Dimitrescu.
E.
And they're like certain sections in certain parts of mercenary on the mercenary mode levels where you fight against the three daughters.
Yep.
So I guess that means you can actually kill your own daughters
That's fucked up.
in this mode.
That's actually fucked up. Hold on a minute.
Oh yeah.
I still have my Disney VHS tapes too. Yeah, I do too. I have some of them. My favorite one, of course, being A Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Toy Story is one of them, but that's Pixar. But yeah.
Wait, Adam, no, don't sell meth.
Beth, what?
I don't know, ask Ken. He's the one who brought it up.
Oh, I didn't see the chat.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Ken, I don't take any, and thank God I'm glad I never did.
What is with this whole RIP Cartoon Network shit?
Oh, it's because the Cartoon Network name is been removed from the studio.
What? Then what is it called now?
There's just nothing there now.
That sucks.
An account associated with the Animators Union is using the hashtag as part of a negotiating arsenal. What the fuck?
And Arsenal's involved?
I'm just gonna choose to blame David Zaslav because every single decision that goes wrong in animation is usually his fault. Especially when it comes to the Warner Brothers side of things, because David Zaslav is a fucking moron and needs to be fired.
I guess so. If only they had the brains in it. If only they had the brains and cancel frickin' Teen Titans Go. Can't stand that show. I'm sorry.
No, honestly, at this point, people are more so just like, release Coyote versus Acme, please.
Oh, that's even better.
Do it, you bastards.
Yeah, they might as well do it. Wile E. Coyote's my favorite Looney Tunes character.
Yep. He said he was
Say-
playing as Heisenberg. My brain went Breaking Bad.
Oh wait, there's a Heisenberg character in there, Breaking Bad.
Yes.
Oh yeah, because I never watched it, but yeah. Right, good to know. So yeah, the Heisenberg I was talking about is technically the equivalent to Magneto with a hammer.
Yep. And apparently his voice performance was inspired by Nicolas Cage. Like crazy, supersized bitch.
Wait, Nicolas Cage actually did that voice?
No, the performance was inspired by Nicolas Cage.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
Creepy ass psycho doll and a moronic freak.
No, that boulder punching asshole.
I can't believe it. He's canonically seen Resident Evil 5.
Yeah, that I lost it to the point where I just stopped the game and just just thought it through. I'm like, did he actually said that?
It's like, hold on a minute. You saw that part? Is Chris punching boulders just a story that just spread throughout Resident Evil, like canonically?
Yeah, I bet Capcom probably knew that was a meme, and they thought let's make a jab out of that.
I mean, I'm more so talking about lore-wise, like actually, like in the Resident Evil series, like who was the one who started going around with the stories that Chris Redfield punches boulders?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I mean, like I said, they probably thought, probably because it's a meme. They're making fun of that.
Well, no, I get why like Capcom did it. I'm more so talking about like an in-story explanation.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like what was the character that first started telling people that Chris Redfield's a boulder puncher? Like, was it Sheva? That'd be really funny if it was Sheva.
Maybe. Last time I ever heard of Sheva, I mean, something went wrong in Resident Evil 6 to the point where Chris went missing, and she ended up contacting Piers, who is the basically Chris's partner in Resident Evil 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sheva was only like one game, and that's it. And that was 5.
Yeah, which really sucks because she really had quite the badass acrobatics.
Yeah, she did. I mean, as long as the AI wasn't controlling her.
Oh, don't remind me. Fuck.
Oh god,
Yeah.
That's a giant rock.
Yeah. So but basically, yeah. Resident Evil 5, it was one of those games where it's only, fun and playable if you have a buddy playing with you.
Yeah. By the way, nice job trying out the Gigantify emote there.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get a...
Alright, sounds good.
Alright.
Alright, so, in fact, we actually got this one done pretty well. Now all that's left to do is to actually get some reference of the shoulder guard.
Alright.
This shouldn't be too tricky. Just gonna have it at a few different angles. And there's an ad break in progress. I just wanted to get a decent. I just wanted to get another view of like the actual shoulder guard itself. See, this is the reason why I actually want on here, so that way I don't have to painstakingly see like, okay, so what is this supposed to look like just from looking at this? Reference sheet looking good. Thank you.
All right.
This part, once I get, actually, yeah, I think this part should be relatively simple to do. I just need to, so yeah, I just got a front view, side view, and then I'm gonna do a top-down view. Alright, 10 seconds left on the ad break. And ad break is now over. Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back.
Yep. We're just getting the the shoulder guard going on here. It's not a hand guard. It's literally on her shoulder. Actually, hold on. I may actually need to adjust some of this a little bit because I'm pretty sure that's not how I'm. Yeah, no, that's not how it's supposed to be looking.
Sure, you'll get the hang of it.
Yeah. So yeah, again, this is why we have reference sheets, so we know how to keep things on model.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. That way we don't end up like Rebecca Sugar.
Oh yeah, fuck.
I remember when Kamiko didn't have shoulder pads until Melissa drew him for my old website, and you liked it so much, Realm, that you made it permanent. Yeah. Then he ended up getting another change going on with this whole thing, and it's like, you know what? I like this even more.
Uh-huh.
Because before, Kamiko was just in a onesies. Like, so much so that when I initially drew it, Danny looked at it and he's like, oh my god, naked dragon child. Make it just a tad around her. There we go. Bring it in just a little bit. Just don't tack too wide. There we go. Actually, now bring out. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit better.
Oh yeah, that needs to be a like bit more symmetrical line, I'm guessing.
No, I just wanted it to be. I just didn't want it to be too wide.
Oh, okay.
Like, actually, I think I kind of like it a bit more this way. And then I want to get how it looks like on a back view. Dragons are naked, not their fault that they didn't think to put some clothes on. I mean, they have scales. That's more than enough. At least to some people, it's worth more than enough. I mean, if that doesn't settle enough, then you know what? That's what some of their human disguises are for. It's like, oh look, now I'm human. I have clothes. You can trust me. I am not going to pillage your village. But that's not clothing. You know what? It is to them.
What clothing would they wear?
Good question. That I will not answer.
Okay. I mean, I suppose it's one of those things that you know that's better left unanswered.
I just love the whole thing. It's like, good question, one that'll never be answered. Okay.
Well, you just have to live with disappointments, you know.
Just sounds so okay with just not getting their question answered. That's so funny.
Well, it's like what Professor Utonium says. It's best to accept disappointments.
Yeah. You know what? I live with that philosophy every time I go on Twitter. Put the insignia on here, because she's part of the Durgan army. Although I will say one thing, so for those of you who felt a little too depressed during the Chrome stream, because every single person is like, yeah, but Chrome is a lame-o, you're at least, I'll at least let you guys know that Riona does not look down on Chrome. Despite being a male, she also knows that he's a dragon. He's never going to be interested in people like that anyway.
So basically, Chrome is like technically a male that she can be okay around with.
Yeah, because, you know, he's a dragon. He's not human. He's not going to do anything bad to her. Guess what
I
time
guess.
Guess what time it is? I don't know. What time is it? I would like to be enlightened.
Hopefully not high noon somewhere.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Oh, it's wizard time, motherfucker! Fireball, fireball, fireball! Okay, and now I can get to work on lining this. And then this will be the last thing we do tonight. Because I will, in fact, have fulfilled the promise of finishing this sheet. Or at least page 1 of it.
Uh-huh.
And I'd say we had a pretty productive day. We went on for 7 hours.
Nice. I mean, I do remember, you know, my, well, I'm not gonna, I might as well not mention it. Because, you know, the rules of the stream.
That's fair. I mean, if you want to give me, you know what, if you want to give a quick plug, you can. I don't mind.
Alright. I mean, since we're mentioning about, you know, the length of streams, it made me remember, you know, when I was doing a very long, I did a very long stream about, you know, like playing on the first Splatoon game because, you know, I was celebrating the, you know, playing its multiplayer because, you know, it was the day when Nintendo's shutting down the online service for the Wii U and 3DS.
Right.
Yeah, so I was celebrating that game.
Then we got 2 more views of the shoulder guard to do. Throw on the flat colors, and then bada bing, bada bingus.
Sweet.
Bingus bongus. Bazinga. Is it divine intervention time? Malik, listen. Palutena is already taking up my brain space. But you know what? She's allowed to do that. I will allow Palutena to take up my brain space.
Well, and as for me, I never forgot the time where I picked up a Bayonetta 2 just so that I can play it on the Wii U, so that I can, while I'm waiting for it to be released on as the final DLC for Smash.
Yeah, playing as the character who comes, playing the characters game before they come out. It's like, oh yeah, now they're into Smashy Bros.
Yep.
And then they became the most hated character in the entire game.
Yeah, pretty much just ruined Smash 4, I guess.
Yep, which time is one hell of a drug. There's so much yelling going on in the chat. Like, why are we yelling? I have no idea. I got bayoneted because of Smash Brothers, and because I got all A's in my report card during high school. Hell yeah!
Oh yeah.
Like, being able to prove ourselves by getting met by us. Like, hey, look, I got all A's. Now give me the video game.
Oh yeah.
Supposed to show you that hard work can pay off.
Torbjorn will agree.
You hear that, you fucking weirdos on the internet? You gotta actually work for your. You actually gotta work for results. Stop stealing shit with AI, you lazy slackers.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
And what is this talk about AI shit?
It's basically talking about how, like, sometimes you gotta put the effort into something in order to actually earn the rewards for it, you know? Unlike people like, oh, I take AIRs. Look at the AIR I did. It's so good, right? No, it isn't.
I mean,
Shut up.
Not really. I mean,
it may look good, but it's not. You didn't draw that. That was the AI.
It doesn't even look good most of the time. Like, hey, look at this
I mean-
character. They have 7 fingers now.
I mean, okay, there are some AI picks that are weird, but there are some that are pretty good. But then there's just some that are just very, very weird.
I mean, that's the kind. Seeing like a person with like multiple fingers. That's the kind of shit I've seen from Bruce Almighty, and that's like around the 2000s. Like, come on.
Most importantly,
Yeah.
stop throwing my girl Lucy in there, right? No AIR of my girl Lucy. Fuck you. Like, you know what? It's not even called AIR because it's not even art.
I mean, we can't even consider this artificial intelligence either. I mean, what am I saying? I mean, it's what am I saying? I'm losing my train of thought. I'm so dumb.
Like, come on, find the word. You can do it.
Thank you. I mean, I get that AI can be useful to be used as a tool and all that, but come on, you have to. This is your work. You need to make it yourself.
Yeah, like, if you use it as a tool, you don't use it as a substitution for the work itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's what AI should be used for. Use it for a tool, not as a replacement for your work.
Other than that, because if you do the others, then you're a lazy cocksucker, and I will be at your front door. And when I am at your front door,
I just want to talk to her.
I just want to talk.
Oh god, I love reference.
What the fuck is this? The SMG4 criticism in a nutshell. This is some random art. This one SMG critic who prefers improvement over reverting back to pre-2017 SMG4. Impeach Kevin, make SMG4 great again. Fuck Maggie, she ruined it. Kind of a shame that Luke refuses to take constructive criticism because of Metal Blade 5 as well as so-called SMG4 critics.
Wait, am I hearing hate towards Maggie? This reminds me of a certain someone which I won't name.
Yeah, it does for me too. Look, I haven't seen SMG4. I do know that I guess it's been in a rather big state of decline, at least in terms of like quality.
I never really got into SM.
Me neither.
I've seen clips of it, and it's just not my cup of tea. I just know that its fan base is super toxic.
Yeah, it's so toxic you might as well be wearing a hazardous suit.
Spewing conspiracy.
Yeah, but you know, even then, it's like it's not like you can blame what Maggie's become on Lizzie Freeman anymore. She dropped the role.
Oh yeah, on her own accord.
Yep, on her own accord.
But according to a certain a-hole on the internet, it still wasn't good enough.
Well, fuck him. He's a goddamn loser.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Like, guy's a zero talented voice actor who has no fucking work under his belt because he's too busy being toxic to other voice actors.
He's
I mean, yeah,
obsessed with drama.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much. If this isn't good enough for him, then what is?
Yeah, then fucking cope and seed, loser.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Cope, seed, bald.
I mean, that's all he pretty much does nowadays.
It's literally all he does. But yeah, we're not gonna get into that. I've already made 2 videos on that fucker. If you want to watch those aside from the lore streams, they're on the YouTube.
Yes.
Just know, it's gonna be hella exhausting going through. It was exhausting for me to make.
Yeah, it was.
Alright. I'm just gonna do a little bit of touch up on, well, first I'm gonna do the flats on this. Anything I missed on here? Because sometimes some white spots sneak in. Oh, yep, found one.
Oh, there's just... It's like trying to find where's Waldo.
It's like, where's Waldo? It's like, where's
Like,
the white spot?
Where's the white spot? Oh, there it is.
Oh yeah. Oh, and we call him Wally in the UK, just to let you know.
Hey.
Oh, nice.
I don't know why, but I almost half expected you to be like, you know, oh, the books here are called Where's Wallace?
Where's Wallace?
Yep. Yeah, well, I saw the funniest thing regarding AI. There's a person that made this AI art but does it for free. They said in the same column that if you want paid commissions, go seek non-AI artists for that. I'm like, okay, at least I'll give you that. You support no AI artists.
Ha!
And according to Game Explain, neither does Nintendo.
Which is good.
Yeah, even Nintendo are aware of this, and they do not like how people do this.
Yeah, they don't like the AI. They don't like the AI generative images. They're like, no, it's gonna cause problems for game development. God forbid they make a new Mario game, and on the cover he suddenly has 2 noses and 3 mustaches.
Yeah, the freaking Nintendo president was all like, generative AI, which has been a hot topic of the recent years, it can be more creative, but we also recognize that it has issues with intellectual property rights.
Well, yeah, because what you're literally doing is you're taking pre-existing images and you're combining them together. So, yeah, you're literally using other people's work.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
All right, and yeah, with that said, ooh, actually, hold up, I got a couple things I want to, because I just noticed these. Yeah, sometimes it's part of the reason I like having like an extra background color on this, not just to fill out everything, but also just be like, all right, so did I happen to miss any colors? Like, yes, I did. You're actually filling this scar proper. Yep. Oh, fill in your eyes. Thanks for that cursed Mario realm. Now my mind is thinking that up now. Yeah, Mario with 2 noses and 3 mustaches. Like, thanks, AI. This is your fault.
That's absolute ill.
Yeah, burn in a pyre. Even Crystal's like, ew.
Exactly. She knows what I'm talking about.
Right, and with that final touch-up, oh no, there's still some stuff I need to fill in. side I need to fill in with the whites. Have people really gone lazy to pick up a pencil? If you're willing to mix and match other people's art, then sure, you can pick up a pencil. No, that requires them too much effort. They have to actually move their hand more for that. That's why they can't do it.
I can't draw for shit.
Like, you could say it is a skill issue. But anywho, so...
Yep, that's not.
Speaking of real art, so look what we did today, guys.
Well done.
Yeah. 7 hours and 30 minutes of this.
Jesus.
Yeah, we are crazy. Except, actually, no, I just noticed one more spot's missing here. There we go. So, yeah. This was Riona, so yeah, I guess for those of you sticking around during the stream to hear about her character, so what do you guys think of Riona? Like, what are your thoughts on her?
She's badass.
That's certainly one way to describe her.
And I'm guessing she won't accept that compliment either.
Yeah, no, she won't. If you're a guy you try to compliment her, she will outright ignore you.
All right.
Looking really solid. This is art. She's cool and deserves a hug. Crystal, she would take a hug from you. She would 100% take a hug from you. All right, so for now though, hey Dwayne, of course you get a hug. And you know what? You can also hug Riona.
I'd probably just give her a handshake.
If she'd even take one from you.
I'm guessing she's not convinced that,
No, like I mentioned, a lot of the stuff that she does is strictly due to her trauma response.
Yeah.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm very sorry, Dewey. You actually came in, like, as I'm finishing up here. But, actually, yeah, actually, I'm gonna go back to the schedule for a moment. Okay, so yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna be off, because that is a D&D day. I got my top surgery tomorrow. Oh, I wish you good luck on that.
Yeah, I wish you good luck as well, Dewey.
Yeah, you good luck with that. You know, tell us about the results and what everything when you went through everything, because I'd like to know how that's going for you. But yeah, seriously, congratulations.
Yeah, we send you our best send our best for you.
Yeah, but
I just hope it goes well.
Yeah, just be sure to tell us about it when the whole thing is over. So tomorrow I'm gonna be off because that is a D&D day, but I will be hosting a stream on the Spiffy Needle Geeks to host the next session of Strixhaven. After that, it will be we will be covering Iwa Kenja. We'll be going over his reference sheet and talking about his character for the next day of the lore streams. After that, on Thursday, it will be I will be basically doing something called reference sheet touch-up, where I'll basically just start touching up on some reference sheets I was working on throughout the lore-a-thon that I feel still need to be worked on. And then Friday, we will be talking about Shadow Kamika, so he will be getting his time in the spotlight. Until then, let's see who to raid yourselves into, because, let's see, how long have you been going for? Because I'd like to be able to... Yeah, you should be fine. So you know what? How about I send you guys over the pumpkin potion? So yeah, you guys like old-fashioned, cartoony rubber hose stuff. Well, that's their entire aesthetic, as well as some horror stuff. Yeah, pumpkin potion's an absolute sweetheart. All right, and the raid message shall be the lore. Okay, so, as the typical stream rules go, when we raid into people, don't overpromote the stream, respect the streamer's rules, be sure to follow their content if you end up liking what they do, and when we do raid into them, remove the referred equals raid from the URL address before you refresh the page so your view counts, because Twitch is very weird like that. But until then, this has been Realm Wars, this has been Day 7 of the lore-a-thon. We just finished drawing Riona's page 1 for her reference sheet. And I shall see you guys Wednesday or Tuesday if you want to watch us on Spiffy Needle Geeks for Strixhaven. So see you guys then.
Have a good one.